Chapter 754. Yushu turned around and listened to the conversation between the father and son. She didn't know what Shui had seen and what the Book of Mystery Maiden looked like. She was extremely curious in her heart, and there were a few times when she couldn't help but want to turn around, yet she was afraid that she would see something she shouldn't see. Right when she was about to make a move, she heard Shui calling her, "Shu, come here." Yushu felt as if she had been pardoned. She turned her head and saw Shui holding a dazzling red light in his hand. Yunhua had put on his clothes and was sitting behind him. He was pouring tea and drinking water. Is this the Book of Mystery Women? Her eyes stared straight ahead. She quickly stepped forward and held up a corner of the red light in Shui's hand. She was suddenly shocked. It was so heavy. Yunhua explained unhurriedly, "This thing is neither iron nor copper. It is a rare crystal stone. It cannot be melted by fire or melted by water. It is as hard as a rock. I flipped through ancient books and did not find anything similar, so I took the liberty of naming it Mysterious Crystal Stone. The Book of Mystery Women is made up of 81 mysterious crystals. Each mysterious crystal stone is about 5 inches and 7 centimeters long and 2 and 8 centimeters wide. 36 words are engraved on the front. The whole book has a total of 2,916 words. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Yushu had already moved closer to take a look. She saw a few blurry pictures engraved on one side of the crystal book, and the other side was engraved with densely packed small words. She read 2 lines and felt that her eyes were filled with books from heaven. She could not understand what was written on it at all. This is seal script. When Shui saw the look of utter despair on her face, he recalled that she was illiterate. He suddenly smiled. "I told you to practice your calligraphy more often, but you didn't listen. You can't even recognize the seal script." As he spoke, he gently took the crystal book and placed it on the long table in front of Yunhua. He unfolded the book and looked at the text first. Yushu leaned over, craned her neck, and asked, "What is written on it?" In her eyes, the seal script of the Preaching dynasty was no different from scribbling. There was not even a punctuation mark. It would be strange if she could understand it. Shui furrowed his eyebrows and shook his head hesitantly. The words written here are not organized. They are messy and disorderly. I can't understand them either. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yunhua together with Yushu and waited for his answer. "Of course you won't understand it if you look at it like this. This is not an article to begin with." Yunhua reached out and pinched a corner of the crystal book. She flipped it over and pushed it in front of Shui and Yushu. She pointed at the picture engraved on the back and explained to them, "I just said that there are nearly 3,000 seal writing engraved on the front, and there are 2 diagrams on the back. One is called The Essentials of Governing a State, and it is an instruction left to the descendants of the royal family of a dynasty by our ancestors. The other is called The Divine Lesson of the Taigu, and it is a peerless technique for interpreting the seal writing from the heavenly book of seal writing. It is taught and mastered by the celestial commissioner of each generation. Regardless of natural or man-made disasters, or past and future events, they were all taught by this technique. How do you know where the so-called 300 years of peace and prosperity of Daran dynasty came from? It came from the Book of Mystic Fairy, in front of you." Yushu and Shui looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. Yunhua said so much in one breath, and his voice became hoarse. Even those who heard him could not bear it. When Shui saw that the teacup in front of him was empty, he quickly raised the pot and refilled it for him. He stopped him from continuing. "You rest for a while. I will look at it first. If there is anything I don't understand, I will ask you." Yunhua nodded and kept his mouth shut. He turned around and quietly looked at Shui's eyes, recalling his wife. Yushu took the initiative to move a chair for Shui and a candlestick over. She let him sit down and read it carefully. She sat next to him, but she could not understand seal writing, so she could only study other things. The entire book was formed by stringing slender crystals together. The thin crystal pieces were not transparent at all. The 2 diagrams on the reverse side of the book seemed to be carved after the crystal book was strung together. Every stroke was connected very naturally. Yunhua said that the glazed crystal was very hard. So, the person who could carve and draw on it either had a divine weapon or was an expert with extremely profound inner energy. Looking at the diagrams again, the first part was mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars. The second part was a human body. The depiction was very detailed from head to toe. Every bone was clearly distinguishable, and different parts were marked one by one. The most eye-catching thing was that at the bottom of this human body, 4 words were carved neatly. They were faintly emitting a bloody light. If one stared at them for a long time, one would feel uncomfortable. It was rare that Yushu could recognize 3 of these 4 words. They were heaven, fate, and bone. She could not help but point at the 4 words and ask Shuerue, "What is written here? What is heaven's fate and bone?" Shuerue had already finished reading the essentials of governing a state, but he still could not calm down the stormy waves in his heart. When he heard her question, his gaze fell and stopped at her finger. His throat shrank and he said hoarsely, "Heaven's fate Taigu. Heaven's fate Taigu." Yushu's eyes brightened. She was excited to see it. She said, "Then this will be the divine lesson of Taigu." There was no teacher in the world who could not be tempted in the face of a unique skill, and she was no exception. This heaven's fate Taigu was probably like the Yao coin used in the art of hexagram diagrams and the tortoise plate used in divination. They were all tools for divination. She turned her head to seek confirmation from Shuerue, but she saw that his eyes were full of haze. She was stunned for a moment and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Yunhua's voice suddenly interrupted, "Don't you want to know the real way to break fate?" Shuerue's figure stiffened. Yunhua glanced at Shuerue and sighed in his heart, yet he didn't hesitate in the slightest to tell Yushu. If the person who found the fate breaker is a man, then according to logic, he should be killed. Because fate breakers are born together, and killing one will reveal another. Only by killing a man can one find a woman. And the reason why the Great Calamity wants to find the fate breaker is because only the Great Calamity and the fate breaker can give birth to the heaven's fate Taigu. Yushu slowly widened her eyes. Her head was buzzing, and Yunhua's last sentence echoed in her mind. In other words, the real purpose of the Great Enlightenment point for me to marry Jing Chen and have children is to obtain the heaven's fate Taigu? She felt a sour feeling in her stomach, and she had the urge to go crazy. The truth was more dangerous than she had imagined. Emperor Zhao Qing and the Great Enlightenment Point actually had the idea to turn her own flesh and blood into a tool for divination. Don't be afraid. Shuerue did not care that Yunhua was in front of him. He held her cold hands tightly and silently conveyed his determination to advance and retreat together with her. Yushu's eyes were red, and she said in a trembling voice, "They can forget about it." Women were born with maternal instincts. Even if the fate breaker needed her to be crushed into ashes, it was not as hateful as laying a hand on her future child. Even if she had to die, she would not let them succeed. She was entrusted by Taoist Qin Zheng to come to the capital city to find the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens and destroy it. It was only at this moment that she had a strong desire from the bottom of her heart to destroy it. Yushu raised her head and said to Yunhua with a sullen face, "Without the heaven's fate Taigu, the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens is almost useless. Why do you have to hide from place to place with it? Why don't you give it to me and let me find a way to destroy it?" Yunhua shook her head. She was not convinced by her words. "Who said that it is useless? As long as it is with me, Zhu Muzhao and that incapable emperor will not be able to rest in peace. They can't get the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens. Even if they have the heaven's fate Taigu, what can they do?" Yushu pointed out the doubtful point in an unusually calm manner. "There are only 3,000 seal characters and 2 pictures on it. You only need to copy it. What is the use of it?" Yunhua shook his head again. "If you want to use the divine lesson of the Taigu for divination, you must use the seal characters on the crystal. It is useless to copy it. If you don't believe me, you can ask your big brother and let him see what is written on it." He pointed at a line of words on the picture. Shuerue lowered his head and looked at it. His expression changed a few times. He helplessly told Yushu, "He did not lie to you. The divine lesson of the Taigu is very powerful. With the Heaven's Fate Taigu, you can only use the seal characters on the crystal to pry into the secrets of heaven. Yushu's expression was unsightly as she struggled free of Shuirui's palm and pressed down on the heavenly book on the table, and then she stared straight at Yunhua as she said overbearingly, "Why aren't you willing to destroy it? Could it be that you want to seize the heavens will grand bone after obtaining the sixtran book of the goddess of mystery? You told me privately before you returned to the residence that you came to the capital city under the orders of your master. Didn't your master ask you to destroy the book of mystery fairy immediately after you found it?" Yunhua's pupils contracted. Suddenly, his expression changed and became fierce. "What did you say?" He was very sure that during the private conversation he had with her when he returned to the residence, he did not mention anything about destroying the book to her from the beginning to the end. He had also never revealed a single word to anyone else. Yushu did not back down. She stared at him and repeated word by word, "I said, didn't your master ask you to destroy it?" Yunhua looked at her in bewilderment. "Who exactly are you?" Yushu held her breath. She had to let it out. She forcefully pulled out the ring on her index finger and raised it in front of Yunhua's eyes. "You don't recognize me, but you should recognize this token. This was personally given to me by my master. To tell you the truth, I am the same as you. I followed my master's orders to come to the capital city to destroy the book of Mystery Fairy." Yunhua stood up abruptly and snatched the ring from her hand. After carefully examining it, he said in disbelief, This is the 7-star child. The black ring that Taoist Qingjing gave to Yushu before they parted was the same as Yunhua's Zhuge Ai. It was made from the stars of the 7-star ruler, one of the 6 founding tools. Yushu had used this to determine Yunhua's origin. Yunhua quickly removed the sachet from his waist and fumbled for a jade pendant. He forcefully knocked it on the table and crushed it. He picked up one of the round balls and compared it to Yushu's black ring. His eyes gradually became moist, and his hands trembled slightly. "It's the 7-star child, it's my master. It's my master." Yushu did not expect him to be so excited. Her anger disappeared and she looked at Shuirui helplessly. She regretted provoking him so much. Shuirui shook his head at her and signaled her to wait. He had already heard Yushu confess her purpose of coming to the capital city. He also knew that she and Yunhua were from the same master. Because of this, he could rest assured and boldly bring Yushu to see Yunhua. Speaking of which, it was a little ridiculous. He had always been on guard against Yunhua. Compared to his biological father, who had suddenly appeared after 20 years, he would naturally stand on Yushu's side. He would worry about her worries and worry about her. Yunhua experienced a momentary loss of composure. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. He handed the ring and the small black ball to Yushu and said bitterly, "I see. No wonder I couldn't predict your future. I just thought that you broke your destiny. The destiny of a person is unpredictable, but I didn't expect you to have this thing on you." Yushu did not know what to say. The way Yunhua looked at her at this moment was much gentler. His attitude was not much different from his attitude towards Shuiru. She could not release the anger that she had just accumulated, so she suppressed it. At the same time, she discovered a strange thing. "Why do you have a Zhuge Ai on you?" That was not right. She could clearly predict Yunhua's life and death. She voiced her doubt and heard Yunhua say, "I have 2 7 stars, and one is divided into 2. I don't always wear the one on my hand. Sometimes I give it to Jin and Xiaozhu to protect themselves. So, it is not surprising that you can predict my future." Yushu suddenly understood. "How is master?" Yunhua could not help but ask Taoist Qingjing. "Well, he is in good health. He can still eat, drink, and sleep at his age." Yushu felt that she should explain more clearly about her apprenticeship, so she told him the whole story. "I became a disciple of my master in the spring and summer of last year. He didn't tell me his real name and called himself Taoist Qingjing. He didn't tell me where the mountain gate was. I didn't have a good aptitude. Fortunately, I was enlightened by my master and learned the art of 6 lines and the 8 spells of life and death. After only 100 days, my master entrusted me with an important task. He said that he swore that he would never step into Enling City again and ordered me to go to the capital. Shui Rui sat quietly at the side and did not interrupt. Yushu had her own ideas. He only needed to wait and see. Yunhua listened and nodded repeatedly. The art of 6 lines and 8 gates of life and death are both master skills. It seems that you are undoubtedly my junior sister. Yushu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that he would have doubts, and it would be difficult to speak. Now, she did not have to be overcautious and say whatever she wanted to say. Master once mentioned in front of me that I have a senior brother. He is talented and extremely smart, and he is very filial. Mr. Yunhua, I dare to call you senior brother. May I ask why you disobeyed Master's order? You obviously found the Book of Fantasy Fairy, but you are not willing to destroy it. Yunhua's face was full of helplessness. It's not that I don't want to destroy it, but I can't. Yushu frowned. Why? I just said that the glazed crystal is as hard as a rock. It cannot be melted by fire or melted by water. I am not exaggerating. I have tried my best, but I could not destroy it at all. I could only hide it from the imperial court. If you don't believe me, you can test it on the spot. This reason sounded simple, but it made people feel helpless. Yushu suddenly understood Yunhua's difficulties. Such a treasure that could not be destroyed and could not be used could only be carefully kept close to his body. Was it not a source of trouble that could not be gotten rid of? I have misunderstood you. She was a little ashamed. Before this, she had been criticizing Yunhua and suspected that he had sinister intentions. However, Shui looked thoughtfully at the picture on the back of the glazed crystal. He read it line by line. Chapter 755. Then how did Taoist Qingzheng learn about the Book of Fantasy Maiden's 6 Rens, and why did he want to destroy it? There were too many suspicious points about Taoist Qingzheng, but what people cared about the most was his identity. Why did he have such a strong obsession with the Book of Fairy Woman's 6 Rens? In order to destroy it, he didn't hesitate to put his 2 disciples in danger. They were both disciples, but Yushu knew almost nothing about Taoist Qingzheng. They had been together for less than 3 months, but Yunhua was different. He and Qingzheng had been together day and night, and they were like father and son. He must know more than she did. Didn't Master tell you about his origin? Yunhua did not answer Shui question directly, but asked Yushu. No. Yushu keenly heard some clues from Yunhua's tone, so she tentatively said, I think he must have an extraordinary origin. Senior brother, can you tell me about it? Yunhua shook his head and said, if you have the chance to meet Master again, you can ask him in person. This was a disguised rejection. Yushu was unwilling, but she also knew that she could not pry anything out of Yunhua's mouth, so she secretly kicked Shui with the tip of her foot. When it came to a battle of intelligence, the main force should be on the field. Shui understood and immediately said, you are not willing to say, but we can guess. To be able to get access to the secrets of the Book of Fantasy Women, if he was not a high official in the Celestial Commissioner, he must be a member of the royal family. Taoist Qingzheng can teach such an outstanding disciple like you, so he must be the former. I heard Shu describe that Taoist Qingzheng is at least 80 years old, but he has sharp ears and eyes, and he is still strong in old age. It is impossible for such an immortal-like person to be unknown in the past. According to his age, it reminds me of a person. Yushu listened attentively and almost blurted out, who is it? Fortunately, she shut her mouth in time and did not drag Shui down. Yunhua was quite cooperative. 60 years ago, the famous Qingyang Yitzi. Yunhua's eyes flickered, but the slight strangeness was caught by Yushu. She was happy and continued, yes, Master claimed to be Taoist Qingzheng, which is only one word different from Qingyang Yitzi. If it is not a coincidence, then he is Qingyang Yitzi. The title of Ez was bestowed by the emperor of the dynasty. It usually had 2 characters. The first character was the surname, and the second character was a good metaphor. For example, 100 years ago, the Xia Jiang aristocratic family in the south had the surname Xia, and the Wenqin aristocratic family in the north had the surname Wen. Qingyang Yitzi himself had the surname Qing, which was a rare surname. It was entirely possible that Taoist Qin Zheng and Qingyang Yitzi were the same person. Ah! Yun Hua suddenly laughed. It sounded like a cough that was squeezed out of his throat. If it were not for the smile on his face, Yu Shu would not have been able to tell that it was a laugh. "That's what you say," he said, refusing to admit it. Yu Shu didn't want this kind of ambiguous answer. She got angry and stretched her neck forward. She put her hands on the table and put them in front of his face. She said straightforwardly, "Senior brother, don't beat around the bush with me. We are now grasshoppers tied on a rope. If something happens, no one can escape. Is it interesting to hide it from us?" There was a smile in Yunhua's eyes. She did not move at all. "No matter who my master is, I admit that you are my junior sister. Our goal is to destroy the book, and that is enough. I told you last time that it's not a good thing for young people to be too curious." Yu Shu retreated angrily. She snorted in her heart. "Even if you don't admit it, I know that the old Taoist Qin Zheng is Qingyang Yitzi." Shui Rui refilled Yunhua's cup of tea. He no longer cared about the identity of the Taoist Qin Zheng. He changed the topic. "There is something I don't understand. Taoist Qin Zheng asked you to destroy the Book of Fantasy Goddesses, but didn't he teach you how to destroy it? Or did he not know that the glazed crystal is an indestructible item, so he didn't tell you? He didn't believe that there was really something indestructible in this world. Everything had its weakness. There must be a specific way to destroy it." Yun Hua stopped smiling and looked deeply at Shui Rui. He felt a little proud, but also a little sad. This was his and Han Ling's child, his flesh and blood that he had been looking forward to for 20 years. In a place that he couldn't see, he had already grown into an outstanding young man. He was smart, bold, and careful. He had inherited all the advantages of the couple. "Yes, my master did tell me the way to destroy it." "What?" Yu Shu raised her voice. She was confused by their words. Just now, Yun Hua said that he tried to destroy the glazed crystal with fire and knives, but he could not destroy it. Why did he say that he had a way now? Receiving her questioning gaze, Yun Hua sighed. "It's not as simple as you think. To tell you the truth, to destroy the Book of Fantasy Goddesses, you must use another of the 6 founding devices." Yu Shu's thoughts changed rapidly. She went through the 6 devices in her mind. Shui Rui lowered his head and quickly searched for the few lines of words on the essentials of governing a state. The two of them shouted in unison, "Chun Jun Sword? Chun Jun Sword." Yun Hua nodded. "That's right. It's the Chun Jun Sword." Yu Shu looked at Shui Rui. She saw him moving his fingers on the glazed crystal and muttering, "The finger and palm of the world is the Book of Fantasy Goddesses. The Big Dipper is the 7-star ruler. The perfect wisdom is the Tai Chin cauldron. The stone Rui scepter is the stone Rui scepter. The Fushi plate that can suppress mountains and rivers is the Chun Jun sword that can destroy everything. So that's how it is. This is the power of the 6 founding devices. It's really shocking." Yu Shu listened attentively, thinking that the 6 founding tools mentioned in the Essentials of Governing a Country had been matched by him one by one. This was also the first time she had heard the names of the 6 founding tools. She felt her blood rushing to her head, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. Yun Hua saw that the two of them had lost their composure, but he was not surprised. It was his first time seeing the records on it, and the impact he received was not any weaker than theirs. Thinking back to the time when Emperor Anwu was the proud son of heaven of his generation, he led an army of millions, and he had the 6 founding devices in his hands. How monstrous was his momentum? The origins of the 6 founding devices are extraordinary, and they cannot be easily determined. Rumor has it that the Chun Jun sword was buried in the Imperial Mausoleum, along with Empress Ningxin. Back then, I tried my best, but I still could not sneak into the Imperial Mausoleum. Later, I stole the Book of Mystic Fairy and escaped from the capital. I tried many ways, but I could not destroy it. Only then did I confirm that the Chun Jun sword was the only one that could be used. However, the Imperial Mausoleum is full of traps. Even though Ah Jin's martial arts were excellent, he was trapped in the bewitching array once and almost lost his life. Yu Shu thought to herself, "Oh my, you are already very awesome to be able to steal one of the 6 founding devices, but you are still thinking of another one. So, we have to get the Chun Jun sword no matter what. Shui Rui muttered to himself. The Imperial Mausoleum of Dongshan is indeed heavily guarded. There are thousands of Imperial guards guarding the perimeter alone, and they rotate day and night. There are traps everywhere in the mausoleum. If we want to sneak in and escape unscathed, we can only do so if we have the ability to fly. However, there are many people and things to do on the sacred ancestor sacrificial day every year, so we can give it a try. Yunhua nodded and said, I think so too. Previously, Jin sneaked into the Imperial Mausoleum during the Divine Ancestor Sacrifice Day, but unfortunately he did not find anything. Shui Rui frowned. There is still half a year before the next ancestral worship. I am afraid that the Emperor is seriously ill and cannot wait to die for Jingchen. Hearing the other son's name, Yunhua's expression changed, and he said hesitantly, I predict that the world will be in chaos, and the Lone Star evil spirit will rise in the north. I expect that Prince of Dongjing has his own army and will rebel in the future. In order to stabilize the country, he must borrow the Book of Mystic Fairy. Zhu Muzhao is a person who will do anything to achieve his goal. Even if he cannot catch me, he will still take the Tai Bone of Destiny first. When the father and son reached the same point, their expressions became serious. At this moment, Yu Shu weakly interrupted, Well, I know where the Chun Jun sword is. 2 pairs of eyes swept over her, and Yu Shu hurriedly confessed, Jing Chen told me that the Chun Jun sword is no longer in the Imperial Mausoleum. It is said that many years ago, a rebellious prince appeared in the Duthan royal family. He broke into the forbidden area of the Imperial Mausoleum on the day of ancestral worship and stole the Chun Jun sword. Then, the prince ran to the mountain to become a Taoist priest. Before he died, he offered the Chun Jun sword to his sect. Oh, it is Jing Chen's sect. Not long ago, Jing Chen's junior sister from the same sect brought the Chun Jun sword to Detidian. It seems that the current emperor promised the leader of the Jingyi sect some conditions before they were willing to return the sword to its original owner. So, the Chun Jun sword should be in the hands of Detidian now. She glanced at Shui Rui and added, It's something that happened before you disappeared. I didn't have time to tell you about it before you disappeared. After that, you returned to the capital, and I forgot about this matter at the back of my mind. In fact, when Jing Chen told her about this matter, she did not take it to heart. Now that she thought about it, she only hated herself for not having foresight. If she had known that the Chun Jun sword was so useful, she would have snatched it from Shui Yun's hands. Yunhua could not help but smile bitterly. This is the will of the heavens. I got the Book of Fantasy Fairy, but the Chun Jun sword is in the hands of Zhu Muzhao. Yu Shu had heard him call Detidian by his name more than once. It was not difficult to guess that there must have been a grudge between them in the past. The image of Detidian in her mind changed again and again. When she first met him, she was shocked by him. Now, she did not have the slightest good impression of him. Shui Rui thought about it and said to himself, taking the Chun Jun sword from Detidian is much easier than taking risks in the Imperial Mausoleum. Yu Shu said with a bitter face, It's not easy. Who knows where Detidian hid the sword? What if he secretly sent the sword back to the Imperial Mausoleum? Shui Rui's eyes glowed, and he said with certainty, He won't. Why not? Because he wants to use the Chun Jun sword to lure me to show up. It was Yunhua who answered her. The father and son obviously had a tacit understanding. She did not want to admit that her brain was not enough, so she did not continue to ask why. She held her chin and thought for a moment. Her eyes lit up and she said hurriedly, He knew that you weren't dead, so he definitely wouldn't allow them to use Jing Chen's child as a tool. He's your biological grandson, and only by destroying the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens would he be able to end all of this. That's why he deliberately revealed to Jing Chen that the Chun Jun sword was in his hands. It was all for your ears. Chapter 756. There was silence in the room. Yunhua and Shui Rui were deep in thought, while Yu Shu was sorting out her messy thoughts. She had seen the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens as she wished. Not only did she know the truth behind the destruction of fate, But she also received Yunhua's acknowledgement. Both sides were united, and they had such a strong alliance. It should have been worth celebrating, but she could not relax at all. It seemed that as long as they destroyed the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 wrens, everything would end, but it was easier said than done. First of all, it was an impossible task to seize the Chunjun sword from the Great Tipping Point. Seize it by force? Every time the Tito master went out, he would be surrounded by people. Groups of people would protect him so tightly that he would not be able to escape. Yushu had heard from Jing Chen that the Tito master was protected in secret by the 4 great protectors, and all of their martial arts were not inferior to his. Yunhua only had Jin Ku. Even if Jing Chen joined them, it would be impossible for them to break through the encirclement at the foot of the capital and capture the Tito master. In terms of scheming and shrewdness, Yunhua could fight against the Great Tipping Point, but the Great Tipping Point controlled the entire Celestial Commissioner, and he had a great country behind him. Yunhua brought a few useless soldiers with him. What could he use to fight against the Great Tipping Point? The disparity in strength was too great. Once the 2 sides fought head-on, Yushu's side would only be killed in seconds. However, other than seizing the Chunjun sword, they seemed to have no other way to go. The Emperor and the Great Tipping Point were determined to get the Destiny Tai Bone. Even Yunhua, who had the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 wrens, was like a turtle in a jar in the eyes of the Great Tipping Point. He could not escape at all. What was worse was that the Great Tipping Point had already given an ultimatum to Yushu. The day after tomorrow, her marriage with Jing Chen would be put on the agenda. If Yushu had the idea of pretending to marry Jing Chen to buy time, after she met Yunhua and knew where the Destiny Tai Bone came from, she completely dispelled this absurd idea. She could not sit still and wait for death. Yushu's gaze fell on the Book of Fairy Woman's 6 wrens. The scarlet crystal shone faintly under the candlelight. The wisps of red light hovered in her mind and gradually formed an idea. Senior, you stole the Book of Mystic Fairy from the previous Great Tipping Point, right? Yushu suddenly said. Yunhua did not understand, but he still nodded and said, the former great advisor was Zhu Muzhao's father. As far as I know, he died not long after the current emperor succeeded the throne. In other words, the former tipping point, Tai Tipping Hua Zhu Tipping Point has. Yunhua was stunned. Yushu looked at his expression and felt anxious. She quickly said, what's wrong? Didn't the key techniques of governing a state state that only the imperial astronomer and the emperor himself have the authority to read this heavenly book? When you stole it, the current emperor wasn't the emperor yet. Now, the great revelation isn't the great revelation. How could they have seen the book of Xian Nyu with their own eyes? Hearing this, Shui Rui revealed a strange expression. This is only natural. Yunhua thought about it and affirmed her statement. Yushu's eyes lit up again with a cunning look. Then I have an idea. After all, Yunhua did not spend much time with her, so he could not understand it for a while. However, when Shui Rui saw her expression, he guessed most of it correctly. He immediately said, are you trying to forge a copy of the Book of Fantasy Fairy's 6 wrens? That's right. Yushu touched the Xian crystal and told them her thoughts. The Emperor and the Grand Tiandi's understanding of the Book of Xian Nyu is probably not as good as you, senior brother Yunhua. At most, the former Emperor and the former Grand Tiandi have described it to them, but no matter how detailed it is not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. The only thing that can prove the authenticity of the Book of Xian Nyu is the Destiny Grand Bone. Am I right? Shui Rui nodded in agreement. Go on. Yunhua wanted to hear what she had in mind. To obtain the Destiny Grand Bone is not something that can be done overnight. Even if the Grand Tiandi has the Book of Xian Nyu now, it will be difficult for him to distinguish the authenticity in a short time. But if he has the Book of Xian Nyu, he will definitely not take the risk of leaving the Chunjun sword in an unsafe place. If I were the Grand Tiandi, I would immediately send the Chunjun sword back to the Imperial Mausoleum in the eastern suburbs and bury it in the forbidden area so that it will never see the light of day. Didn't he want to use the Chunjun sword to lure you out? We will follow his wishes and give him a fake Book of Xian Nyu. The next step will be easy. We only need to arrange for people to intercept the Chunjun sword on the way to the Imperial Mausoleum. When Yushu said this, It was as if victory was in her hands. What do you think? Shui Rui thought about it seriously and nodded slowly. I think it is feasible. If the Grand Tiandi wants to send people to send the Chun Jun sword back to the Imperial Mausoleum, they will not attract attention with great fanfare. They will not send many people. When the time comes, let Jin Ku and Gui Lu and Gui Qi go together and ambush them halfway. We will not be afraid that they will not be able to intercept them. It is feasible, but what are you going to use to forge the Book of Xian and Yu? Yun Hua said with a serious expression. Zhu Muzhao is cautious and cunning. Ordinary tricks will not be able to fool him. Moreover, he has already suspected that you have a relationship with me. He will definitely be on guard against the 7-star sons that you have on you. He will not rely too much on the great insight technique. It will be really difficult for you to deceive him. Ah! Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. She did not retreat, but instead, her fighting spirit was aroused. I dare not say anything else, but when it comes to deceiving people, no one is better than me. As long as you are willing to take the risk, I guarantee that he will be fooled. Shui Rui shook his head and could not help but laugh. Other than her, he had never seen anyone who was so thick-skinned as to regard lying as a skill. Yun Hua looked at Shui Rui and smiled. You young people are not afraid, so what do I have to be afraid of? As long as I can get the Chun Jun sword and destroy the Book of Xian and Yu, my wish will be fulfilled. I will have no regrets even if I die. Shui Rui heard this and frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Well, let's plan it well now. Yu Shu rubbed her palms together. She could not wait to go all out. Although she had an idea, her thinking was not thorough enough. With Yun Hua and Shui Rui to make up for her shortcomings, she was very confident that this plan would succeed. She would have the Book of Xian and Yu and the Chun Jun sword at the same time. At that time, the Grand Tiandi would not be able to do anything to her. The three of them talked for the whole night. Before dawn, Shui Rui left with Yu Shu. Before they left, Yu Shu asked Yun Hua a question. If he did not break his destiny, what would happen to Jing Chen? Yun Hua answered, Jing Chen is also my son. As his father, how can I harm him? The group of old Taoists from Dragon Tiger Mountain will not have to worry about their lives. The so-called destiny is just a shackle that they put on Jing Chen to restrain his behavior and morality. It is just convenient for them to manipulate him. Hearing such an answer, she could finally put down one of her worries. She would no longer feel guilty for not being able to help Jing Chen break his destiny. To be honest, even if Jing Chen could not break his destiny, and the group of old Taoists from Dragon Tiger Mountain died, Yu Shu would not sacrifice herself and let her child be skinned and torn apart. As for the rise and fall of the world, whether the Den dynasty would be destroyed or not, it would depend on the destiny. If there was really no Book of Xian and Yu and the destiny Tai Gu, the Den dynasty would be destroyed. It could only be said that the destiny of this dynasty was exhausted. What did it have to do with her? This world wasn't her world after all. Yu Shu was sent back by Jin Ku before dawn. This night of rushing back and forth had tormented her. She fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. She had no energy to think about anything else. In the morning, Inbiki called outside. Yu Shu could not open her eyes. She simply wrapped the quilt around her head and slept until noon. When she woke up, she heard that Jing Chen was waiting for her in the front yard. He had been sitting there for 2 hours. Yu Shu did not stay in bed. She also had something to say to Jing Chen. After washing up, she went to the front yard. Jing Chen did not see her when he went to the Celestial Commissioner in the morning. He was worried that something had happened to her, so he came to find her. When he saw her, she did not look well. He only thought that she was worried about giving an answer tomorrow. The guilt in his heart was written all over his face. When Yu Shu saw his expression, she felt tired. She could finally be free today. Come with me. She took him to Yongchun Garden. The two walked side by side on the long veranda. On both sides, there were birds and flowers. The mottled shadows of the trees made people unconsciously relax. She told him as if she was chatting, I saw Yun Hua. Jing Chen suddenly stopped. But why didn't I know? It was last night. He sent someone to visit my mansion at night and took me to see him. Yu Shu only picked the key points and said, He showed me the book of Xian Nyu. Now I know the real way to break the destiny. I did lie to you. It is not that everything will be fine if I get married and have children with you. Jing Chen did not have time to think about why it was such a coincidence. She met Yun Hua on the same night that the book of Xian Nyu forced him to marry her. His attention was all on what she was going to say next. The book of Xian Nyu has two sides. The front side is engraved with the seal characters. The back side is engraved with two pictures. One is the essentials of governing a state, which is the instructions that Emperor Anwu and Empress Ningzhen left for future generations. The other is the divine lesson of Taigu, which is a unique skill. If you learn this skill, you can interpret the seal characters of the book of Xian Nyu and Empress Ningzhen. However, to use this skill, you must have the Taigu of destiny for divination. Yu Shu said coldly, the so-called method of breaking the destiny is to let the great calamity of Anwu and the woman of destiny give birth to a child together. They will skin the child and break the bones to make the Taigu of destiny. At first, Jing Chen could not believe it. Then he felt angry. On the one hand, he was deceived by the book of Xian. What was more difficult for him to accept was that the truth was so cruel. It's absurd to need such outrageous methods to ensure the prosperity of the country and the peace of the people. Jing Chen had always had a mild temper. It was rare for Yu Shu to see him so angry, but she had to make some things clear. This is how the 300 years of peace and prosperity of Anwu were maintained. Every time a new great calamity of Anwu was born, the old Taigu of destiny would lose its effect. The Celestial Commissioner grasped the book of Xian Nyu and assisted the emperor to govern the world. If it were not for Yun Hua stealing it 20 years ago, the book of Xian Nyu would have arranged for you to find the person who broke the destiny, kill the man and marry the woman, and take the Taigu of destiny. They can forget about it. Jing Chen said coldly, if this is the way to break the destiny, then it is fine even if it is not broken. Yu Shu nodded. We all think so. That is why we want to destroy the book of Xian Nyu, no matter who is in charge of the world. Jing Chen, I will give you half a day to think about which side you want to stand on. Jing Chen turned to look at her. His eyes shone brightly like a treasured sword that was unsheathed. It was frightening. In an instant, Yu Shu seemed to see the awe-inspiring and righteous white-robed Taoist priest again, pure as ever. Chapter 757. This time, Jing Chen did not hesitate between the righteousness of his country and his personal gains and losses. Instead, he resolutely expressed his position. This was completely within Yu Shu's expectations. Selfishness was a type of human nature. In the past decade, Jing Chen had been taught by the Taoist priests on Longhu Mountain to be selfless. If he had not met Yu Shu, he would have sacrificed his life for others. Yu Shu was someone who was used to being the center of everything. She would never sacrifice herself for the greater good. Thus, when faced with the fate of the great and calamity and the person who destroyed his life, the two of them parted ways and almost became enemies. Yu Shu did not want to one day be enemies with Jing Chen. She knew that it was difficult to change a person's deep-rooted beliefs, so she had been subtly influencing Jing Chen since a long time ago. Rome was not built in a day. As early as when she had settled the past with him in the courtyard in the south of the city, a seed of doubt had been planted in his heart. He no longer trusted Emperor Zhaoqing, the Great Enlightenment, and even his sect. Later, as the lies were exposed and they dug out the truth again and again, Jing Chen was disappointed again and again. His Taoist heart kept on wavering until today, when it finally exploded. The origin of the great destiny bone was like the straw that broke the camel's back. How many people in this world could be so cruel as to hand over their own flesh and blood to be slaughtered by others? Furthermore, it was Jing Chen, a man with a righteous spirit that seeped into his bones. If he was really willing to destroy his humanity for the so-called righteousness of his country, then he would truly be cold-blooded and heartless. Yu Shu's expression involuntarily softened. She looked at him with relief and said, "Don't worry, I've confirmed it with your father. The old Taoist priests on Longhu Mountain are just bluffing you. Even if you don't destroy your life, they won't die from the Kata Star disaster. At most, the people close to you will be a bit unlucky." You will never be able to leave the longevity oration in this life. After Jing Chen returned to the capital, Emperor Zhaoqing sent someone to the eastern suburbs of the imperial mausoleum to bring back the longevity oration. This was the oration that Empress Ningzhen had written on the day of Emperor Anwu's coronation on Mount Tai. It had been stored in the imperial mausoleum for 100 years. When it was unearthed, it would bring auspiciousness everywhere and was also a great treasure. Think about it carefully. There is clearly such a treasure that can suppress the Kata star's evil aura on your body, but the emperor has delayed taking it out. Instead, he had you endure more than a decade of loneliness on the mountain. Isn't it to temper your temperament so that you will listen to their arrangements? Once the lie was exposed, those minor details that he had not cared about in the past could also discover the truth. Jing Chen had suffered a lot because of the Kata star. He had always been careful not to come into contact with others, lest he bring bad luck to others. However, those people were at ease manipulating his life and manipulating his fate. It was really hateful. Hearing this, Jing Chen was not too surprised. These days he had seen through too many deceptions, and this was not one more. He would only be more determined to resist Emperor Zhaoqing and Detidian. How can we destroy the book of Xian Nu Lu Ren? Jing Chen asked. It is not in my father's hands. Is he not willing? It's not that simple. Yu Shu made a long story short. I don't know what material the book of Xian Nu is made of. It is invulnerable and does not fear water or fire. To completely destroy it, we can only use the Chun Jun sword, which is also one of the 6 founding weapons. Chun Jun sword? Jing Chen was surprised. But the Chun Jun sword is now in Detidian's hands. Yu Shu nodded with an ugly expression. Yes, I didn't think that we need to use a sword to destroy the book. Why do you think Detidian let you see Shui Yun return the Chun Jun sword? He wanted to use you to spread the news to Yunhua and lure him to show up. Jing Chen was as smart as her. He understood after thinking for a while, and a little anger appeared between his eyebrows. Fortunately, Detidian claimed that he wanted him to see the true face of the Jingyi sect. He did not expect that this was another deception and use. Yu Shu said seriously, to destroy the book of Xian Nu Lu Ren is to go against the entire imperial court. But if we don't destroy it, there will be endless troubles in the future. So we have to seize the Chun Jun sword from Detidian. With the book of Xian Nu Lu Ren, we are not afraid of them even if we fall out with them. As long as the book of Xian Nu Lu Ren and the Chun Jun sword were in their hands, they would have the initiative. Seize the sword? Jing Chen frowned. It's easier said than done. It's not easy, but it's not impossible. We can do this. Yu Shu told Jing Chen the plan they discussed last night. Jing Chen had some doubts after listening. Isn't this too risky? Yu Shu said, if we don't take risks, how can we make Detidian believe us? Only when he believes that he has the real book of Xian Nu Lu Ren will he send the Chun Jun sword back to the imperial mausoleum. Then we can take advantage of it. Jing Chen was not good at strategy. He couldn't think of a better way, so he was persuaded by her. When you see Detidian tomorrow, you must remember to cooperate with me. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Yu Shu repeatedly told him. After confirming that there was no mistake, she looked up at the sun and exhaled. It's getting late. You should go back now. I have to go out later. The most important thing now is to forge a fake book of Xian Nu Lu Ren. ******. Yu Shu went out to the Taihing Chamber of Commerce and found Pei Jing. Xiao Yu, you are such a busy person. Why do you have time to come to my place today? Pei Jing smiled when he saw her. Yu Shu was his fortune boy. Since he had the crystal business of Jubao House, he had gained a firm foothold in the Chamber of Commerce of Enling City and made a name for himself. In addition, he had Yu Shu as his niece. Ordinary officials and nobles had to respect him. He had gained both fame and fortune. Of course I have business to see, uncle. Yu Shu hadn't seen Pei Jing for some time, but she didn't treat him as an outsider. She immediately explained the purpose of her visit. I remember last time you said that you have a lot of water essence raw materials coming from the south. The crystal jewelry pendants that were produced were always profitable. Pei Jing had long opened up the raw stone import channel. He no longer did small business but started to make large transactions. Pei Jing knew that she was useful. He said, "Other than the ones that have not been polished, the rest is enough. But do you want to make something big?" How could Yu Shu tell him the truth? She pretended, "I have been studying geomancy recently and figured out a trick to change feng shui. I want to try it with crystal stones. If you have a lot, give me 20 caddies of red and white." Pei Jing said generously, "I have 40 caddies. I will ask someone to send it to you tomorrow." Yu Shu hurriedly said, "If uncle is not busy now, take me to get it. I happen to be free today. I have to go to Master Su's place and ask him to figure out a pattern for me." The end of the year was approaching. Pei Jing was not idle. However, it was rare for Yu Shu to look for him. How could he not agree? The raw water essence was stored in his house. He told the accountant and went home with Yu Shu to get it. Yu Shu smoothly got 20 caddies of raw stones without any carving and went to find Old Man Su. Old Man Su had a unique skill in making jade. Because he took the crystal carving job in the treasure house, he had been earning money for the past few months. Several apprentices that he had brought up since childhood all benefited from it. The old man was old, so he didn't do it easily. Today, when Yu Shu asked him for help, he agreed without hesitation. "Please grind these 2 colored crystals into strips for me. Each strip is 5 inches and 7 fen long and 2 and 8 fen wide. I want 90 of each with a hole in the middle. It's best if you do it yourself and polish it more carefully." Yu Shu described it and asked Old Man Su how many days it would take to finish it. Old Man Su was curious and said, "It's easy to grind the strips. I can grind more than 10 of them a day. But why do you need so many stone strips?" Yu Shu used the excuse of fooling Pei Jing to brush him off. "Can you get a few more people to work on it? I need it in 3 days. You can put aside the carvings in the treasure house. I have told uncle to finish mine first." Old Man Su agreed. Yu Shu gave him an ingot of gold on the spot and didn't allow him to refuse. "I will pick it up in 3 days. Please work hard and be sure to do it well." She had calculated that it would take 3 days for Old Man Su to finish polishing it. It would take 2 days for Shui Rui to find someone to engrave it. Then, it would be put in the Feng Qi pond for 7 days. At most, it would take half a month to create a fake book of Fairy Nyu Luren. After Wangji Tower was closed, she moved the Feng Shui pond on the balcony to the back garden of her house. Except for Pei Jing and Old Man Su, few people knew the huge difference between the water essence stone before and after it was cultivated. The uncarved water essence was the color of chaos. The longer it was placed in the Feng Shui pond, the more crystal clear it became and the more magical it was. At first, Yu Shu only found that the white crystal could calm the mind and nourish the brain, the yellow crystal could bring wealth, and the purple crystal could ward off evil spirits. Later, she gradually found other changes. For example, the crystal after nourishment was hard, and the red crystal could not melt in high temperature. Compared to the popular topaz and the popular white crystal, the seemingly useless and opaque red crystal did not have much of a market for it. But when these 2 characteristics were put together, they seemed to be specially used for counterfeiting. Yu Shu thought it was God's will. Otherwise, where could she find a material similar to the black crystal to forge a book of Fairy Nyu Luren that even De Tiao couldn't find the flaw? The water-refined stone itself was not afraid of high temperature. After nourishing it for 7 days, it would become similar to the color of the black crystal. At that time, it could not be split by a knife or burned by fire. Even if De Tiao held it in his hand, it would be difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Yu Shu was probably born bold. Thinking of deceiving a person like De Tiao and fighting with him, she was not timid or afraid. Instead, she was eager to try. After saying goodbye to Old Man Su, Yu Shu returned to her house, but there was an uninvited guest waiting for her. The carriage stopped at the gate, and the gatekeeper ran out to lead the horse. Yu Shu didn't wait for Lu Zhong to put down the footstool and jump down. Just as she took a step, she heard a soft and weak shout behind her, "Miss Yu, I'm waiting for you." Yu Shu turned around and saw a sedan chair parked across the street. The cold wind was blowing, and the 2 sedan bearers' faces were pale from the cold. A head poked out of the window of the sedan chair and was looking at her eagerly. It was Shui Yun. Yu Shu pretended not to see her and turned to leave. She didn't care why Shui Yun came to find her. She didn't have the time to deal with her. Miss Yu, wait. Shui Yun didn't care about the wind and shouted. She was expelled by the Celestial Commissioner and couldn't go in to look for Yu Shu. She came to Yu Shu's house twice, but the gatekeeper didn't let her in at all. No matter if she moved out of the princess's estate or Mount Longhu, she would be closed at the door. It wasn't easy to wait for Yu Shu, so she couldn't let her leave like this. I'm here to apologize to you. I have something important to talk to you about. Yu Shu didn't stop walking. She rolled up her sleeves and went through the door. No matter how much Shui Yun shouted behind her, she didn't look back and left her a heartless back view. As soon as Yu Shu went in, she asked someone to close the door and didn't forget to tell the gatekeeper. Ignore her. Don't open the door again. Let her howl. Chapter 758. On the day of the reply, Yu Shu went to the Celestial Commissioner's office as usual. She wandered around the Kunling Bureau and did not wait for anyone to invite her. She went to report at Tai Shi Lu on her own initiative. The doorman did not need to announce her arrival and let her in. Jing Chen had arrived earlier than her and was standing on the 9-turn bridge waiting for her. Seeing that she had arrived, he did not say anything. The two exchanged glances and walked into the building one after the other. There were more than 10 chairs lined up on both sides of the spacious hall. In the winter, the chairs were covered with thick leather. Junior Unicorn sat on one of the chairs and was reporting to the head supervisor about the New Year's Eve sacrifice. When he saw Yu Shu and Jing Chen come in, he did not have any intention of stopping and only sped up to finish his report. At the end, Zhu Muzhao said, "Good, let's arrange it like this. His Majesty is not in the capital, so all the celebrations will be simple. Only the sacrifice ceremony cannot go wrong. Watch carefully." Only then did Ren Qiming rise to leave. When he passed by Yu Shu and Jing Chen, he did not even look at them. It was as if he did not care at all what they were here for. "You two are here." Zhu Muzhao indicated for them to sit down. With an amiable expression, he looked at Yu Shu and said, "Have you asked your family? Do they agree to your marriage with Jing Chen?" Don't look at the head supervisor's good expression. Yu Shu believed that if she dared to say no, he would immediately turn hostile. She took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in her heart. She gathered her courage and said, "They did not ask. I went back and thought about it. This marriage is not going to happen. Thank you for your good intentions, but I am not willing to marry Jing Chen." Zhu Muzhao's smile disappeared instantly. He looked at her coldly and said, "Tell me, why are you not willing?" That cold gaze made one's scalp numb. Yu Shu threw caution to the wind and was not afraid of him. She said in a hard tone, "A marriage between a man and a woman is a marriage between two surnames. It has to be consensual. If I am not willing, then I am not willing. There is nothing to say. I hope Zhu Muzhao will not force me." Zhu Muzhao turned to Jing Chen and asked, "What do you think? Even if she doesn't want to, don't tell me you don't want to?" Jing Chen lowered his head. "Yes, I don't want to." Yesterday, Yu Shu had repeatedly reminded him not to open his mouth today. If Zhu Muzhao asked him, he should either lower his head or keep his mouth shut. It seems that the two of you have discussed this in private. Zhu Muzhao looked back and forth between the two of them and slowly said, "Jing Chen, what did I tell you earlier? Didn't you tell her? If she doesn't marry you, only death awaits her." He was going to break through the last layer of window paper so soon. Yu Shu's heart was beating fast. Without waiting for Jing Chen's response, she suddenly stood up and stared at the table. She didn't know where she got the courage from, but she said aggressively, "To tell you the truth, Jing Chen has already told me everything. He is the great calamity, and I am the fate breaker. He said that I must marry him in order to break his fate, solve his heaven's curse, and save the world. What kind of bullsh*t logic is this? It is simply a joke." It had been many years since someone dared to speak to him in such a tone. Zhu Muzhao's expression did not change and he still said coldly, "Since you know everything, then all the more I cannot let you live. I will ask you one last time, do you want to live or die?" Yu Shu sneered and said, "You don't have to scare me. If you could kill me, You would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Do you think that I am the same as Jing Chen, believing whatever you say? The two female students from Taisher Shu Garden who died for no reason were killed because they were close to Jing Chen. Do you dare to say that they were not mistakenly killed by the Fate Breaker? Who knows how many rebels and traitors are hiding in Enling City? If I marry Jing Chen, then it will be a dead end. Zhu Muzhao frowned slightly. Listening to her words, it seemed that it was because she was afraid of death that she was not willing to marry Jing Chen. I can guarantee that you will be safe and will not fall into the hands of others. Then I will not agree. Yu Shu said quickly, marrying Jing Chen will only bring harm and no benefit to me. After his Fate Breaker, I will become a useless person. Moreover, I know so many secrets. Who can guarantee that you will not turn against me and kill me to silence me? Zhu Muzhao revealed a pondering expression. His expression couldn't help but soften. So you are worried about this. There is no harm in telling you, you guessed correctly, I will not kill you, not now, and even more not in the future. If you don't believe me, I can ask His Majesty to bestow a death exemption certificate to you. Even if you commit a grave mistake in the future, even if you leak the matter of the great in calamity, no one will hold you accountable. Yu Shu pursed her lips and looked to the side. She struggled for a moment and said in a deep voice, I just said that I don't agree because I don't believe your words. No matter if it is De'an's calamity or Fate Breaker, it is only your side of the story. If you want me to believe you unless what? Unless you are willing to let me see the legendary book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren with my own eyes. Yu Shu controlled the expression on her face. She had the 7 stars, so the great enlightenment technique was useless against her. She was not afraid that he could see through her lies. In fact, she and Shui both believed that the grand tipping point would not be able to predict that Yunhua would spread out the book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens and show it to them. At most, he would guess that they had met Yunhua in private. What she had to do now was to use all her skills to mislead him and make him believe the words that came out of her mouth, regardless of whether they were true or false. If she asked to see the book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren, the great enlightenment technique would not be able to take it out, so he would refuse. No. Zhu Muzhao shook his head and said, the book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren can only be read by the Emperor and the previous great enlightenment techniques. Not only you, but also Jing Chen is not qualified to see it. Yu Shu was waiting for him to say this. She sneered, you can't show it to us? I am afraid you can't take it out. Zhu Muzhao narrowed his eyes. What did you say? I said you can't take it out. Yu Shu sneered and said, because the book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren was stolen 20 years ago. Zhu Muzhao's face darkened. You have indeed seen Yunhua. It was not a question, but a confirmation. That's right. Yu Shu was not afraid of his cold face. She took 2 steps forward and said confidently, for months ago, I went to An County with Jing Chen to pay respects to Princess Liyue. It was at that time that we met Yunhua's son. He saw through my identity as the person who broke fate and had a private conversation with me. He told me that the book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren was in his hands. I asked him about the method of breaking fate and whether I had to marry Jing Chen. He said that you were lying to us. So, I made an agreement with him. As long as I helped him do one thing, he would let me see the book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren. Tell me, who should I believe? She said so much nonsense just now. She wanted him to think that she still did not know that the real method of breaking fate was to obtain the destiny's bones. Zhu Muzhao did not move. He looked at her condescendingly. Indeed, the book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren was stolen by Yunhua. The imperial court has always been looking for his whereabouts. If you know where he is hiding, I can also make an agreement with you. As long as you recover the book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren, I will let you see it with your own eyes. At the end of his words, he looked at Jing Chen and said without any scruples, Yunhua committed a great crime back then. But Jing Chen, as the calamity of An County, can make up for his mistake. A son will pay his father's debt. I guarantee that His Majesty will not pursue Yunhua's crime and spare his life. Was he trying to instigate a rebellion? Yu Shu secretly frowned. She also looked at Jing Chen. But when she saw that he lowered his head and did not speak, looking unmoved, She immediately felt relieved. Are you asking me to betray Yunhua Ez? She turned her head and sneered at him. Although I am not a gentleman, I am not a two-faced villain. Yunhua is in your hands, and you have the final say on whether he will be killed or tortured. Don't talk to me about these empty words. If you want me to willingly sacrifice my life for Jingchen, I can, but you have to wait until I see the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren first. When she said this, Titian would definitely take the opportunity to ask what agreement she had with Yunhua. What does Yunhua want you to do for him? Everything was going according to Yu Shu's script. She controlled her emotions very well and lowered her voice so that Titian would not hear her excitement. Yunhua Ez wants me to help him find out the whereabouts of an item. What is it? The 6 founding weapons, Chunjun sword. When he heard this, Zhu Muzhao finally focused his attention on Yu Shu again. He stared at her silently, and his misty eyes suddenly became clear. In an instant, it was as if 2 sharp blades had shot out and pierced through all lies. Did Yunhua ask you to come here and cheat me of the Chunjun sword? Yu Shu's heart instantly jumped to her throat. She was so nervous that sweat broke out on her back, but her mouth was sharper than ever. Yunhua? No, it was Jingchen who told me that the Chunjun sword is with you. When lying in front of a smart person, the last thing you needed was to defend yourself. The more you said, the more suspicious he would be. Do you know why Yunhua wants the Chunjun sword? Zhu Muzhao asked. Yu Shu shook her head and shut her mouth. You don't know, Zhu Muzhao muttered and closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. The pressure on Yu Shu was immediately reduced, and she quietly exhaled. Just now, she almost exposed herself. De Tiao should really go to the Supreme Court to be an inquisitor. He could guarantee that there was no case in this world that he could not solve. With just a glare from his eyes, he could scare the prisoner into wetting his pants. She licked her lips and looked at De Tiao's reaction. She made up her mind. She used Yunhua as a bait to coax him to take out the Chunjun sword. No matter how much he believed in her, he had to take the bait. Just like how De Tiao used the Chunjun sword as a bait, even if Yunhua was afraid, he would still face the difficulty. Zhu Muzhao did not think for too long. When he opened his eyes again, he made a decision. I can't lend you the Chunjun sword. Each of the 6 founding weapons is a national treasure. It must not fall into the hands of a desperado. But I can order someone to make a fake sword for you based on the real one. You can use it to trade with Yunhua. After you read the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens, you can decide whose words you want to believe. Yu Shu pretended to hesitate, but in her heart, she was happy. It was a success. She would not use this trick to cheat the real Chunjun sword from De Tiao. Instead, she would try to lure him to snatch the fake Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens. But it's a fake sword. What if he finds out about it? She had to put on a show. Yu Shu did not get carried away. Jing Chen has seen the real Chunjun sword. When the fake one is made, you can show it to him. If even he can't tell the difference between the real one and the fake one, Yunhua won't be able to. Chapter 759. When Yu Shu walked out of Taishi Tower, a cold wind blew against her face. She stopped and looked up. The sky was full of flying catkins that were falling with the wind. The 9 zigzag bridge was dyed silver. It was snowing. Snow. Jing Chen walked to her side. A paper umbrella appeared in his hand, and he opened it above her head. Yu Shu exhaled a cloud of white mist. Her nervous mood suddenly relaxed. She tightened the collar around her neck. Let's go. 2 lines of footprints appeared on the 9 zigzag bridge. They spread and disappeared in the snow. The sound of the wind covered the human voice. When we get the fake Chunjun sword, we're going to see my father, right? We're going to lure Titian to send people to capture Yunhua and deliver the fake Book of Xian Nyu to him. What if my father is caught by them? What should we do? There's no what if. If you don't believe me, you should believe in Yunhua Ez. 20 years ago, he could escape unscathed. 20 years later, no one can do anything to him. This was a big risk. Not only Yunhua, but also her, Shuirui, and Jingchen. Their enemy was the imperial power of Da, and that had stood for 300 years. They could only succeed, not fail. After Titian took the bait, Yushu didn't go to see Shui Rui on purpose. From the moment she laid all her cards on the table with Titian, every single one of her actions could possibly affect their plans. In order to ensure that she didn't give herself away, she couldn't make any actions that would cause a misunderstanding. She stayed in Kunling Bureau until the afternoon as usual to deal with the business that piled up a while ago. Although the emperor went to Huajin Garden to recuperate and Kunling stopped, there was no peace in the bureau. Once the news of Emperor Zhao Qing's serious illness spread, the officials' families had to worry about their children's marriages. They were afraid that Emperor Zhao Qing would suddenly die. 3 years of mourning would delay the wedding, so the number of marriage letters waiting to be examined in Kunling Bureau doubled overnight. They were all squeezed together. There were only so many people in the Kunling Bureau, and there was always a first-come, first-served rule. Who didn't want to set the wedding date before the beginning of spring? Therefore, it was necessary to open the back door with gifts. Yushu's mind was not on this matter. Moreover, the people who sent gifts to her residence had never stopped, so she did not care about it. However, even if she did not care, it did not mean that others did not care. There was something wrong with Wen Shaoan today. He was in a daze for half of the afternoon. Yushu noticed it early in the morning, but she didn't point it out. It was not until the snow stopped and she was ready to go home that she put down her brush and asked him, "I say, what are you thinking about in such a daze? Could it be that you've fallen for some girl and are lovesick?" Wen Shaoan blushed when he heard her teasing, "Don't make fun of me. I'm not thinking about that." Since Yushu asked, he had nothing to hide, so he told her everything. "Yesterday, someone sent gifts to the place where I live. He said that it was a gift for the new year. There was a large amount of cloth and fur. However, I am just a small official, so how can I accept a gift for the new year? This morning, when I came to the bureau, Xie Darren gave me 2 silver notes, which were 200 taels. He did not allow me to refuse, so he took a few marriage certificates to be approved and asked me to put them on the top for you to see first. Only then did I understand that it was a bribe. Different from the Book of the Universe, the last procedure of the official marriage certificate was the seal of Yushu. If she didn't approve it, no one could bypass her. Therefore, Wen Shaoan, who was the closest to her, became the most popular. Yushu nodded. Seeing Wen Shaoan's confused face, she asked, "Did you accept the bribe and help him?" Wen Shaoan shook his head quickly. "I didn't dare to put the marriage certificates on your table. I will return the silver notes to him later." Yushu smiled and stood up to take the cloak on the hanger. She asked Lu Hong to come in to pack up and said to Wen Shaoan, "It's too late today. Put the marriage certificates on the table tomorrow morning, and I will approve them for you." Wen Shaoan was stunned. "What? If someone gives you money in the future, you should keep it first. Remember to tell me. If I ask you to take it, you can take it boldly. The new year is coming. You should save some money and buy some sweaters. Just take it as a benefit from me." Yushu fastened her belt and walked out, leaving Wen Shaoan standing there in a daze. After a long time, he came back to his senses and slowly showed a happy expression. It should be known that as an 8th-ranked official, his monthly salary was only a few dozen taels. What could he do in the capital? It wasn't even enough for a meal. Since he came to the capital, he didn't save anything. He usually used whatever money he had. If the Celestial Commissioner didn't give him 2 sets of official robes every quarter, it would be difficult for him to find clothes to wear when he went out. Wen Shaoan had a strong self-esteem. If Yushu subsidized him in private, he would be embarrassed to accept it. But it was different if someone showed filial piety to him. Although it was a bribe, it was not a bad thing that violated the law. He could get more income with a little effort. Since he got Yushu's approval, he was happy to do it. When Yushu returned to the mansion, she called Zhou Hu after dinner. After asking, she found out that there were more people coming to give gifts these days. But because there was a rule in the mansion that strangers were not allowed to enter and gifts were not accepted on New Year's Day, those who gave gifts were closed at the door. Zhou Hu was smart. When he saw Yushu asked, he took the initiative and said, "Milord, it's the end of the year. There are several groups of people coming to give gifts every day. It's not a good idea to always stop them. Can we open the door to accept gifts? It was the 20th of the 12th lunar month. In a few days it would be the new year. She didn't hear that there were many people who closed the door to send gifts. Only Yushu was a maverick and didn't like to interact with others. Yushu said, "No hurry. Let's wait for 2 more days. We will open the door on the day of the sacrifice. You should be strict and don't let the doorman let in all the fragrant and smelly gifts. Tomorrow, I will ask Exen to make a list. You should take a look at it. Don't let any famous family in. If something goes wrong, I will hold you responsible." Zhou Hu promised. After he left, Zhao Hui sent someone to invite her. It was also about the New Year's gifts. Yushu couldn't be idle during the day. After Zhao Hui arranged everything, she called her to look at the list of gifts. The He family originally didn't have many relatives or friends in Jing, but He Fangji's medical shop had been open for almost a year. He needed to make some friends and social interactions couldn't be avoided. On Yushu's side, there were several superiors that needed to be filial too. Not including Jing Chen, there were 4 or 5 darin above her. It was fine if she neglected it usually, but this New Year's gifts must be given. Luckily, she was rich and imposing now. It was not difficult to prepare a few generous gifts. In addition, there were a few peers that she was on good terms with. Whether it was Exen Liu or Xia Jiangmin, Exen Fu had to give an extra gift. Jing Wang Fu also had to give an extra gift. In addition, there were also the scholars that taught her at Taisher Shu Garden, Fang Zijing and Sima Kue. Finally, there were those that had to be given even if they were unwilling, such as Ning Wang Fu. Half a month ago, she had handed the money to Zhao Hui and appointed Lin to come over to help her. She had already made a list of gifts and was fully prepared. Just on Yushu's end, she had spent more than 5,000 taels. This didn't even include the ones that she had pulled out from her little storeroom. Zhao Hui's heart ached for her. It's fortunate that you have some income elsewhere. Otherwise, where would you find the money to send gifts? Your annual salary is only 1,800 taels. Usually you have to eat and drink. Yushu comforted her. It's all money to spend, so you can't be stingy. It's fortunate that I have a place to send gifts. You don't know how many people fight to send gifts but can't find a way. You smile. In a few days, when the doors of our family open, there will be even more people coming to send gifts. At that time, you can take a look. You can choose the good ones first. Zhao Hui couldn't hold back her smile. She lightly patted her and said in annoyance, "How can I be greedy for your things?" She brushed it off and started to talk about the new clothes for the beginning of spring. "Last time, you didn't choose the furs that your Jiojio sent over. So I took the liberty to leave 2 pieces of fox fur for you to make a blanket. One is fiery red and the other is silver gray. It's good to match the clothes. As for the remaining pieces of dyed fur, I personally sewed a jacket for you. It can be worn when the weather is warmer. After a few days, you must try it on. If it doesn't fit, there is still time to change it." The blanket was similar to a shawl. It was short and did not have sleeves. The front and back of the shawl were made with pearls. It was fastened in front of the chest with gemstones or jade rings. It was made with fur to keep warm and show off the waist. All the madams and young ladies in the capital loved to wear it this way. If they didn't have 2 pieces of fur, they would be embarrassed to go out and meet guests. After talking about clothes, she moved on to jewelry. "You don't like to wear those bits and pieces, so I didn't buy more. Last month, eldest young master Xue sent over 2 boxes of pearls and gemstones. I saw that the color was very good, so I asked your Jiojio to find a goldsmith to make 2 sets of jewelry for you. One set is pearl and the other is jade. The design is simple and elegant. Don't not wear them and leave them to collect dust." As she said this, she asked a maidservant to enter the room and bring out 2 similar lacquer boxes. She handed them to her with both hands. Yushu was puzzled. She pulled them out and looked at them. Her eyes were filled with flowing colors. The jade was translucent and the pearls were colorful. With one look, she knew that they were rare and good things. "When did my eldest brother send these? Why didn't I know?" Zhao Hui was also stunned. She then patted her forehead. "I was so busy that I forgot to tell you. Just a month ago, There was a rumor in the capital that eldest young Master Shui went to avoid trouble. Later, he didn't come back, but not long after he came back, he sent someone to send them here. I still remember what the errand boy looked like. He had big eyes and looked cunning. Shui Rui asked someone to send the box directly to Zhao Hui. He said that it was a gift to show filial respect to Zhao Hui, an elder. But after he left, Zhao Hui opened the box and took a look. She immediately guessed that he was just being polite. Those pink beads that were as thick as a thumb, silver beads, and colorful gemstone pendants were not meant for an elderly woman like her. It was probably because Shui Rui and Yushu acted so well in front of others that Zhao Hui did not suspect that the two of them had an affair. She only thought of them as sworn siblings. "I'll keep the rest for you first," Zhao Hui glared at her. "It's useless for you to keep them. When spring comes, I'll think of some other designs for you. You can slowly save up for your dowry." Chapter 760. The 23rd day of the 12th lunar month was the Little New Year's Eve. Every year, the kitchen god would be worshipped at this time. The government would do it the first day, and the common people would do it the next day. It was said that the kitchen god was a deity assigned by the Jade Emperor to manage the common people's cooking stoves. He knew every household's problems like the back of his hand. To prevent the kitchen god from reporting them to the heavens, the common people would make offerings to cover his mouth. There would be a sacrifice in the palace that morning. As a court official, Yushu had to be there. She got up early in the morning and put on her court clothes. Before she left, she was stopped by Zhao Hui, who was preparing to offer the kitchen god. Zhao Hui stuffed a mouthful of kitchen god sweets into her mouth, mumbled something, and gave her a small bag of pastries. "Go home and eat after the court. Don't run around. We're sending the kitchen god today, so we don't want to visit other people's houses." "Oh, I got it." Yushu's throat turned red from the sweetness. Zhao Hui prepared everything and asked Shen Nanny to give her a bowl of tea to rinse her mouth. Only then did she let her go. Yushu went to the front yard and got on the sedan chair. Not far away, she saw the door of Shen Nanny's house open. There was a crowd outside the door. She guessed that they were all here to send the New Year's Eve, so she didn't go through the front door to avoid being blocked. As usual, the Celestial Commissioner presided over the sacrifice in the palace. This year it was better. The auspicious time was 9:15. It was almost noon, so they didn't have to arrive so early. However, Yushu heard that last year, it started early in the morning. All the civil and military officials had to enter the palace at 7 in the morning. It was even harder than the morning court. There was a long queue in front of the Meridian Gate. The snow on the palace road was swept clean, but the ground was still wet and slippery. It was easy for the horse carriages to slip, so everyone took the sedan chair out. It was cold, but it was safe. Yushu sympathized with the hard life of the sedan chair bearers. She gave each of them 2 extra cotton-padded jackets to change into. Even the leather hats, scarves, and handguards were made of solid cotton. She dared to say that among the dozens of sedan chairs, her sedan chair bearers were the thickest. While waiting for the palace gate to open, she sat inside, wrapped in a cotton mattress and drowsily dozing off. Suddenly, she heard a cough coming from outside and immediately woke up. She lifted the curtain and looked outside, only to see a tin-covered sedan chair parked beside her. Shui Rui's face was revealed and he was only 5 feet away from her. This was the first time the two of them met after meeting Yunhua that night. Even though Yushu had thousands of things to say to him, she could only blink at him, grin, and give him a secret signal. Yu day. Yu yun year. Yun year. Yu year after year. As for the details, it was not convenient for him to say them now, so he gave her a look of approval and changed the subject. "You must be very busy these days." Yushu said, "Don't mention it. I have to approve dozens of marriage contracts every day. My hands are numb just from stamping them." In the past, she could approve dozens of contracts every day. Now she had to work for 3 days. How could she not be tired? Of course, she could take it easy. But Emperor Zhaoqing was dying. Every family was in a hurry to have their wedding. If she dawdled, wouldn't she be hated? It was better to work harder. At the end of the year, Shui became idle instead. He would not send the unjust and false cases in the local areas to the capital during the new year. He would go to the Supreme Court to take attendance every day. He would read books, drink tea, and handle his personal affairs in passing. The two talked for a while. The procession in front slowly moved. The palace gate opened. This year, Ning Wang replaced Emperor Zhao Qing to ascend the Temple of Heaven. This was a great honor. The princes standing below the stage were envious. They wanted to replace him. The prayer was recited by the Grand Preceptor. It was very long. Yushu didn't understand it, but she knew the main idea was to pray for good weather and peace for the people of Den. The civil and military officials participated together. First, they burned incense, beat drums, and rang bells. Then they sacrificed cattle and sheep. Finally, they bowed 3 times and 9 kowtows to the heavens, the earth, and the gods. For a whole 2 hours, they stood there in the cold and couldn't move. It was suffocating. Yushu felt her face was stiff. She finally waited for the Grand Preceptor to announce the end of the ceremony. She was about to give a sigh of relief when she saw Ning Wang walk out to speak. She silently cursed his family in her heart. Fortunately, light snow suddenly floated down from the sky. Ning Wang didn't have time to give a long speech. The ceremony ended and everyone could leave the palace. A small portion of the officials stayed behind to curry favor with Ning Wang. Yushu slipped away. Of course, Shui left with her. Yushu covered her face with her hand and said, "Let's find a place to sit for a while." Before they left, Zhao Hui had reminded her that if they didn't visit today, it wouldn't be good to bring Shui home, much less his home. She couldn't resist complaining in a small voice, "AI, it's a pity that you rented Wang Jilu to someone else. It's hard to find a place to talk now." Shui patted the snowflakes on her shoulder and indicated for her to walk faster. "Just come with me." Yushu thought that he was going to take her somewhere good. The two left the palace and sat on the sedan. They circled around the northern part of the city and actually came to Baima Street. They entered through a small alley and stopped at the back courtyard of Wang Jilu. Before the sedan stopped, she came out. She looked with shock at Shui knocking on the back door and beckoning her in. The one who opened the door was also a familiar face. It was a Xiang, who had been sweeping the floor of the restaurant. Yushu finally recovered. She pointed at Shui, angry and laughing. She said, "Fine, you lied to me. Wang Jilu wasn't rented out at all." "When did I lie to you?" Shui turned his head to smile at her. Bathed in the fluffy snow, he asked, "Ah Shu, can Big Brother give Wang Jilu to you?" Yushu had a bewildered expression on her face. She didn't understand at first, but Shui took a step forward and held her hand. He didn't explain and only said, "I'll take you there to have a look." He then pulled her along as they passed through the hall under the drooping flower gate and arrived at the front building. As soon as she entered the door, Yushu widened her eyes, thinking that she had gone to the wrong place. The tables, chairs, and benches in the hall downstairs were all gone. The 4 walls were painted with huge murals. In the east, there was an azure dragon roaring and thundering. In the west, there was a white tiger riding the wind and breaking the waves. In the north, there was a black tortoise swallowing the clouds and spitting out rain. In the south, there was a vermilion bird flashing with lightning and fire. On the ground in the center of the hall, there was another yin and yang picture. Yushu can see the mystery behind this, so there's nothing she doesn't understand. She calms down her palpitations and looks around. She sees the 100 treasures pavilions on both sides of the road. The black wood is shiny, and even the roof beams and pillars have been repainted. There's a pile of rosewood tables and armchairs in the corner. All that's left is to put some goods on the 100 treasure shelves, invite a few teachers to sit, and hire a few workers. The surprise is yet to come. Shui takes her up to the 2nd floor. There are a few private rooms on the 2nd floor that are used as living rooms. The rest of the rooms are combined into a library. There are more than 20 bookshelves and 70% of the library is filled with books. Some are old and some are new. Yushu flips through a few books. The content is all about the Yidao. Some are transcripts, some are original books. But the paper is not something that can be bought on the street. After a rough calculation, There were at least 6,000 to 7,000 books here, if not more than 10,000. At first glance, it didn't sound very impressive, but one must know that these books were related to the Yishui, without any impurities or exaggerations. This was a considerable number. A family of Yishui that had been passed down for 6 generations probably had this number of books. Are you giving me a great exchange pavilion? She turns around and looks at him with a dry mouth. Shui raises his eyebrows and says proudly, I said that I will build a great exchange pavilion for you. The Wangji Tower is big enough. With some slight changes, it can be used for other purposes. Some of these books are copied by me earlier, some are from other places, and some are from my family's collection. The reason why the aristocratic families have a foothold is because of their heritage. What you lack can only be made up for in this aspect. Yushu had always regarded Shui as a steady man who was neither arrogant nor hot-tempered, and was mature and experienced. However, she never thought that he would do such a foolish thing that only a young boy who had his first awakening of love would do. Damn it, she didn't find it funny at all. Instead, it was like the candy that Zhao Hui stuffed into her mouth in the morning. She really doesn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. She puts the books back on the shelf and walks up to him to hold his hand. She says softly, I also want to open a great exchange pavilion, but I don't have enough experience. I have the place, but I am a loner. How can I be called an aristocratic family? If I can't be called an aristocratic family, how can I open a great exchange pavilion? Who said you are loner? Shui pulled her into his arms and lightly tapped her forehead with his index finger. Have you forgotten? I sent people to your hometown to investigate and found out that there was a Master Yi who served in the Imperial Astronomer for several generations in your Yu family. Counting up to you, you're exactly the 6th generation, which has been passed down for 6 generations. You're also an official in the Imperial Astronomer and a 5th-ranked Imperial female. You can enter and leave the Imperial Court and meet the Emperor, so why can't you be considered an aristocratic family? Yushu is dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Even if I can be called an aristocratic family, where can I find 2 De masters to oversee it? Shui laughs. Do you still need to look for one? There is already one. Don't tell me you think that just because he is sloppy, you think that his 2 rankings are fake? Xan Laowu. Yushu exclaims. How did she forget about him? Then what about one more? There is no need. You are a female fortune teller who ranks 3rd in the 2 rankings. You are 1 level higher than a D Master. Do you still need to find someone else? But I am in the Celestial Commissioner's office. How can I oversee a great exchange pavilion? Do you think that there are more than 10 De Masters in the capital every day? Shui retorts. Yushu finally understands. The conditions of a great exchange pavilion may sound impressive, but in reality, it is full of loopholes. With Shui words, he really did not want to give her a great exchange pavilion on a whim. Shui sees that she is tempted and adds fuel to the fire. Look at the aristocratic families from the 12 prefectures in Enling City. There are still a few families that have people in the Celestial Commissioner's office, but they are still able to stand strong. It is because they all have a great exchange pavilion. They are good at business, changing their names and standing among the commoners. They are not in the court, but their names are there. You have an undeserved reputation and a weak foundation. That is why there are always people who have ideas about you. The Ji family is like this, the Yin family is like this, and Ningguang is also like this. In the future, there will be more people who covet your talent and reputation. You have to plan early to protect yourself. Listening to the Jun's words, Yushu is suddenly enlightened. She did not understand the deeper meaning of his last sentence. The business of crystal stones cannot always be under the name of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. You should have heard of the saying, a tall tree attracts the wind. Your Jiujio has such a profitable business in his hands. Sooner or later, people will be jealous and plot against him. The waters of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce are deep. He is just a piece of floating ice. When the day comes that you cannot protect him, it will be the day that he loses everything. If you are willing to listen to me, quickly take back the business of crystal stones. When you open a great exchange pavilion, you can invite your Jiujio over to manage the business. This is the best of both worlds. Chapter 761. Yesterday, when the U residence opened its main doors, piles and piles of New Year's gifts were continuously moved in. Zhou Hu, who was in charge of the front yard, received so many gifts that his hands were tired. In the evening, he closed the door and refused to see any guests. When he went to the accountant's office to count, there were more than 200 bolts of various colors of cloth, spices and medicinal herbs were all weighed by weight, countless porcelain and jade wares, antique calligraphy and paintings, and many other strange and interesting things. It was as if they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to enter Yushu's eyes. After receiving the filial piety from others, Yushu was not careless in her work. The second day of the sacrificial kitchen was a dust-sweeping day. The celestial commissioner went up and down to rest, but she didn't slack off. Early in the morning, she went to the official's office and took Wen Xiao, and to count all the marriage contracts that had piled up before the new year. She worked overtime to record them and try to send them out before the new year. Wen Xiao and didn't have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction when he was pulled over on a day that was supposed to be a day of rest. Instead, he was full of energy. With Yu Shu's tacit approval, he received a lot of red packets in the past few days. If this continued, he wouldn't need to rent a house to live in anymore. Next year, he would be able to buy a smaller courtyard. From morning to night, Yu Shu packed her things and left when the sky turned dark. On the way, she sent Wen Xiao into the vicinity of the human training hall. Then, she took the spies that were secretly following her around Qianyuan Street and found the most expensive restaurant. She ordered a table of food and wine, and then sent an imperial bodyguard to invite Pei Jing. The Taiheng Chamber of Commerce wasn't far from here. As soon as the dishes were served, Pei Jing arrived. They sat in a private room on the upper floor. After closing the door, Lu Hong and Su Qing stood guard outside. Yu Shu got up and waited for Pei Jing to sit down. She first picked up a cup of wine and offered it to him. Ever since we came to the capital, our family has been under the care of Jiujio. Xiao Xiao and I don't have many relatives in this world. Other than godfather and godmother, we only recognize you as Jiujio. These words came from the bottom of her heart. Pei Jing had once lent her a helping hand when she was insignificant. When she had offended the Ji family in Yang City, she had no choice but to leave her hometown and go to the capital. It was also Pei Jing who had arranged a path for her, allowing her and little Xiao to follow the caravan to the capital. Although there had been an accident on the way, she still remembered this favor in her heart. Later, when she turned her life around, Pei Jing did not deliberately take advantage of her. Instead, he helped her a lot and always treated her and her brother as his juniors. Whether it was hypocritical or sincere, Yu Shu could see it clearly. That was why she was willing to give him half of the profits of the crystal business. It was not only to repay him, but also because she trusted him. We are family, there is no need to say such things. Pei Jing smiled as he took the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. He beckoned her to sit down. He did not move his chopsticks but asked leisurely, "You have set up a banquet to invite me so formally. You must have something important to discuss with me. I won't guess what it is, just say it." It was said that ginger was spicier with age. Yu Shu didn't know how to start. His question gave her a way out. She took the chance to speak of the idea of temporarily stopping the crystal business. Right now, Ning Wang is in power and the limelight is too tight. I have offended Ning Wang Yi before, and not long ago, I had a feud with the Yin family. I am afraid that someone will secretly play tricks and ruin our business. Why don't we stop for a while and observe the situation? Pei Jing's response was unexpected. He did not hesitate or doubt, and simply nodded his head in agreement. This business really does attract jealousy. The treasure house has been visited by thieves more than once. Because the losses weren't large, I didn't mention it to you. As for Master Su, someone found him and was willing to pay a high price to buy the raw materials from him. They had him inquire about the source of the materials from me. Luckily, Master Su is an honest person and told me everything. The Taiheng Chamber of Commerce was not an iron board. 2 days ago, at the tea party of the Dong family, There were several stewards who had come together to accuse him of currying favor and breaking the rules of the trade. They insisted that he stop selling, or else they would take out the process of growing crystal. They were willing to pay money to buy it. He didn't even blush when he said this. Pei Jing would rather not do this business than let them take advantage of him. I thought that we have made a lot of money, and now it's time to stop. Since you have this intention, then I will stop the business of Jubiozai tomorrow. When Master Su has finished the batch of materials on hand and sold the goods with the deposit, we will no longer flow out. I will calculate the profits later and give them to you together with all of them. Pei Jing was able to take and let go so easily. What else could Yu Shu say? She toasted him again. Pei Jing picked up the chopsticks and said to her, "You don't know that there are people who specially line up in our treasure house to get the crystals and sell them at a high price. When we run out of stock, those who have the crystals in their hands can wait for a period of time before selling them. The price can be multiplied several times." Yu Shu didn't think it was a pestle. The crystals we sell will slowly lose their effectiveness after 3 months. If they don't send them to me for maintenance, they won't be able to keep them for more than a few days. They are really greedy and will lose money. Pei Jing nodded and said, "This has been explained on the day of the business. If someone is not careful, they can't blame us." After talking about business in the restaurant, after a meal, Yu Shu and Pei Jing separated and went straight to Old Man Su's workshop. She took away the polished 200 crystal strips and paid him an ingot of gold. She wore thick clothes in the winter. She wrapped the box of more than 10 kilograms in her cloak. It was dark outside, so it was impossible to see what she was holding in her arms from a distance. As soon as she went out, she got into the carriage, covered the curtain, and then turned on the light to check. Old Man Su's craftsmanship was top-notch. The 200 crystal strips were polished neatly and of uniform length. The unnourished red crystals looked gray and somewhat similar to agate stones, but they were very different from the finished products sold by the treasure house. No one could tell that they were the same thing. The white crystal was to deceive people. According to the arrangement of the Book of Xian Nyu, 81 red crystals were enough, and the extra was to prevent mistakes in carving. When she returned to the mansion, she moved the 100 red crystals into a sandalwood box without anyone else's help and locked it. Early the next morning, she called Zhou Hu. "Send the New Year's gifts to Prime Minister Xue's residence personally. Take my invitation and say good things to everyone you meet. I will reward you when you come back." Zhou Hu was promoted to the chief steward of the Yu's residence, so he didn't care about giving gifts to others. However, it was different for Yu Shu. Sending gifts to the Prime Minister's residence was giving him face. "Don't worry," Mississippi Zhou Hu followed Exen and brought 2 servants to carry the New Year's gifts to the carriage. On the same day, they were sent to the Xue's residence. No one knew that there were deadly things hidden in the gifts. When Xue Lingnan saw the list of gifts that the Yu residence had sent over, he sent someone to find Xue Ru. He threw the list of gifts at his feet and said, "Last time, you promised her well, but in the end, you dragged it out for a few days. You didn't intend to let her testify against Prince Ning at all, right?" Xue Rui bent down to pick it up and glanced at it. Seeing that there were ordinary things on it, he immediately understood. Facing the old man's accusation, he bowed his head and admitted his mistake. For such a big matter, grandson thought it was too risky. Framing the royal family is a serious crime. If the matter failed, she would have to pay with her life. "Grandfather, please let her go and find another way." Hearing him change his words, Xue Lingnan laughed angrily. "Good, you've grown up. You even dare to disobey this old man's words. A woman outside, compared to the entire Xue family, can't you tell which is more important?" Xue Rui bowed his head and didn't say anything. Xue Lingnan saw that he couldn't persuade him, so he didn't waste any more effort. He waved his hand and said, "Live. You don't need to concern yourself with this matter anymore. You just need to remember who raised you all these years, who provided you with wealth and glory. Don't become an ingrate in the end and waste my son's life for you." Xue Rui was a person who could endure and give in. These years he was ordered to come and go by Xue Lingnan. Despite the resentment in his heart, except for that one time 3 years ago, he never talked back to the old man. Today, he suffered the same kind of humiliation and respectfully took his leave. 3 years ago, he ran away from home in search of his birth. Now that he knew who his birth parents were, he returned to the Shui family in order to repay the kindness of raising him. All he wanted was to have a clear conscience. Shui Rei thought about the gift list he saw earlier. When he returned to the courtyard, he called Hataku over and quietly reminded him. After dinner, a locked mahogany box was quietly placed on his desk. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve. This year's banquet had been cancelled, but Ning Wangfu had set up another banquet and sent out invitations. Yu Shu had been invited and had to go even if she didn't want to. It was a good thing it was a lunch banquet and wouldn't affect the family's reunion dinner. Speaking of Ning Wang, Yu Shu couldn't help but admire him. Ever since the great advisor had announced the imperial edict, Ning Wang had one foot in the Eastern Palace, but he hadn't done anything out of line. Faced with some opposition in court, he had tolerated it and didn't eliminate dissidents just because he had power. He was very patient. Take today's banquet for example. He didn't take the chance to hold it in the palace, but retreated to Ning Wangfu. This move of retreating to advance had calmed a lot of trouble. Didn't you see that even the major advisor had come personally to support him? The banquet was uneventful. On the surface, everyone seemed to be happy, and everything was tranquil. Yu Shu sat in a corner and tried to reduce her presence. She had divined the night before and knew that something would happen today. She had come to watch the show. Within expectations and beyond expectations. Just as everyone was eating and drinking to their heart's content, Ning Wang was proud of his success and was raising his cup to thank the guests. A wine cup was suddenly thrown from the banquet and smashed in front of Ning Wang's table. The shards flew and everyone was shocked. In the dark, a few death warriors quickly moved in front of Ning Wang to protect him. At the same time, a figure strode out from the crowd of guests. When Yu Shu saw who this person was, she paused. She hadn't thought that it would be him. She saw this person, dressed in a green robe and a jade belt, had a scholarly air. His steps were swaying and he looked drunk. He pointed at Ning Wang and scolded, "You heartless person, cruel and unscrupulous thing, killing your brothers and sisters, forming a clique for personal gain, and you have the face to dream of the throne." Lu Hao's expression changed dramatically. He slammed his hand on the table and said angrily, "Kong Qi, how dare you? Come, take him down and shut his mouth." But his hands and feet were not as fast as his mouth. Kong Qi did not dodge. Without waiting for people to come close, he scolded loudly again. "Back then, you schemed to kill the 10th princess. If he becomes the emperor, will he kill all your brothers and sisters, you bastard?" Before he could finish, he was pressed to the ground and his mouth was covered. Kong Qi struggled with all his might and made whimpering sounds, looking as though he wanted to fight to the death with Ning Wang. Lu Hao wanted to have someone kill him on the spot, but he could not do so under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He could only say with a cold expression, "Such a spoil sport on such a good day. Kong Qi, no matter who ordered you to slander me, you have committed the crime of disrespect. Guards, take him away first and try him again later." He avoided the important and focused on the trivial, trying to cover up this incident. But the person behind the scenes would not let him do as he wished. The judicial office official Guo Huaiyan stood out and said with a solemn expression, "If I didn't hear wrong, did he just mention the death of the 10th princess? This is a matter of life and death. Wang Yi, please hand this person over to the judicial office." Facing this person who had come out of nowhere, Lu Hao's face was ashen. He said, "No, this person slandered Ben Wang first. It is clear that someone is behind this. This concerns Ben Wang's innocence. Ben Wang must interrogate him personally." Seeing this, everyone became suspicious. How could the death of the 10th princess be related to Ning Wang? Wasn't it rumored that it was a young miss of the Shui family who caused it? What was going on with Guo Huaiyan? Wasn't the judicial office always in the middle? Why did he suddenly stand against Ning Wang? Huang Xiong's words are reasonable. But if this person stays in your fu, if he is killed, it will be blamed on you. At that time, even if you jump into the Yellow River, you won't be able to clear your name. This time, it was Lu Tan who spoke. On the surface, he was thinking for Ning Wang, but anyone with ears could hear the meaning behind his words. At this point, Prime Minister Yin, who had been pretending to be deaf and mute, finally spoke. The Wang Fu is heavily guarded. How can it not be guarded against a single person? Your Highness Jing Wang is exaggerating. Seeing that the two sides were in a deadlock and no one was willing to give in, Grand Tidian, who was sitting on the VIP seat, suddenly stood up and walked to Kong Qi. He lowered his head and glanced at him, then turned back to Lu Hao and Guo Huaiyan. Why don't you hand the person over to me, the Celestial Commissioner? After tonight, tomorrow's trial, Ning Wang and Guodaran can rest assured. What else could Lu Hao say? He couldn't keep the person. If he didn't hand him over to the Celestial Commissioner, he could only hand him over to the judicial office. So he agreed. Guo Huaiyan also nodded and sat back down. Zhu Muzhao waved his hand and people followed the guards of the Wang Fu to take Kong Qi away. He then bid farewell. With this, no one was in the mood to stay. Ning Wang forced a smile as he sent off the officials and didn't return to the banquet. Yu Shu saw that the excitement had died down and secretly exchanged glances with Xue Rui. They left Ning Wang Fu one after the other and met up outside the door. The two of them sat in a carriage and let the driver slowly drive back. With this kind of mess, if they talked about it, the spies in the dark would treat it as normal. Today's events were all arranged by Prime Minister Xue. Yu Shu sighed in admiration. I didn't think that your grandfather didn't come today but ordered Guodaran around. I think that other than him, no one else would dare to oppose Ning Wang. In terms of rank, the official of the judicial office, Guo Huaiyan, was not as high as the elders of the court, but in terms of reputation and power, he didn't lose to a first-rank official. Before today, Yu Shu and the others had assumed that Guo Huaiyan was a neutral party. Who would have known that he would stand on the side of the Xue family? Xue Rui sighed. Yu Shu looked strangely at him. Why aren't you happy? Ning Wang is going to be unlucky this time. I think that he won't be able to hold the position of regent for long. As she spoke, she suddenly realized, you aren't worried that Kong Qi will expose the affair between him and 10th Princess and ruin 10th Princess' reputation? She glared at him and said icily, you really are infatuated. If 10th Princess knew in the underworld, she would be so moved she would die again. It wasn't that she wanted to argue with a dead person, but the things that 10th Princess had done when she was alive disgusted her. And this woman was Xue Rui's first love. She couldn't tolerate it. Xue Rui heard that her words were becoming more and more ridiculous and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, don't speak nonsense, I wasn't thinking of such things. Then why are you sighing? I'm sighing that grandfather is forcing Ning Wang like this. Even if the matter succeeds, the result may not be good. Chapter 762. As Kong Qi was taken away by the Grand Supervisor, Lu Hao was unable to stop him. He managed to maintain his composure as he saw off the officials that had come to support him. Turning around, his face darkened. He kicked the death warrior that was kneeling on the ground and begging for forgiveness. Trash. You can't even stop a single person. In reality, the Wang Fu's death warriors couldn't be blamed for being a beat too slow. In today's occasion, their priority was to protect the safety of their mistress. Who would have thought that someone would jump out of nowhere and not to assassinate, but to curse? Wang Yi did not give the order. The people present were all officials of the court. They couldn't just kill someone they saw appear. It wasn't just them that didn't react. Even Lu Hao himself didn't expect this sudden event. In these years, Kong Qi had been obedient to him and obedient. He had thought that he had subdued the other long ago. He hadn't thought that Kong Qi would suddenly betray him, and even more so, that the Chief Justice of the Judicial Office, Guo Huaiyan, would get involved. Old thief Xue, Ben Wang won't attack you, but let you stab Ben Wang first. Lu Hao used his brain and guessed who was behind Kong Qi. If it wasn't the Empress, then it could only be the Xue family. Seeing Lu Hao's displeased expression, the strategist standing to the side spoke up, Your Highness, Kong Qi is spouting nonsense today and everyone here has heard it. If we don't clarify it as soon as possible, I'm afraid it will attract criticism. If word gets out, Ben Wang is upright and upright, What is there to be afraid of? Kong Chi was bribed by someone to slander me, but there is no proof. It is just slander. How many people would easily believe it? Even though he said so, Lu Hao had other concerns. He wasn't afraid that Kong Chi would report him because he was sure that he had done everything cleanly in the past. Even if people were suspicious, they wouldn't be able to find proof. What he was afraid of was the Grand Supervisor personally questioning him. In front of the Great Hole Illumination technique, the truth would be revealed. The crux was that after the Grand Supervisor knew the truth, whose side would he stand on? Lu Hao returned to the Hoyuan with a heavy heart. He dismissed the maid that Ning Wangfei had sent to greet him and went to the small yard in the western corner of the garden. On the 30th day of the Lunar New Year, the prince's mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the ground was full of firecrackers. Only this corner was deserted, and there was only a pair of couplets outside the door to welcome the spring festival. There was a fire burning in the room. 2 maidservants were sitting on a small stool doing needlework. A beautiful, fair-skinned woman was lying on the kong, holding a book in her hand. She was wearing a plain cotton dress, and from head to toe, not a single hairpin or ring could be seen. Her simple appearance was out of place in this painted room. By now, everyone in Ning Wangfu knew that this Ru Wei Furen was Wang Ye's new favorite. Because she had given birth to the eldest son and had worked hard, even Ning Wangfei didn't dare to be harsh on her. But no one knew that she had another identity. She was actually the once famous hideous Great E-Master, Ji Xingxuan. Lu Hao came in from outside. The Yahuan hurriedly stood and bowed. Ji Xingxuan calmly put down the book and straightened her body. As she looked for shoes to wear, she asked in a gentle voice, "At this time, Yi, why aren't you receiving guests in front? Why have you come to Nuja's place?" Lu Hao waved his hand for the Yahuan to leave. With a cold face, he walked next to her and sat down. At this time, Ji Xingxuan was still slowly putting on shoes. He frowned and said, "Just sit." Without a servant in front of her, Ji Xingxuan was too lazy to put on an act. She put her legs back on the kong and pulled over a brocade blanket to cover herself. She looked coldly at Lu Hao and asked, "What happened that made Wang Yi come to find me in such a hurry?" Lu Hao narrated what had happened at the banquet. From the moment she had become Ru Wei Furen, he had treated this woman as a helper. He knew that her scheming and shrewdness didn't lose to any man. She was also a genuine Great E-Master. So when he encountered something troublesome, he was always willing to come to her place to sit. Even if she couldn't come up with a plan, if she accidentally said 1 or 2 words, she would be able to enlighten him. This was the principle of a bystander seeing more clearly. This time was no exception. After listening to his narration, Ji Xingxuan's words hit his heart. Wang Yi is worried about the Great E-Master's great insight technique. You're afraid that if he finds out that you caused the sudden death of the 10th princess, he will deal with the matter impartially. Once the Great E-Master stood on the opposite side of Lu Hao, then not only would Lu Hao not be able to keep his position as regent, but he would also be unable to recover from this setback. Correct, Lu Hao didn't deny it. The Shui family is like a grasshopper after autumn. They won't be able to jump for more than a few days. With Guohuayan, Ben Wang isn't afraid of them. Only the Great E-Master, Ben Wang, can't lose his support if he wants to legitimately enter the Eastern Palace. The Great E-Master of the Celestial Commissioner held the most power in his hands. It wasn't in rewarding and punishing the members of the imperial family, but in the matter of choosing a successor. No matter who became emperor in the future, he could veto it with 1 vote. Hearing Lu Hao's confession, Ji Xingxuan smiled faintly and said in a very confident tone, "Wang Yi, do not worry. Even if the Great E-Master knows that the 10th princess' death is related to you, he won't oppose you. On the contrary, he will protect you." "Oh." Lu Hao looked at her in confusion and looked like he was all ears. "I can tell Wang Yi why, but you have to promise me one thing." Ji Xingxuan took the opportunity to make a request. "You want to talk about conditions again?" Lu Hao wasn't angry and said generously, "As long as what you say makes sense, Ben Wang will promise you." Receiving the promise, Ji Xingxuan's body leaned forward slightly and she lowered her voice to say, I have told Wang Yi that the crown prince has always been chosen by the book of mystery woman Lu Ren. You must not understand why the emperor has been so slow in making a decision. That is because the book of mystery woman was lost 20 years ago. Lu Hao was shocked. He had guessed many things before, but he didn't expect the problem to be this. Ji Xingxuan continued. That is why the emperor has been so slow in making a decision, and appointing you as the regent of the country is only an expedient measure. It is because other than you, there is no one else among the princes who can take charge of the country. If you are kicked out of this position, no matter which prince is the regent, they will become someone else's puppet. The great master is a pure courtier. He will not watch as the imperial power is lost. Compared to the grand plan of the country, whether Wang Yi killed the 10th princess or not is an insignificant matter. Ji Xingxuan's analysis was thorough. Lu Hao's eyes flickered and his expression changed. One moment he was smiling, the next moment he was frowning. After a long while, he calmed down and clapped his hands. So that is the case. According to what you said, the great master will protect Ben Wang. Ji Xingxuan continued. Even so, Wang Yi must not be careless. The great master will not make things difficult for you, but the Xue family will not let this matter go. I believe that apart from Kong Qi, they must have other tricks up their sleeves. Lu Hao sneered. As long as the great master does not make things difficult for me, I have ways to deal with the Xue family. What does Wang Yi have in mind? Ji Xingxuan asked curiously. Lu Hao was in high spirits, so he didn't hide anything and told her in detail. A while ago, Imperial Father assigned me an errand to investigate who was responsible for Jing Chen's mishap on the way back to the capital. Since there weren't any clues, the task was put on hold. Not long ago, the palace issued an order for a wanted criminal to be posted on the imperial bulletin, and a chief steward of the Xue family was captured. Afterwards, I found out that it was Jing Chen who entered the palace to present a portrait. It was said that when he was kidnapped, he had seen this person. Only then did I conclude that Jing Chen's danger was related to the Xue family. Didn't you say that Jing Chen is the so-called Dawn Calamity? His fate is closely related to our dynasty. Once something happens to him, the world will be in chaos. At that time, the traitors will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. There is no doubt that the Xue family has the intention to rebel. Since Xue Lingnan wants to settle old scores with me, there is no need for me to be polite with him. He can let Kong Qi accuse me of killing my brother. Why can't I let others accuse him of treason? At that time, he can't even protect himself. How can he accuse me? Lu Hao has long thought of using this matter to destroy the Xue family. However, he is worried that if he acts too aggressively, the High Commissioner will intervene. Without the support of the High Commissioner, he will not be able to hold his position as the regent. But now that he no longer had this layer of scruples, he could go all out and do it. Your Highness is brave and resourceful. There is no need to worry about failure. Ji Xingxuan sincerely praised. Lu Hao looked at her fair and flawless face. He was so close to her that he could smell the faint cold fragrance on her body. An idea came to his mind. He lifted her chin and said in a loud voice, "Just now, I promised you one thing. What do you want?" Ji Xingxuan does not avoid his frivolous action. She lowers her eyebrows and says, "I want to go out for a while. I ask for your permission." As soon as she finishes speaking, she feels a pain in her chin. In front of her, Lu Hao's eyes are cold. He pinches her chin and whispers, "Let me guess. You want to go out to find your omniscient master?" Ji Xingxuan frowns and bears the pain. "I have been cooped up in this residence for too long. I want to go out for a walk. If your Highness doesn't believe me, you can send someone to follow me." Lu Hao raised his eyebrows. The Ji Xingxuan that this prince knows is indeed not a woman who is content with the inner courtyard, yet you are willing to bind yourself for the sake of this child. This prince really wants to know who the biological father of this child is, to be able to make you so determined to continue the family line for him. Ji Xingxuan tightens her lips and remains silent. Lu Hao sneered and let go of her. He got up and walked out. "Let's see when you want to go out. Send someone to inform this prince." This is agreeing to her request. Ji Xingxuan looks at his back disappearing behind the screen. She lightly rubbed her chin. There wasn't any distress left on her face. Her expression was frighteningly calm. The scorn at the corner of her mouth was especially clear. How would you know? This child is my last hope. The events that happened at Ning Wangfu's noon banquet seemed to fly into the palace. Rui Empress received the news before nightfall. She immediately smashed her beloved mutton fat jade cup. Then she sat silently in her bedroom for an hour until the sky darkened. Zheng Shanggong reminded her multiple times that it was time before she called someone in to help her change clothes. Set up the carriage to Zhongcui Palace. On New Year's Eve, there was no banquet in the palace, but the New Year's Eve dinner still had to be eaten. However, the emperor wasn't present. The Feipin preferred to eat their own, so Rui Empress didn't call everyone to her Perqingwu Palace. The empress arrived. Zhongcui Palace had just set up the banquet. Noble consort Xue didn't go out to welcome her. She waited until Rui Empress entered the hall before calling a palace maid to help her up. No need to be so courteous. Mimi, sit down. Rui Empress looked at noble consort Xue's haggard appearance. Her emotions were complicated. On one hand, she was jealous that this woman had once been pampered, but on the other hand, she felt that she was in the same boat as her. Noble consort Xue sat down with her big belly. She smiled slightly at Rui Empress and said, "This year's New Year's Eve is unreasonably quiet. Does Jiejie feel lonely and came to find me as a companion?" Without responding, Rui Empress walked to the side of the table. She waved her sleeve and said to the attendants in the hall, "All of you leave first." Half of the people didn't move. At first, they didn't move. Seeing noble consort Xue wave her hand, they retreated. Very quickly, only Rui Empress and noble consort Xue were left in the empty hall. They looked at each other. Rui Empress was the first to speak. Her eyes were slightly red as though she was trying to suppress her temper. "Xue He, Ben Gong wants you to tell me the truth. Who killed my Yap?" Noble consort Xue's maiden name was He. He was crimson red. It had been a long time since anyone called her by this name. Noble consort Xue dazed. She raised her head to look at Rui Empress, the smile at the corner of her lips gradually cooling. "Who killed the 10th princess?" "Empress, you shouldn't ask me, you should ask yourself." Ning Wang's hands and feet were clean, but Rui Empress' own daughter, how could she not know? As long as she investigated, she would definitely find clues. But even if Rui Empress guessed who the culprit was, she wouldn't say it. 3 years ago, Rui Empress had used the death of the 10th princess to viciously suppress her and taste the sweetness. In these 3 years, Rui Empress had also used the death of the 10th princess to step on her head step by step. Now, she had come to denounce her and put on such a sorrowful and angry expression. Who was she showing it to? Rui Empress back froze. She could read the disdain in the eyes of the woman in front of her, but she couldn't get angry. Because she wasn't confident, because she was guilty. "Empress, you really don't know?" Noble consort Xue sneered. Even though the 10th princess was deep in the palace, she had an affair with a foreign official. Long before my nephew, she had made a promise to marry him. Who knew that the man had purposefully seduced her? But in order to escape the marriage arranged by the emperor, she listened to someone else's evil plan and jumped into the lake from Seaview Tower, framing my little niece. Who would have thought that the heavens would scheme against her? In the end, she died, harming others and harming herself. The hall was brightly lit, illuminating Rui Empress' face as white as paper. "Don't say any more. Didn't you want to ask?" "Empress, guess, does the emperor know what I just said?" I guessed that he knew. Was there anything in the palace that could be hidden from the emperor? But he clearly knows who killed your precious daughter, but he still didn't punish the culprit and still doted on her. Even when he was gravely ill, he let that cruel and unscrupulous thing take on the position of regent. Doesn't this mean that the emperor doesn't even care about you, the empress? Shut up. Oh, right, there's also the 5th prince who died early. That was the emperor's son. He died so mysteriously. Even now, the murderer hasn't been found. It's so pitiful. I told you to shut up. Rui Empress stared viciously at noble consort Xue. The grace and magnanimity she had in front of others had completely disappeared. It looked like if she said one more word, she would fight her to the death. Noble consort Shui smiled and added one last stab without fear. I heard that Xu Fei went to you a few days ago to ask for the Eastern Palace seal. She said that Ning Wang should be moved in to make it easier for Ning Wang to manage the court. Did the Empress agree? Rui Empress' anger reached its peak. Her palms were scratched, her eyes burning red. After a few breaths, she closed her eyes tightly in front of noble consort Shui. Blood slowly returned to her face. In a flash, she suddenly opened her eyes and stared at noble consort Shui. In a raspy voice, she said, Ben Gong and you will work together and chase Ning Wang out of Jing. Chapter 763. On the first day of the 88th New Year, the new year had a new atmosphere. Last night, the whole family stayed up all night and didn't feel tired. Early in the morning, Yu Shu brought Yu Xiaoxiu to kowtow to the elders of the family. After eating breakfast, Pei Jing brought his foreign and daughter over. In an instant, the house was filled with children and grandchildren. As the only old person in the two families, He Lao Tai Tai gave out red packets one after another. Even though she lost money, she was smiling like a flower. The sound of firecrackers in celebration of the Spring Festival did not stop. From time to time, people would come to pay their New Year greetings. Most of them came for Yu Shu, but there were also He Fangji's friends and neighbors. What was worth mentioning was that Jing Wang Fu also sent a steward over to say auspicious words. Along the way, there was also a painting personally written by Jing Wang that he gifted to Yu Shu. After they left, Pei Jing and He Fangji discussed, I didn't think that His Highness Jing Wang would be so amiable and approachable. He really doesn't seem like the lofty and aloof person that the rumors say. Yu Shu didn't think so in her heart. Originally, she was also intimidated by Lu Tan's reticence. It was only until Shui Rui's mishap that she realized that Lu Tan was a fickle and heartless person. Now, he was only putting on an act because she had the value of befriending him. The entire morning was spent welcoming and sending off guests. Even though Yu Shu only said a few polite words, she still felt tired. It was almost noon when the person she had been waiting for finally came. Yesterday, after the banquet at Ning Wang Fu, Shui Rui had told her that he would come today. Actually, according to reason, she should have gone to the Shui Fu to pay her New Year greetings to Prime Minister Shui. Due to various reasons, it was changed to Shui Rui who came to find her. Hearing the servant's report, Yu Shu got up and went out to greet them. From afar, she saw Shui Rui dressed in new clothes and a new hat. He had an imposing appearance and two attendants behind him, carrying something as he walked over from the direction of the main door. Shui Rui noticed her as well, and a smile couldn't help but hang on his face. He arrived before her before stopping, and then slightly raised his head to size up the slender and elegant beauty that stood on the staircase. She wore a silver white satin jacket that was pinned at the waist, and a long skirt that reached her feet was embroidered with a circle of silver red lotus flowers that were on the verge of blooming, and it complemented the fiery red fox pelt on her shoulder, causing her complexion to be bright and beautiful, and her appearance to be moving. What made him even more happy was that although she didn't wear many pieces of jewelry, the hairpins and earrings were all carefully selected by him. Most men have this kind of vanity, hoping that their loved one's clothes, food, shelter, and transportation wouldn't be handled by others, and he was no exception. The two of them stood at the door of the living room and exchanged affections. If He Fangji hadn't called out to them, they wouldn't have felt cold even if they stood there for 2 hours. Your nephew wishes the two uncles a happy new year. I wish the whole family happiness and prosperity. The moment Shui Rui entered the room, he bowed to greet He Fangji. He Fangji accepted it calmly, but it was Pei Jing who waved his hand and stood up to avoid it. In terms of seniority, Shui Rui was a junior, but no matter what, he was still an official of the imperial court. Even if he and Yu Shu were in the same city, Pei Jing knew that he was just a businessman, so he could not afford to have Shui Rui greet him. Seeing this scene, although Shui Rui felt helpless, he didn't rush to greet them. He didn't want his future father-in-law and uncle-in-law to see any clues. After sitting in the living room for a while, Yushu found an excuse to take Shui to see old Tai Tai He and Zhao Hui. Before the two of them left, they finally had a chance to be alone. It was a pity that they didn't talk about romance, but important political news. What you said to me yesterday, I only understood after I went home and thought about it. Yushu lowered her voice and said, the great emperor suggested that Kong Qi be taken away. As long as he questioned her, he would be able to tell the truth and know that the 10th princess had died in Ning Wang's trap. But he may not be impartial. Without the Book of Xian Nu and the Mandate of Heaven and Tai Gu, the emperor cannot choose an heir. So he has to support Ning Wang. Once Ning Wang is convicted of murdering his siblings, the position of the regent will have to be replaced. Seeing Ning Wang's misfortune, she only cared about gloating. Shui concluded that Ning Wang's fall was not necessarily a good thing. She herself didn't know anything about politics, but under his influence, she gradually learned how to examine the situation of the court. It is exactly so. Shui walked shoulder to shoulder with her. He held her hand with one hand and gathered her slender fingers into his sleeve. Amongst all the imperial princes, only Ning Wang is capable of holding his own. The others have to rely on their relatives. Since ancient times until now, the greatest taboo of imperial power is to fall into the hands of outsiders. So not only will the great advisor not expose Ning Wang's crimes, for the sake of the overall situation, he will even protect Ning Wang. Yushu frowned. Even if it is De Tiao, he can't confuse black and white. If the evidence is conclusive, and Ning Wang is convicted, what will happen? If it really reaches that step, just look at who will have the power in the end. That person will be the real culprit who tried to kill you. Maybe it will be my grandfather, or maybe it will be someone else. Shui words were shocking. Yushu suddenly stopped walking and looked in bewilderment at him. From the time he had disappeared until now, the two of them had avoided this question. She suspected that Jing Chen's danger and the murders in Taisher Library were all secretly orchestrated by Shui Lingnan, but she had never asked Shui for proof, afraid that it would make things difficult for him. Facing his sudden confession, she didn't know what to do. Shui tightened his grip on her hand, his eyes unwavering. You don't want to make things difficult for me, but I can't pretend to be deaf and mute. I didn't tell you before because I couldn't tell right from wrong. But I know that the culprit behind the scenes has been plotting for a long time to take the throne. You and I are powerless to interfere in the case of Ning Wang. We only need to keep our eyes open and watch. Whether he is loyal or not, there will be a conclusion. Yushu's emotions fluctuated. Even if she had doubts, she could only hide them in her heart. If Shui Lingnan was the culprit behind the scenes, what would Shui do? She didn't care if she took revenge or not. After all, she was living well. Seeing that the Shui family had raised Shui, she could let bygones be bygones. But if Shui Lingnan was really a traitor, then could it be that Shui had to become a traitor in order to repay his kindness? Shui could see that she was thinking nonsense again. He gently pinched her palm and said in a low voice, "Right now, the most important thing for us is to get the Chunjun sword." If they had the Book of Mystery Maiden Lu Ren and the Chunjun sword, they would no longer be fish on the chopping block. On the first day of the first month, Guo Huaiyan went to the Celestial Commissioner to ask for him. The Grand Commissioner did not release him and gave a very legitimate reason. Kong Qi reported the Qinhuang, which was beyond the jurisdiction of the judicial office. It had to be reported to the emperor first and then investigated. These words were passed to Ning Wang Fu in the inner palace, but there were different reactions. Ning Wang was more and more convinced that the Grand Commissioner wanted to protect him. But if he thought he could rest easy like this, then he was very wrong. The next day, an imperial decree was sent to the Grand Tidian. The Empress ordered the imperial astronomer and the Supreme Court to investigate the case of the 10th princess's murder 3 years ago. They had to find out the truth and bring the murderer to justice. Emperor Zhao Qing was recuperating in Huazhen Garden. In Jing, the Empress' decree was the most important. Even if the Grand Commissioner could not disobey the decree, he could only open the case for investigation. When Ning Wang heard the news, he immediately knew that the Empress and noble consort Shui were working together to bring him down. Even though he hated them, he did not sit and wait for death. That night, he visited the Celestial Commissioner and had a secret talk with the Grand Commissioner. The content was not known to others. On the third day of the first month, Kong Chi was officially handed over to the judicial office to be imprisoned. At most 3 days later, the evidence would be gathered and the trial could begin. There were no airtight walls in this world. Also, there were people purposefully spreading the news. In less than 3 days, the rumors that Ning Wang had schemed to kill the 10th princess and then shifted the blame to the Shui family, causing Empress Rui and noble consort Shui to turn against each other, spread through the court. At the same time, a memorial was sent from the north to the capital at top speed. A battle filled with the smoke of gunpowder had quietly begun. On the second day after the judicial office opened the case, Yu Shu and Jing Chen met with the Grand Commissioner at Taishi Tower. The Chun Jun sword had finally been forged. You come and see if it's real or fake. Zhu Muzhao had a long and narrow sword case in front of him. He indicated for Jing Chen to come forward and open it. Yu Shu didn't move from her spot but stretched her neck to look. She saw Jing Chen take out a bronze short sword. The blade was black and shiny, the patterns on the hilt indistinct. It appeared to be very old. At first glance, it looked very intimidating. But she knew that the Grand Commissioner would not bring the real sword in front of them. This was definitely a fake. Jing Chen weighed it in his hand and lightly tapped on the blade. He turned it over and over to examine it. He exclaimed in shock, "This sword is exactly the same as the one I saw that day. It's a fake?" Zhu Muzhao smiled faintly. There are so many skilled craftsmen in the world. It's not strange to pass off a fake as the real one. Not just the Chun Jun sword, even the book of Xiannu Lu Ren can be forged. Yu Shu's eyelids twitched. She thought that he didn't say this casually. In order to dispel his doubts, she said, "The 6 weapons of founding dynasty are extraordinary. Ordinary people can't tell the real from the fake. I think the Grand Commissioner must have a way to tell." Zhu Muzhao looked at her and nodded in agreement. Yu Shu frowned and said, "I don't know if Yunhua Ez also knows how to tell. What if he recognizes that the Chun Jun sword is fake and refuses to give me the book of Xiannu Lu Ren?" "Don't worry. Even if he can tell the real from the fake, it will be after you read the book of Xiannu Lu Ren." Zhu Muzhao was calm and composed. The words that came out of his mouth were always easily convincing. Yu Shu sneered and thought, "Of course you can make me feel at ease. You brought this fake sword to trick me into looking for Yunhua so that you can follow the clues and capture Yunhua. Then, the book of Xiannu Lu Ren will be in your hands, and the next step will be to obtain Destiny's Tai Bone. Put away the fake sword and bring it to Yunhua as soon as possible." Zhu Muzhao said solemnly, "When you read the book of Xiannu Lu Ren, you will know who is lying to you. At that time, I will want you to sacrifice your life for Jing Chen. If you continue to make excuses, I will not be lenient." He did not ask how Yu Shu could get in touch with Yunhua, nor did he ask when she was going to see Yunhua. It looked like he was purely trying to gain Yu Shu's trust so that she would obediently marry Jing Chen. However, Yu Shu knew that once she walked out of the door with this fake sword, she would face an unprecedented test. She took the heavy sword case from Jing Chen's hands and hugged it in her arms. She nodded at the Grand Commissioner and left. Jing Chen followed closely behind her. Chapter 764. Jing Chen sent Yu Shu home, and the two of them talked about the next arrangements. The forged book of Mystery Fairy's 6 rens has been sent to Yunhua. We will meet at the Rising Cloud Temple outside the city. The 7th day of the Lunar New Year is Human Victory Day. During the day, the temple will be overcrowded with pilgrims. It will be convenient for us to act. The 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Isn't that the day after tomorrow? Isn't it a little too hasty? Jing Chen had a worried expression. Why is it hasty? We have to finish it quickly. Yu Shu sat cross-legged on the horizontal couch. She held the heavy fake sword with both hands. She touched it left and right and muttered, "Does the Chun Jun sword look like this? It doesn't look special. Even the blade is blunt. It is far from the treasured swords that can cut through iron like mud. Can it really destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy?" Jing Chen's attention was diverted by her. He looked at the arm-length short sword in her hand and said, "Since my father said it, it can't be wrong. On the other hand, the book of Mystic Maiden that you forged using crystal stones, is it really as invulnerable as the real deal? Are you still worried about me?" Yu Shu put the fake sword back into the box and looked up at him. "On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, we will go out in the afternoon. Before sunset, we will rush to the Rising Cloud Temple and meet Yunhua. The Great Tipping Point will definitely send someone to follow us. Once they make a move, no matter what happens, don't worry about me. Don't let them catch Yunhua." This was a series of plans. The Great Tipping Point would give her a fake sword to lure Yunhua to show up. They would team up and put on a show. They would send the fake Book of Mystery Fairy to the Great Tipping Point and coax him to give away the real Chunjun sword. They would then rob him halfway. After Jing Chen left, Yu Shu divined another 2 divinations for peace of mind. The first one asked for success or failure, and the second one asked for good or ill fortune. The results were ambiguous. Even though she used the Tihu incense, it was not thorough enough. It seemed that there were too many variables, so the future was uncertain. Yu Shu was not nervous because of this. Even if there was only a 10% chance of winning the sword, she would not retreat. Coincidentally, on the 7th day of the new year, the trial for the murder of the 10th princess would begin. The court was set up in the Celestial Commissioner's office, presided over by the great Tito Zhu Muzhao and the Supreme Court's Chancellor Guo Huaiyan. Supervising the trial were the Duke of Jing, the Count of Zhongyong and the Prince of Xiang. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Prime Minister Xue and Prime Minister Yin did not appear that day. Because the person involved was Ning Wang, and it was related to the dignity of the imperial family, other than the relevant personnel, no one was allowed to be present. As one of the witnesses, Xue Rui and Xue Jinshuan were invited to the court to testify. On the other hand, Yu Shu was at home, refusing to see any guests and getting ready. When Zhao Hui heard that she was going to Xingyun Taoist Temple to offer incense in the afternoon, she wanted to go with her. However, Yu Shu's words made her change her mind. "There are too many people going out of the city today. The road is crowded. If Mother wants to go, after a few days when we are free, we can hire an extra carriage and let Godfather take the old lady's family to go with us." Zhao Hui then took out 20 taels of silver for her to buy more incense, candles, and fruits to worship. When Yu Shu came out of the upper room, she went to Xiaoxiu's place. It was the new year, so the medical house was temporarily closed. It would only reopen after the 15th. Yifangji went out to visit friends, so Yu Xiaoxiu had a long holiday. He had gone out with Hu Tian, to play for the past 2 days. Because his clothes were burned by the firecrackers, he was scolded by Yifangji with a stern face last night. So today, he stayed at home and studied pharmacology. Yu Shu quietly entered the door and saw Yu Xiaoxiu sitting in front of the desk. His 2 hands were holding a handwritten scroll. His eyes were closed, his little face was tense, and his back was straight. Listening to his smooth writing, although there were pauses, there were no stumbles. It could be seen that he was very hardworking. Bai Ran was copying something on the other side of the desk. When she saw her come in, she put down the brush and called out, "Mississippi." Only then did Yu Xiaoxiu open his eyes. Why didn't you go out to play today?" Yu Shu asked knowingly. Yu Xiaoxiu embarrassedly scratched his head and whispered, "I played enough. I haven't memorized the book yet." Yu Shu smiled and gently knocked on his forehead. Then she walked around the room with her hands behind her back. She didn't find what she was looking for, so she asked, "Where is Kim Bao? Didn't I tell you not to let it out when it's cold?" Since she entered the court as an official, she had no time to take care of the little yellow mouse, so she gave it to Yu Xiaoxiu to take care of. She was not a caring person, so she usually didn't think about this little thing. Kim Bao was smart enough to recognize people, and it almost became a spirit. If it was let out, it wouldn't run away. However, it loved to eat and drink in the kitchen, so Zhao Hui didn't know how many times she told Yu Xiaoxiu to look after it. During the new year, it was not allowed to run around and bite things. "I didn't let it out. It was just here. I don't know why, but I heard it chirping nonstop when I got up. I thought it was too noisy, so I asked Bai Ran to take the cage to the west room. When Yu Shu heard this, she felt a little strange. Jin Bao was a peculiar mouse. It was like a mascot that had helped her escape from dangers several times. That was why she thought of bringing it with her to increase her luck in this battle with her life on the line. When she heard that Kim Bao was abnormal today, she inevitably thought about it. Was it some kind of omen? Bai Ran, go and bring the cage to me. Bai Ran went. After a while, she heard the familiar sound of a mouse outside the door. Bai Ran came in from the outside and put a square iron cage in front of her. This was a cage that she had specially found a skilled craftsman to make. It was as big as 2 bird cages put together. There was a fake tree carved with roots, a cave dug out of marble, and the bottom was covered with fine pine wood chips. Kim Bao was only the size of a palm, so it could have fun inside. At this moment, Jin Bao was hugging a pocket-sized tree and chirping. When he looked up and saw Yu Shu, he became even more excited. He jumped down from the small rockery and threw himself onto the milky yellow pine wood shavings. As he rolled around, he made a ruckus. Just as Yu Xiaoxiu had said, he was extremely noisy. Squeak, 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 squeak. What are you doing? Yu Shu stretched out a finger and poked it. Kim Bao opened its little paws and hugged her fingertips. Its furry little head kept rubbing against her, as if it was playing coquettishly. Yu Xiaoxiu came to the side and said, I think it wants to go out to play. It has been locked up for several days. Why don't we let it go out to play? Yu Shu patted its head and said, No need. It's just that you've spoiled it. It'll be well behaved if it stays with me for 2 days. As she said this, she picked up the cage and was about to leave. Bai Ran saw this and quickly reached out. The cage is heavy. Miss, let me carry it. Yu Shu did not refuse his kindness. She handed the cage to him and told Yu Xiaoxiu to memorize it well. Then she turned around and went out. Bai Ran followed her to the north courtyard. Yu Shu did not ask him to stay and let her go out. She did not let the maid come in. She rummaged through the drawers and found the small bamboo cage that was used to hold Kim Bao. She caught it from the big cage and put it in the small cage. Kim Bao was still moaning. She raised it in front of her eyes and flicked the bamboo cage with her fingers. She threatened it with a fierce face. Shut up. Don't make a sound. Strangely enough, Jin Bao chirped at her a few more times before quieting down. Yu Shu nodded her head in satisfaction. She used a sturdy silk belt to tie the small bamboo cage around her waist and tied it into a dead knot. She then put on a loose cloak so that no one could see it from the outside. Kim Bao did not make a sound no matter what she did. Yu Shu opened the coat and saw that it buried its head in her chest and curled up into a ball. It had actually fallen asleep. In addition to Kim Bao, Yu Shu also wore several crystals, necklaces, and bracelets. She was fully armed. After confirming that she did not miss anything, she went to the front yard to wait for Jing Chen. At midnight, Jing Chen arrived on time. Yu Shu got on the carriage of the princess mansion. They left Baocheng Street. They did not go straight out of the city. Instead, they first took a big circle in the city to get rid of the stalkers and confuse them. They first went to the fireworks alley in the south of the city. They disguised themselves and got off the carriage. Jing Chen held the sword box and followed Yu Shu into the narrow street. There was not much business during the day. Unlike when Yu Shu was here for the first time, there were no coquettish seductresses on both sides of the street. Occasionally, 1 or 2 girls would go out to see customers off. When they saw the 2 strangers with their faces covered, they could not be bothered with them. They yawned and turned back. It was still the Red Flower House. There was no one at the door. There was only an old woman sweeping the floor downstairs. Yu Shu took Jing Chen upstairs. They knocked on the door and entered Lady Qianqian's room. Zhao Xiaozhu was already there waiting for them. You're finally here. Wait for me to change my clothes. We'll leave from the back door. Zhao Xiaozhu lifted the hem of his skirt and went into the room. When he came out, he had changed from a prostitute with heavy makeup to an unremarkable young man. Let's go. Zhao Xiaozhu led them into the bedroom. He pushed open the window and jumped down first. Behind him was a dead end. There were piles of junk everywhere. He landed firmly on a wooden box and turned around to wave at the 2 people by the window. They were on the 2nd floor, which was at least 20 feet high. Jing Chen carried the heavy sword case and jumped down easily. He then handed the sword case to Zhao Xiaozhu. He raised his hands and said to Yu Shu, who had just crossed the window with one leg, "Master, I'm going to kill you. I'll catch you." Recently, Yu Shu had been jumping over windows and walls, so she had become bolder. She jumped down, and Jing Chen took the opportunity to catch her legs. With one lift and one release, her feet landed on the ground. There was a gray carriage parked in the alley. Zhao Xiaozhu stuffed the sword box back into Jing Chen's arms and sat in the coachman's seat. He wore a straw hat to cover half of his face. After Yu Shu and Jing Chen got into the carriage, he drove the carriage out of the alley and headed in the direction of the city gate without looking back. After running for a while, he turned around and asked Yu Shu, "How is it? Are there people following us? Do you want me to run slower? Don't really lose them." Yu Shu said calmly, "Don't worry. If you run faster, they'll definitely catch up to us." The great tipping point must have given a strict order. The people sent to capture Yunhua would not lose them no matter what. Besides, it was broad daylight now. The sun had not set yet. Their target was so obvious. Even if they lost them for a while, they would soon catch up to them. Jing Chen sat by the window at the back. He flipped up the wooden plank and looked outside. After searching for a while, he turned around and shook his head at Yu Shu. "There are people everywhere outside. I can't sense their tracks anymore." Chapter 765. The Eight Rising Cloud Temple had always been the most prosperous place within 10 miles of the capital. On the day of the Human Triumph Day, there were countless believers who came to the temple early in the morning to offer incense, and in the afternoon, it was still packed with people. The carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain. Yu Shu and the others walked up the mountain and did not stand out among the crowd. After entering the mountain gate, they lined up in front of the merit box. Finally, it was their turn. Yu Shu donated the silver Zhao Hui gave her in exchange for a handful of incense and candles from the Taoist child. Protected by Jing Chen and Zhao Xiaozhu, they squeezed into the Three Pristines Temple to burn incense. They had to line up to donate money, to burn incense and kowtow, and to line up to pray for blessings. Yu Shu and the others were like ordinary pilgrims. They did what they had to do. In the end, when the sun was about to set, they passed through the temple and went to the backyard. In such a large Taoist temple, there must be a place for the guests to rest. Many foreigners came to offer incense to the temple despite the long journey. They could not leave at night, so as long as they donated some incense money, they could stay for the night. Before Yunhua went into seclusion, he was once a frequent visitor of Ascending Cloud Temple. According to him, the old temple master was a Taoist expert. He once discussed Taoism with him for 3 days and 3 nights and was convinced by him. Hence, they became friends despite the difference in age. The reason why they chose to meet here was that Yunhua was clear about the secret passage in this Taoist temple, and it was convenient for him to escape. It was a pity that the old temple master passed away many years ago. The current temple master, Taoist Qing Yun, was his junior. In Yu Shu's impression, the new temple master was a black-hearted person. A few months ago, Zhu Qingjue asked her to help as a lobbyist. The reason was that old Lady Yao of the Duke Jing's mansion had a nightmare. After that, her precious great-grandson, young Master Yao, fell ill. Taoist Qing Yun came and pointed out a way to prolong his life. It sounded unreliable to use the blood of 6 relatives to make elixirs. 1 elixir cost 100 taels of gold. Zhao Xiaozhu stopped a Taoist priest who was passing by in a hurry. She gave him an ingot of silver and said a few nice words. The priest took them to the guest room. Jing Chen could not help but frown when he saw the man in the Taoist robe putting the silver into his sleeves, looking as if he had eyes for money. The man was still mumbling, "You're a Taoist. Fortunately, you met me. The guest rooms in the backyard are not for people to enter casually. You should take a rest and leave. Don't spend the night here. If the Abbey Dean finds out, he will be angry. Don't blame me if he drives you out." Zhao Xiaozhu inwardly rolled her eyes. Only the rich were allowed to enter this place. The Taoist priest led them to a guest room and left in a hurry. Zhao Xiaozhu closed the door, turned her head, and spat. Foster father stayed here the day before yesterday and donated 1,000 taels of silver in one go. Isn't it just a place to stay? I think even the most expensive restaurant in the capital can't compare to this place in terms of profit. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Yu Shu believed that when the old Taoist priest was alive, Rising Cloud Temple would not be like this. Jing Chen carried the sword box and walked around the room. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary and no one eavesdropping, he said to Zhao Xiaozhu, "Which room does my father live in? Bring us to him." "In the yard next door. It's not far from here. I'll go scout first. Wait for me." Although Zhao Xiaozhu spoke carelessly, she was very careful in her work. Zhao Xiaozhu left in a flash. Yu Shu found a soft chair and sat down. Jing Chen paced back and forth in front of her. He looked flustered. She coughed and asked him to stop. "Are you nervous?" Jing Chen looked at her quietly. "Are you not nervous?" "Why should I be nervous? It's not like I'm going to see my father." Yu Shu teased. Seeing Jing Chen's embarrassed expression, she kindly comforted him. "You and your father haven't met for so many years. You're not the only one who's nervous. Your father must be looking forward to it too." This was not the first time Yu Shu noticed from Yunhua's tone and expression that he was far more attentive to Jing Chen than he was to Shui Rui. It was probably because he was forced to choose Jing Chen's mother, Princess Liyue, while Shui Rui's birth mother, Madame Han, was his beloved first wife. On the contrary, Shui Rui, who was raised by the Shui family, did not have much expectation for Yunhua. Unlike Jing Chen, even though he knew that Yunhua had abandoned him, his admiration for his father did not change. After hearing Yu Shu's words, Jing Chen stopped pacing around. He stood at the door and waited for Zhao Xiaozhu to return. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he stealthily turned back and beckoned them to follow him. The Taoist priests of Ascending Cloud Temple were receiving the pilgrims at the front. Zhao Xiaozhu led the way in front. They slipped past the wall and quickly walked into the courtyard next door. They did not meet anyone along the way. This courtyard was much bigger. There were more than 10 rooms connected to the corridor. It was clean and tidy. They came to the innermost room and sneaked into the door like thieves. "Godfather, I brought them here." This guest room was not as simple as the previous one. The furnishings in the room were quite exquisite. They walked around the partition screen and parted the curtains. There were 2 people in the room. One was an old man with white hair, and the other was a man with a fierce expression. If Zhao Xiaozhu had not shouted, Yunhua and Jin Ku would have been the only ones there. Yu Shu would not have been able to recognize them. Yunhua sat on the low couch and Jin Ku stood behind him. When he saw Jing Chen, Yunhua was not very excited. At least, compared to when he recognized Shui Rui, Yu Shu felt that he was much calmer this time. It was not that Yunhua was cold and heartless. When he looked at Jing Chen, his gaze was filled with gratification and guilt. It was just that he lacked that little bit of excitement, which made him seem uninteresting. Before Jing Chen came, he was uneasy. When he saw Yunhua, he took the initiative. He did not wait for Yunhua to call out to him. He walked forward and knelt in front of Yunhua. He called out softly, "Father?" Yunhua reached out to help him up. "Get up. Don't kneel in front of me. I can't bear it." Jing Chen was about to get up, but when he heard what Yunhua said, he refused to move. He said, "You don't want me to kneel because you don't want to recognize me as your son?" Yunhua said, "Your mother died because of me. You also suffered because of me, but you are still willing to recognize me as your father. Don't you hate me?" Jing Chen said, "Without parents, where would I come from? I can hate everyone in the world, but I can't hate my father and mother." When Yu Shu heard him say this, she suddenly felt bad for him. Jing Chen had changed a lot since he came to the capital. However, his innocent heart had never wavered. Yunhua's gaze loosened. He sighed and raised his hand to put it on his shoulder. He said gently, "When I was young, I was as open-minded as you. Good child, get up." Yu Shu nodded secretly. That's right. This is how a father and son should recognize each other. After that, Yunhua officially introduced Jing Chen to Jin Ku and Zhao Xiaozhu. Jing Chen was much more cooperative than Shui Rui. He obediently recognized Jin Ku as his older brother and Zhao Xiaozhu as his younger brother. Big brother, third brother. Jin Ku smiled and nodded. Zhao Xiaozhu blurted out, "Wrong, wrong. I'm not the third brother. I am the fourth brother. Also, ahem." Yushu suddenly coughed and interrupted Zhao Xiaozhu's words. She shifted everyone's attention to her and said in a serious tone, "Let's make a long story short. We still have business to attend to." She thought to herself that Zhao Xiaozhu was too talkative and almost gave up on Shui Rui. Even if he wanted to confess, Shui Rui had to tell Jing Chen personally. That was the right way to go. Let's talk about business first. Jin Ku came out and interrupted. He pointed at the sword box on Jing Chen's back and said, "Is this the imitation Chunjun sword inside?" Jing Chen untied it and handed it to him. Jin Ku took out the sword and held it in front of Yunhua. "Look." Yunhua took the sword and placed it on his knees. He touched the patterns on the sword's body and slowly shook his head. "I have never seen the real Chunjun sword, but I have heard my master describe it before. It is indeed very similar to the fake sword in my hand. Jing Chen, you have seen the real sword before, right?" Jing Chen nodded. "When my junior sister, Shui Yun, returned the Chunjun sword, I was watching from the side. After she left, the great Tiao Dian handed the real sword to me." Yunhua hummed and lost interest in the fake sword. He handed it over to Jin Ku and put it in the sword box. Then he looked back and forth at Yushu and Jing Chen's faces. He calculated with his fingers and had an idea. He said to the two of them, "There are many people who followed you here. They have already arrived at Ascending Cloud Temple. In at most 30 minutes, they will be able to surround this courtyard. As soon as you show your head, they will break in. At that time, I will leave the Book of Xian Nu and escape through the secret passage. Jin and Xiao Zhu will escort me down the mountain. Jing Chen, you will try to delay them." Yushu and the others had been up the mountain for an hour. No matter how big Ascending Cloud Temple was, it still had a range. Moreover, they had deliberately left traces in front of the mountain gate. The group of men of sacrifice sent by the great Tiao Dian would sooner or later lock onto the backyard and outflank them. At this time, the sun had just set. Yushu looked at the dusk outside through the window screen and said, "Then we will wait a little longer before going out." Out of nowhere, Zhao Xiaozhu found an incense burner, inserted a stick of incense, and lit it. Yunhua asked Jin Ku to take out the imitation Book of Xian Nu and put it on the table. Jing Chen curiously leaned over to take a look. The red crystal, which was similar to the color of glazed crystal, had been carved and purified. Its surface was flowing with light, and its texture was as hard as iron. It showed an unparalleled magnificence. Whether it was the seal characters of the heavenly script on the front or the mysterious diagrams on the back, they were exactly the same as the real thing. If Jing Chen had not known that it was fake in advance, he would definitely have mistaken it for the real Book of Xian Nu. "How is it? It looks real, right?" Yushu asked proudly. Jing Chen nodded sincerely. He stared at the diagrams on the back and read 10 lines at a glance. When he found the description of destiny and Taigu, he suddenly pursed his lips. Just like Yushu's reaction when she first heard the truth about Piming, he felt a strong disgust in his heart. He wished he could destroy the Book of Xian Nu right now to get rid of any future troubles. It turned out that Piming wanted to skin his own flesh and blood and make them into a set of tools to protect the imperial power. It was so inhumane that it was no wonder that Titian had been reluctant to tell him the truth. Jing Chen was so angry that his eyes were red. He stared at the diagram of human bones that exuded a bloody smell, but a hand covered it. "Stop looking. Get ready. We should go out." Jing Chen raised his head. The incense in the incense burner had just burned to the end, and the sky outside had darkened. Yushu walked to the door and looked outside through the crack. Then she walked back quietly and whispered, "It's already so late, but there's not even a shadow outside. It looks like they're here. Let's go out now." Yunhua nodded slightly and lowered his eyes. Jing Chen looked at him reluctantly and said, "Take care." He then cupped his hands at Jin Ku and Zhao Xiaozhu. "Thank you for protecting my father." Jin Ku and Zhao Xiaozhu looked at each other. There was a slight uneasiness on their faces, but Jing Chen did not notice, and neither did Yu Shu. She tugged at Jing Chen's sleeves and urged him to leave. The two walked to the door and stopped at the same time. Yu Shu took a deep breath and was about to push the door open when she suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. "Wait, there's something I forgot to tell you. Little Yu, come here." Yu Shu took 2 steps back and saw Yunhua waving at her. She looked confused, but walked over without thinking. Just as she was a few steps away from Yunhua, something strange happened. Jin Ke took a step forward, stretched out his long arm, and grabbed her shoulder. Like an eagle grabbing a chick, he brought her in front of him. Jing Chen was caught off guard. He was a little far away, and when he reacted, Jin Ke had already locked Yu Shu's throat in a threatening manner. "Don't move." Yu Shu was dumbfounded. What was going on now? "What are you doing?" Jing Chen looked at this scene in bewilderment. He tentatively took a step forward, and Jin Ke forcefully grabbed Yu Shu's throat. In an instant, her face turned red, and she struggled with all her might. She did not look like she was joking at all. "Stop!" Jing Chen growled, but he did not dare to move forward. Seeing that Jin Ke had loosened his grip, Yu Shu gasped and then retched. Jing Chen suppressed his anger and said to Yunhua, "What do you mean by this?" Yunhua raised his eyelids, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes. He looked at him expressionlessly and said, "I will give you 2 hours. Go back to the capital and find Zhu Muzhao. Ask him to bring the real Chun Jun sword to see me. Otherwise, I will kill the person who broke my life." Jing Chen's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "You want to exchange her for the sword?" Yu Shu coughed and wanted to cry. Who could tell her that Yunhua had taken the wrong medicine? This was not how the script was written. Wait. She held a glimmer of hope and said with a dry throat, "Didn't we agree that when the big tipping point gets the fake book of Mystic Fairy, we will have a chance to get the sword? Why are you in such a hurry?" Yunhua glanced at her, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He said sarcastically, "Do you really think that Zhu Muzhao can't even tell whether the book of Mystic Fairy is real or fake? I cooperated with your plan to coax you out of the capital so that it would be convenient for me to take action. Otherwise, how could Zhu Muzhao let you go so easily? If I can't get the Chun Jun sword, killing you will be the same." Yu Shu did not give up and asked, "If you do this, if the big tipping point refuses to give in and he doesn't exchange the Chun Jun sword for my life, are you really going to kill me? Senior brother." She gritted her teeth and said the last 2 words to remind Yunhua of the relationship between them. Yunhua was unmoved. He said, "Destroying the book of Mystic Fairy is the master's lifelong wish. You are also his disciple. Even if you die because of this, it will be a worthy death." "A worthy death, my ass." Yu Shu almost cursed it out loud. She was fighting so hard just to save her life, okay? Although Jing Chen did not understand what they were talking about, he knew that Yunhua had made up his mind. His face immediately darkened. This time, he did not hesitate, but decisively said to Yunhua, "Don't hurt her. I will rush back and bring the big tipping point and the Chun Jun sword here. Go and come back quickly." Yunhua reminded him, "I will only wait for 2 hours." Jing Chen did not say any more nonsense. He took a deep look at Yu Shu and strode away. He was so fast that Yu Shu did not even have the chance to stop him. Yu Shu turned her head and said to Yunhua, "You don't care about Jing Chen, don't you care about my big brother? If he knows that you want to kill me, he will definitely not forgive you." Yunhua closed his eyes again and did not answer. Outside the door, as soon as Jing Chen appeared, more than a dozen black shadows jumped down from the top of the wall and the roof. They rushed towards him agilely. In the blink of an eye, half of the people surrounded him, and the other half broke into the room. Chapter 766. Celestial Commissioner Zhong Zhengxi. After a day of trial, the case of Ning Wang plotting to kill 10th Princess had just come to an end. First, Kong Qi came out to testify against Ning Wang, saying that 3 years ago he had been threatened by Ning Wang to seduce the 10th princess and marry her. Later, the emperor had intentions of marrying the 10th princess to Shui. Ning Wang had schemed behind the scenes and had Kong Qi incite the 10th princess to destroy this marriage. The 10th princess didn't know the truth and first tricked the young miss of the Shui family to the crime scene. Then she jumped into the lake from upstairs to frame the young miss of the Shui family. In the end, the 10th princess suddenly died. The emperor was furious and vented his anger on the Shui family, causing Empress Rui and Shui Guifei to turn against each other. Ning Wang refused to admit his guilt and couldn't be tortured. The Chief Justice of the Judicial Office, Guo Huaiyan, could only call in a second witness. It was a palace maid that served the 10th princess when she was alive. This palace maid revealed that the 10th princess and Kong Qi had exchanged private letters. They had all been passed on by a little Taijin next to Ning Wang. Otherwise, Kong Qi, a foreign official, wouldn't have been able to deceive people and secretly communicate with the 10th princess who lived in the imperial temple. She then confessed that on the day of the crime, it was she who had taken the young miss of the Shui family to Guanhai Tower to be alone with the 10th princess. Then, Shui Rui and Shui Jinshuan were brought to the court for questioning. They once again proved that on the day of the crime, the 10th princess had jumped down from upstairs herself and had nothing to do with Shui Jinshuan. Originally, it wasn't enough to convict Ning Wang based on the empty words of these people. But at the crucial moment, the palace sent in another piece of evidence. It was a handwritten note that Empress Rui had found among the belongings of the 10th princess. After verification, it was confirmed that it was written by the 10th princess herself. It clearly recorded how she and Kong Qi met and mentioned that Ning Wang had secretly played matchmaker. This contradicted Ning Wang's previous confession that he didn't know of the affair between Kong Qi and the 10th princess. Guo Huaiyan questioned Ning Wang mercilessly. Didn't Wang Yi say that you didn't know? Then how do you explain 10th princess notes? Ning Wang's expression did not change as he said, even if 10th sister really wrote this, it only shows that Ben Wang knew of their affair, and does not prove that Ben Wang incited Kong Qi to coax her to commit suicide. The dead are the most important. Ben Wang did not want to smear Imperial Sister's face, so he helped her conceal it. But who would have thought that Kong Qi would make such a big mistake? Not only did he not repent, he used it to frame Ben Wang, completely disregarding Imperial Sister's reputation after death. I want to ask, Kong Qi, who incited you to not let go of Ben Wang? Kong Qi did not fall for his provocation. Guo Huaiyan was aggressive. So you admit that you know about the secret affair between the 10th princess and Kong Qi? Prince Ning could only nod in silence. Guo Huaiyan seemed to be waiting for him to say this. He slammed the gavel in his hand and loudly called for the witness. Come, summon the former Grand Hospital Medicine Judge Su Shiliang. Even though Ning Wang looked calm on the surface, his suddenly tightened jaw revealed a trace of panic. Shui Rui stood not far from him and watched coldly. Very quickly, Medicine Judge Su, who should have died on the way back to his hometown 3 years ago, was limping as he was helped into the courtroom. He knelt on the ground and confessed his crimes. It turned out that he had been incited by Ning Wang to secretly tamper with 10th Princess prescription and add a strong medicine, causing 10th Princess, who should have been saved, to die. Not long after that, he left the Imperial Hospital. He did not expect to encounter bandits on his way back to his hometown. His boat sank to the bottom of the river. Fortunately, he was rescued by fishermen on the shore. He lost a leg but kept his old life. Su Shiliang's voice was full of tears. I was blinded by greed and accepted a large sum of money from Ning Wang. After that, it was too late for regrets. I thought that I had done such a sinister thing for Ning Wang. How could he let me live? It was a pity that my entire family was brutally murdered. That group of bandits was obviously sent by Ning Wang in disguise. Even if I have to risk this old man's life, I will expose his true colors. This is a load of nonsense. Ning Wang scolded harshly. I have never had any contact with you. When did I order you to poison the 10th princess? Your entire family was killed on the way. What does that have to do with me? Su Shiliang looked like he was ready to risk everything. He stared at Ning Wang and took out something from his bosom. Your Highness, do you think that I am not the least bit on guard? Open your eyes and see what this is. He was holding a piece of strangely shaped amber in his palm. He screamed, That day, I was afraid that you would kill me after the deed was done. So before I poisoned the 10th princess, I asked for a personal item from your highness to protect yourself. You just thought that it sank to the bottom of the river with me. You didn't expect me to come back alive. When Ning Wang saw this item, his expression changed. Guo Huaiyan asked someone to present the item. At first, he only thought that it looked familiar. But Shui Rui revealed the origin of this jade pendant. If I am not mistaken, this is an item bestowed by the emperor. A few years ago, when His Majesty was traveling to the south, someone offered him a piece of amber in the shape of a dragon. There was a strange insect in the amber. It had the body of a snake, antlers, scales, and claws. It looked very much like a dragon. His Majesty liked it very much. But because the dragon was missing one claw and only had 4, he bestowed it to Ning Wang. With his reminder, many people at the scene recalled this incident. They passed the amber to each other and confirmed that it was an item bestowed by the emperor. Even de Tidian, who had always been protecting Ning Wang, had to admit that this was indeed something bestowed by Emperor Zhao Qing to Ning Wang. Guo Huaiyan looked at the bewildered Ning Wang and sneered. Your Highness, can you clear up my confusion? How did this item bestowed by the emperor fall into the hands of an imperial physician who had no contact with you? Ning Wang gritted his teeth. This is a frame-up. I lost this piece of golden amber years ago. I only found out today that it was stolen. Zhong Yongbo said sarcastically, you can even lose an item bestowed by the emperor. Your Highness is too narrow-minded. Ning Wang's face was ashen, but he was powerless to defend himself. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at de Tidian, who was sitting on the main judge's seat, hoping that he could exonerate him. But he was destined to be disappointed. Faced with such detailed witness and material evidence, all the evidence pointed to Ning Wang. Even de Tidian could not distort the truth and blindly side with him. Ning Wang is indeed suspected of plotting to harm 10th princess. De Tidian turned to discuss with Guo Huaiyan. But there is some evidence in this that needs to be carefully verified before we can convict him. I think that we should temporarily imprison Ning Wang in the imperial household. After you and I have verified it, we can report to His Majesty in Huazhen Garden and ask for a judgment. While Guo Huaiyan wanted to punish Ning Wang on the spot, he knew that it was impossible. Seeing that de Tidian was making a concession, he nodded in agreement. The supervisors did not have any objections. This meant that Ning Wang was going to face an unprecedented imprisonment. He resisted the urge to turn hostile on the spot and allowed de Tidian to give the order. He was invited away. When he passed by Shui Rui, he paused in his steps and smiled coldly. He lowered his voice and said, Prime Minister Shui has good tactics. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Shui Rui lowered his eyes and did not speak. He was not surprised by this result. Ning Wang thought that he had done everything flawlessly in the past. How could he have known that he had been exposed so early on? Shui Lingnan had dominated the imperial court for more than a decade. How could he be suppressed by a fledgling imperial prince to the point of being unable to fight back? It was only because of the emperor's indulgence that Shui Lingnan lowered his head and showed weakness. This moment of forbearance caused Ning Wang to become arrogant and condescending. There was a saying that the higher one stood, the harder one fell. After the court was dismissed, Kong Qi and the other witnesses were taken away by Guo Huaiyan. The judicial office and Zhong Zheng each kept a statement. De Tidian returned to Tai Shilu. Ren Qiming followed closely behind. After the miscellaneous people left, Ren Qiming smiled coldly. I didn't expect that the Empress would not care about 10th Princess reputation in order to deal with Ning Wang. Right now, it is Prime Minister Shui and Count Zhongyong who have joined hands to eliminate Ning Wang. Grand Secretary, if you continue to offend Ning Wang, they will turn around and target you next. Zhu Muzhao paced in front of the warm stove. Spreading his palms, he said as he warmed himself, even if I don't care about Ning Wang, they will make trouble for me sooner or later. No matter which one of them wants that position, they must first get through me. Ren Qiming walked closer to him and said in a low voice, Ning Wang cannot defeat Prime Minister Shui, and Prime Minister Yin is still not willing to show up. It is impossible to keep the peace. Isn't it time for you to make a move and deal with the Shui family first? Otherwise, when Ningguang falls, it will be too late for them to take over the imperial court in one go. Zhu Muzhao muttered to himself as he flipped his palm over. The charcoal fire had turned his palm red. The palm lines that ran across his palm were very rare. However, if a master of palmistry saw this palm line, he would definitely recognize that it was a 1-in-a-million fatal palm. According to legend, the person who had this palm reading was either a talented general who could bring peace and stability to a country, or an ambitious and ruthless person who could bring chaos to the world. Zhu Muzhao stared at the dancing flames in the stove and did not answer for a long time. Just as Ren Qiming was about to persuade him again, there was a sudden commotion outside the building. Then, the curtain was lifted up. Someone had beaten off the guards and barged in. It was Jing Chen who had just rushed back from Rising Cloud Monastery outside the city to the Celestial Commissioner. "Stop!" Ren Qiming shouted in a low voice and dismissed the guards. He turned around and said to Jing Chen with a straight face, "Do you have any rules? This is Taishi Tower. How dare you barge in?" Jing Chen ignored him and rushed to the front of Zhu Muzhao. He said to him coldly, "My father has taken you Shu hostage. He wants you to bring the Chun Jun sword to exchange with him within 2 hours. Otherwise, he will kill her." Zhu Muzhao turned around without changing his expression. He stared at Jing Chen. His eyes were like torches, making it impossible for people to hide. It seemed that he was judging whether Jing Chen was telling the truth or not. Seeing this, Jing Chen took off the zhuge tong from the secret pocket on his waist without saying anything and stuffed it into Zhu Muzhao's hand. He faced him and repeated what he just said. Zhu Muzhao naturally recognized Yunhua's personal belongings. He knew that Jing Chen did not lie this time. He turned over the zhuge tong in his hand and frowned. After a while, he said, "Wait here for a moment. I will go get the sword." "No!" Ren Qiming stopped him. "How can the Chun Jun sword fall into the hands of such a traitor? Please think twice." Jing Chen looked at Zhu Muzhao, who had turned around to look at him. His expression hardened and he said fiercely, "If you are not willing to exchange the Chun Jun sword for her life, once my father kills her, I will kill myself to apologize to her." Zhu Muzhao's face suddenly darkened. He turned around and went upstairs without hesitation. "Qiming, come with me." Ren Qiming angrily glanced at Jing Chen and followed Zhu Muzhao upstairs. After a while, he came down alone. He ignored Jing Chen and hurried out of the door. If the commissioner wanted to take the Chun Jun sword out of the capital, he must send more people to guard it just in case. In less than half an hour, a large number of soldiers and horses gathered in front of the Celestial Commissioner's gate. Hundreds of torches lit up the night sky. The 5 carriages of the commissioner were surrounded in the middle. As soon as the driver gave the order, they drove to the city gate in a mighty manner. Such a big movement naturally could not be hidden. Before tomorrow morning, the news would reach some people's ears. Jing Chen sat in the carriage with Zhu Muzhao, listening to the heavy hoofbeats outside the carriage. The rumbling sounds were like muffled thunder pounding on his chest. He looked at the unfamiliar man opposite him who was holding the sword box, and in his heart he was weighing the possibility of snatching the sword from the man's hand and escaping. But the man raised his head and glanced at him lazily, saying softly, "I advise you to get rid of the idea in your mind. Don't do stupid things." Jing Chen involuntarily clenched his fists. Although he had never seen this man, he had felt this man's breath more than once in the Taishi Tower. Sometimes it was long and sometimes it was mighty. That was the performance of the perfection of inner strength, so he was very clear that he was no match for this man. He looked at Zhu Muzhao in frustration. How could Zhu Muzhao not know what he was thinking? Zhu Muzhao shook his head and said, "Jing Chen, there is no perfect solution in this world. If you don't want me to catch your father, you shouldn't have asked me to save her." Jing Chen was speechless. The carriage sped along and not long after, they were out of the city gate. During this time, someone approached the carriage, knocked on the window, and said a few words to the carriage. Zhu Muzhao only responded with a and did not give any further instructions. Jing Chen was suffering at this time, so he did not pay attention to this detail. He did not know that not far behind them, a carriage quietly followed. When it was almost 9 o'clock, the noisy rising cloud temple was shrouded in a strange silence. It was supposed to be the time to turn off the lights and sleep, but there was a ball of light in the backyard. In the small courtyard near the cliff, outside the door of a guest room, there were layers of shadows, firmly trapping the people inside the room. Yushu sat next to Yunhua. Although Jin did not strangle her again, he did not let her leave his grasp. She had no doubt that if she dared to stand up and run outside, he could smash her skull with a raise of his hand. So she did not try to escape from the devil's clutches. Instead, she sat there obediently and waited for Jing Chen to come and save her. This situation made her want to cry, but she could not. It was not that she did not try to communicate with Yunhua, to move him with emotion and reason, but no matter how many flowery words she said, Yunhua just ignored her, as if she was a mass of air. Seeing that the time limit of 2 hours was almost up, but Yunhua had not arrived yet, she was secretly anxious. She was afraid that Yunhua would really be ruthless and kill her. So, she persisted, licked her dry lips, and continued to persuade him. I say, why are you so muddle-headed? When the great enlightenment comes later, even if you get the Chunjun sword, it will be difficult for you to escape. If he catches you, even the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Wrens can't be kept. While they haven't arrived yet, you'd better run for your life. Where there is life, there is hope. What's the use of killing me? In another 100 years, who knows who will be the ruler of the world? Hearing her rebellious words, Yunhua was finally willing to turn his head to look at her, but his eyes were cold. If I can't escape, then I won't. Once I get the Chunjun sword, I will immediately destroy the Book of Fantasy Fairy. In short, I will have no regrets in this life. From his words, Yushu heard the will to die. Her heart trembled, and she suddenly forgot to save herself. She lowered her voice and shouted at him, "Are you crazy?" Chapter 767. When Yushu learned that Yunhua had the idea of perishing together with his enemies, she was immediately overwhelmed with shock. She originally thought that after Yunhua had gone through so many hardships and met Shuirei, he would regret his stubbornness that caused his family to be torn apart. Who knew that after 20 years, destroying the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Wrens was still the most important thing in his mind. This matter had already become a demon in Yunhua's heart. Compared to this, whether it was Jing Chen's, Shuirui's, or his own life, all of them seemed insignificant. This realization made her feel a chill run down her spine, because if she got the Chunjun sword, it meant that Yunhua would die. If she did not get the Chunjun sword, she would be the one who would die. She was greedy for life and afraid of death, but if Yunhua died because of this, how could she face Shuirui in the future? Yushu suddenly fell silent. There was no longer any sound inside or outside the room. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. She looked outside and saw that the screen in the living room had been pushed to the ground. The door was wide open, and cold wind kept pouring into the room. 2 masked men of sacrifice were guarding the door, staring at their every move without blinking. Yunhua and Zhao Xiaozhu sat on the horizontal couch, separated by a tea table. Jin Ku stood behind them, while Zhao Xiaozhu swayed by the door. She did not clash with the men of sacrifice. Both parties were in a stalemate until the sound of nervous and orderly footsteps came from the backyard. It was mixed with the sound of armor rubbing against each other. "Foster father." Zhao Xiaozhu turned around and said to Yunhua with a solemn expression, "There are many people outside. They are armed, and they have surrounded the entire courtyard." Yunhua raised his head and looked outside the door calmly. After a while, he saw the courtyard suddenly lit up with a fire that reached the sky. A group of people hurriedly walked past the window. The first person to appear at the door was Jing Chen, who had left and returned. Yushu smiled bitterly without making a sound. "I brought him here." When Jing Chen saw that Yushu was sitting next to Yunhua unscathed, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced at Yunhua with a complicated expression and moved sideways. The person standing behind him was exposed to Yunhua's field of vision. Zhu Muzhao, who was wearing embroidered clothes and a light fur coat, was surrounded by several armed guards. He was already in his 50s, but his hair was still black and he did not look old at all. He looked calm and composed, as if he was not here for a meeting, but to meet a friend that he had not seen for many years. Their gazes intersected in the air. It was just a meeting, but it had evoked 20 years of grievances and entanglements. Once upon a time, one of them was a famous young talent in the capital, while the other was a proud son of heaven from an illustrious family. They had once appreciated each other's talents, and they had also drank and chatted merrily. Who would have thought that when they met again many years later, things would be the same, but the people would be different? Zhu Muzhao. Yun Mufeng. Zhu Muzhao raised his hand and gestured for the guards to stay outside the door. He only brought the sword-carrying man into the room. Jing Chen was the last to enter. He silently stood in the middle of the two parties, intentionally or unintentionally preventing a conflict that might occur at any time. Jin Ku stared at the sword-carrying man and took half a step forward without batting an eyelid. He pressed one hand on Yushu's shoulder. Zhao Xiaozhu also retreated to Yunhua's side and formed a protective posture. Yun Mufeng, you have been hiding for so many years. You are finally willing to show yourself, Zhu Muzhao said with a sigh as he sat down on a chair at random. Yunhua looked at him coldly and said, "It's useless to say more. Did you bring the thing I wanted?" Zhu Muzhao nodded and glanced at Yushu, who was under the control of the sword-carrying man. He said, "I didn't expect you to use such despicable means. You can even use your own son so easily. You have really changed a lot." When Jing Chen heard this, he looked embarrassed. Yushu, on the other hand, had a sullen face and did not say a word. Hearing his provocation, Yunhua said coldly, "Aren't you also using them to lure me out? I am just doing what you want. The life destroyer is in my hands. You can use the Chun Jun sword to exchange for it. You can also try to see if I will kill her." Zhu Muzhao looked at him inquiringly. "As far as I know, the Chun Jun sword only has one use. It can destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Ren. This is a secret left behind by the Saint Ancestor and Empress Ningzhen to prevent the Book of Mystery Fairy from falling into the hands of treacherous officials. Only the rulers of the past and the Celestial Commissioner in power know about it. You want the Chun Jun sword for no other reason than to destroy the book. I have always been curious about your origin. Where did you learn so many secrets of our dynasty?" Yunhua said, "The imperial court has been investigating me for so many years. If they can't even find out my origin, they are all a bunch of useless people." In the face of his mockery, Zhu Muzhao was not ashamed or annoyed. He retorted, "In your eyes, how many people in this world are not useless? Even I am not as good as you, so it is more and more difficult for me to understand. Back then, you gave up glory, splendor, wealth, and the power and status that could be easily obtained. Was it to go against the imperial court? Do you know how much trouble you have caused by burning the Celestial Commissioner to steal the Book of Mystery Fairy for your own selfishness? Perhaps one day the world will be in chaos, and the common people will suffer. You will be the sinner for all eternity." These words could not be said to be without criticism. Yunhua frowned and smiled angrily. "I dare not bear this crime, and I can't bear it. The general trend of the world, after being separated for a long time, must be united for a long time, and after being united for a long time, must be separated. At the beginning of the founding of the country, Empress Ningzhen held the Book of Mystery Fairy in her hand. It was to support the right path and benefit the people. She knew that taking the bones for divination was against the harmony of heaven, so before she died, she ordered the 6 founding instruments to be buried with her. Unexpectedly, the later generations were unfilial and opened the coffin to take the book after her death. In order to use the Book of Mystery Fairy to control the general situation of the world, they forged the so-called Sacred Ancestors' teachings and compiled it into a Key Techniques of Governing a State. They engraved it on the back of the Book of Mystery Fairy together with the Tai Gu deity lesson. They thought that this could cover up their treason and heresy. From Emperor Shizong to the present day, in order to obtain a set of Tai Gu, how many shameful things have been done secretly, and how many innocent people have died tragically. Behind this peace and prosperity, it is built by piling up white bones and casting blood. How many innocent people have died tragically instead of being ashamed? Her words shocked everyone. The truth revealed between Yunhua's words was simply shocking. Yu Shu and Jing Chen looked at each other. No matter what, they did not expect that there was such a hidden story behind the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens. According to Yunhua's words, Empress Ningzhen clearly forbade the future generations from using the Book of Mystery Fairy, but the later emperor actually dug up her grave in order to consolidate the imperial power. Yu Shu could not help but look at Zhu Muzhao's face. She saw that he was frowning and was no longer indifferent. Obviously, it was also the first time he heard such a story. A bunch of nonsense. The Imperial Ancestral Temple has the whole holy teaching. It is clearly written by Emperor Anwu. How can it be forged? I saw it with my own eyes. How can I believe that you are inverting right and wrong? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I'm not saying these words for you to hear. Yunhua glanced at Yu Shu, who was sitting next to him, and sneered, "In the eyes of the world, I am already a dead person. Even if I become the eternal sinner in your words, so what? It is better than letting my future grandson be skinned and broken into pieces to be used by the incompetent emperor and treacherous officials. Instead of that, it is better for me to kill her first." Hearing him insult the emperor and himself, Zhu Muzhao's temper was about to explode. He immediately said with a cold face, "Since you are so stubborn, it is useless for me to persuade you. Well, you let her go, and I will give you the Chun Jun sword." As he said this, he signaled the person holding the sword to come forward. At this moment, De Ti Dian became the bodhisattva who saved Yu Shu's life. Seeing that he was willing to exchange the sword for her, Yu Shu did not feel happy. Instead, she was anxious. The Chun Jun sword was Yunhua's life-threatening talisman. Both De Ti Dian and Jing Chen did not know that the real Book of Mystery Fairy was tied to Yunhua. Once he got the sword, she was afraid that he would immediately kill himself. How could she watch him die? Yu Shu suddenly spoke. Everyone in the room looked at her. She could only pretend to be afraid of death and said to Zhu Muzhao, "What if he still wants my life after he gets the sword? Let him let me go first." "Shut up." Jin Ku pinched her shoulder heavily. Yu Shu shrank her neck in pain. She did not know where he pinched. She opened her mouth again, but she could not make a sound. She was so anxious that her forehead was sweating profusely. Yu Shu wholeheartedly thought that she could not let Yunhua get the Chun Jun sword. She did not know what her appearance had exposed. Zhu Muzhao looked at her thoughtfully. Suddenly, he laughed as if he had discovered something interesting. He turned around and said to Yunhua, "It seems that she doesn't want the Chun Jun sword to fall into your hands. This is strange. If you can destroy the Book of Mystic Nyu Luren, shouldn't she be happy to see it happen?" Yunhua said expressionlessly, "It is she who is afraid of death." Zhu Muzhao slowly shook his head. He looked at Yunhua and said, "She is not afraid of death. She is afraid that you will die. Let me guess, the Mystic Maiden's 6 Rens book is with you, right?" Yunhua asked him in reply, "Do you think that I will bring it with me?" Yu Shu listened to their questions and answers. She only felt that she was extremely stupid. In a battle of wits and courage at this level, one careless move would cause the whole game to be lost. It was not something that she could participate in at all. She could only be a bystander. She kept her mouth shut and widened her eyes to watch the outcome of the battle. "I think you will." As he said this, the calm and composed expression returned to Zhu Muzhao's face again. Yunhua said coldly, "Even if I bring the Book of Mystery Fairy with me, what can you do to me? I killed the Life Destroyer. Even if you can capture me and obtain the Book of Mystery Fairy, it will be useless without the Destiny Tie Bone. Now, I will ask you one last time. Do you want to exchange a sword for her, or do you want me to kill her?" Jin Ke moved his hand to Yu Shu's throat. His 5 fingers formed a hook. He was waiting for Yunhua's order to instantly break her neck. Seeing this, Jing Chen was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Zhu Muzhao looked back and forth at them. He calmly raised his hands and clapped his palms. Someone outside the door asked in a low voice, "Sir, what are your orders?" "Go and bring the person over." After a while, the sound of footsteps approached the door. The door was half closed and was pushed open by someone. Yunhua looked up and saw two men of sacrifice walking in with a person tied up. The person's eyes were covered with a black cloth. When the men of sacrifice took off the black cloth and Yunhua saw the person's face clearly, his expression changed instantly. At the same time, when Yushu saw the person, she was so shocked that her hair stood on end. Among the people present, only Jing Chen was kept in the dark. He called out in confusion, "Brother Xue?" Xue Rui squinted his eyes and adapted to the light in front of him. He looked around the room, and his gaze first fell on Yushu. When he saw that her neck was being strangled by Jin Ku, and when he saw the person holding the sword beside Zhu Muzhao, he immediately understood the situation. Like Yushu, he had become a hostage. "Now let me ask you," Zhu Muzhao said to Yunhua calmly, "do you want the Chunjun sword, or do you want your son's life?" Yunhua came back to his senses and looked at Zhu Muzhao with gloomy eyes. "What if I say that I want the Chunjun sword?" Zhu Muzhao snorted coldly, and a sharp blade was placed horizontally on Xue Rui's neck. When Yu Shu saw this, she opened her mouth in panic, but she could not make a sound. Yunhua closed his eyes. Anyone could see that he was struggling at this moment. "How did you know?" he asked. Zhu Muzhao was confident that he would win, so he did not mind answering his doubts. "Before Xue Zhao died, he told me personally." Yunhua opened his eyes abruptly, and a cold light shone in them. "Xue Zhao's death is related to you?" He naturally did not believe that Xue Zhao would betray him. More than 10 years ago, Xue Zhao suddenly died, and his death was strange. When he heard the news, he suspected that Xue Zhao had died an unnatural death, and he was most likely implicated by him. When Xue Rui heard this, he turned to look at Zhu Muzhao. The sharp blade scratched his neck, leaving a bloody mark, but he did not feel any pain. Zhu Muzhao said with an indifferent expression, "After you went missing, the late emperor learned that the Book of Mystery Fairy was lost. In a fit of rage, he issued an order to silence all witnesses. Later, the Celestial Commissioner's report was passed to me. Now that I have succeeded to the throne, recovering the Book of Mystery Fairy became the most important task. I knew that apart from Jing Chen, you have another son who is still alive. So, I followed this clue and investigated further. In the end, I suspected Xue Zhao. After several tests, I used the Great Cave Illumination technique and found out that his only son was not his biological son. At that time, Xue Lingnan was already the prime minister, and Xue Zhao had a good reputation among the literati. Emperor Zhao Qing had just ascended the throne, and his foundation was not stable. So, Zhu Muzhao secretly captured Xue Zhao and brought him to the Celestial Commissioner for interrogation. Unexpectedly, Xue Zhao, who was a literati, was so stubborn that he refused to confess under heavy torture. If Zhu Muzhao had not learned the Great Cave Illumination technique, he would not have been able to determine that Xue Rui was Yunhua's son. Jing Chen stared at Xue Rui in a daze. "You and I are biological brothers." Zhu Muzhao continued. Xue Zhao was a smart man. He knew that he would not be able to escape death after he was tortured. To prevent the entire Xue family from being harmed and to protect his adopted son, he bit his 10 fingers and committed suicide by touching the wall in prison. He bit his 10 fingers because he was afraid that someone would forge a false confession after his death and commit suicide by touching the wall. He wanted to leave his body intact so that his family could recognize it. After Xue Zhao's death, I sent someone to dump his corpse in the suburbs and made it look like he was robbed. When the Xue family received the news, they went to identify the corpse and secretly brought it back. They announced to the public that Xue Zhao had died a sudden death. After listening to Zhu Muzhao's account, Xue Rui felt as if his liver was about to explode. His eyes were red with hatred and he glared at Zhu Muzhao. "So, it was you who killed my father." Yu Shu was terrified. She was afraid that Xue Rui would throw caution to the wind and fight to the death. Yunhua knew that Zhu Muzhao was deliberately provoking him, but he could not help but feel angry. He pounded his chest and said, "Jing Bai, you did not betray me." I am the one who betrayed you. He coughed violently and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Godfather. Zhao Xiaozhu quickly supported him. She patted his back to calm him down and glared at Zhu Muzhao. Seeing this, Zhu Muzhao seemed to feel that it was not enough. He added fuel to the fire by saying something else. During the battle for the crown prince, you became Prince Xiang's guest. The Zhu family supported the current emperor, but the former emperor wanted you to be the next great advisor. After that, I was the one who spread the news that you had a wife in your hometown. That was why they were killed. Yun Hua coughed up another mouthful of blood. He pointed at Zhu Muzhao and said with a trembling voice, I should have known that it was you. That year, in order to make him marry Princess Liyue, the former emperor used both carrot and stick. In order to refuse the marriage, he confessed that he already had a family. There were only a few people who knew about this, and Zhu Muzhao was one of them. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Zhu Muzhao looked askance at Yun Hua. There was pity in his eyes. From the beginning, you should not have appeared in the capital. If Yun Mufeng did not exist in this world, the things that happened later would not have happened. Your first wife would not have died, Princess Liyue would not have died, and Shuezwa would not have died. These are all sins that you have committed. You reap what you sow today. The blood drained from Yunhua's face. He was on the verge of collapsing. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at Shuerue's expression. He was afraid that he would see Shuerue's look of deep hatred. Zhu Muzhao curled up the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. He made one last attack. Now that things have come to this, are you going to let your own son die for the righteous path that you have been defending? Yunhua took a deep breath and swallowed the stench that surged up his throat. He said in a hoarse voice, Don't say any more. Take the sword back. We will exchange a life for a life. In the end, he could not bring himself to sacrifice Shuerue's life in exchange for the Chunjun sword. No, it's not exchanging a life for a life. Zhu Muzhao shook his head and pointed at Yushu. He then pointed at Yunhua and said, It's using your son's life in exchange for the person who broke your life and the book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens in your possession. Zhu Muzhao, don't push your luck. You can choose not to give it to me. Whether they live or die, it all depends on you. When she saw the two of them opposing each other, Yushu was extremely nervous. She had to admit that she hoped that Yunhua would agree to it so that they could both survive. If Yunhua refused, once Shuerui died, Yunhua would also die even if he obtained the Chunjun sword. In the end, she would be the only one left alive. She might as well die. Promise him. Shuerui suddenly spoke. He stared at Yunhua with his red eyes until Yunhua raised his head and looked him in the eye. Let her go, give them the book, and I will go with you. Yunhua was defeated at this moment. He sighed and nodded. I promise you. Zhu Muzhao smiled with satisfaction. That's right. As long as I get the book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens and the person who broke my life is safe and sound, I can let you live. Even so, Yunhua found it hard to believe him. He proposed to exchange the person first. When they safely descended the mountain, he would give him the book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens. Zhu Muzhao naturally would not agree. He said, If I give the person to you, what if you just run away? Why don't you give me the book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens first, and I will let you take the person who broke my life down the mountain. When you feel safe, you can let her go. How about that? Yunhua sneered. Aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word and kill her? Will your son be willing to kill her? Zhu Muzhao stood up and walked to Shuerue's side. He pressed on one of his shoulders. His meaning was self-evident. Shuerui suppressed his hatred and said in a deep voice, I will live and die with her. It was originally words of love that were moving, yet because of the current situation, it only caused Yushu to feel sorrow. After this departure, could it be that she and Shuerui are going to part forever? From then on, Shuerui would have to follow Yunhua to the ends of the world. Would they be able to see each other again in their lifetime? Okay, I will give you the book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens first, but not here. Let's go down the mountain. Yunhua was not confused by his anger. The entire Taoist temple was surrounded. If he handed over his last trump card here, they would only become turtles in a jar. Zhu Muzhao agreed, but he made a request. I want to take a look at the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens to make sure that it is real. Yunhua knew that he was being paranoid, so he asked Zhao Xiaozhu to take out the red crystal book that they had forged beforehand and tossed it to him. This is fake. As he said this, he untied the layers of his robe and revealed the ring of the mysterious crystal book on his waist. This is the real one. Zhu Muzhao held the fake book that Yushu and the others forged and looked at it again and again. He clicked his tongue and sighed. It is really fake. Then he handed it to the person holding the sword. The person clenched the red crystal hard in Yushu's eyes with one hand and shattered it to the ground. Only then did she know how naive their seemingly perfect plan was. Zhu Muzhao saw the ring of strange red light on Yunhua's waist and could not help but walk towards him. When he approached, he was blocked by Zhao Xiaozhu with a guarded look. Yunhua was not afraid of the cold. He untied his entire robe and turned around to let him take a closer look. When he saw Zhu Muzhao's infatuated gaze, he could not help but sneer. How was it? Did you see it clearly? Zhu Muzhao retracted his gaze and first asked Yushu, is the real Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens on Yunhua? Yushu nodded reluctantly. Then, he asked Shui Rui and Jing Chen the same question. After getting the same answer, he was finally convinced that the book on Yunhua was real and did not make things difficult for Yunhua. All right, you can put on your clothes. The two reached an agreement and left Rising Cloud Temple, descending the mountain together. Jin Ke held Yushu hostage and walked in front. Zhao Xiaozhu brought up the rear and protected Yunhua in the middle. Jing Chen followed closely behind. Zhu Muzhao publicly ordered that no one was allowed to chase after them. He held Shui Rui and followed them to the foot of the mountain. Yunhua first asked someone to unload Zhu Muzhao's carriage and asked for 3 fast horses. Then he asked Zhu Muzhao and his men to retreat 100 feet and only allowed Shui Rui to go forward. Only then did he untie the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens and let Jin Ku throw it far away. While they were trying to snatch the book, Jin Ku quickly went forward and took Shui Rui away. The person holding the sword flew several feet away and steadily caught the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens. He returned to Zhu Muzhao's side and handed it to him. Zhu Muzhao held the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens in his hand as if he had obtained a treasure. He could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart. He looked up at the sky and laughed. He said to Yunhua and his men in the distance, I said that I would let you live. Run for your lives. The other party did not answer. Yunhua and Zhao Xiaozhu rode on one horse, Jin Ku rode on the other, and Shui Rui and Yushu rode on the other. They ran away without looking back and disappeared into the night. Jing Chen moved and was about to chase after them, but he was stopped by Zhu Muzhao. Don't chase after them. Let them go. Jing Chen turned around and looked at him with a struggling expression. I am afraid that once she leaves, she will not come back. Zhu Muzhao wrapped the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens in his cloak and looked into the darkness in the distance. He said with certainty, Don't worry. She will come back. After all, her home is in the capital. Chapter 768. The cold wind howled, and the road was bumpy at night. Yushu did not know how far they had run. She sat behind Shui Rui, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Her fingers were numb from the cold. Not only was she cold, but she was also full of hesitation. We're almost there. Jin Ku led the way in front. They had already prepared an escape route. Close to the riverbank, there was a small boat hidden in the weeds. It was just big enough for the 5 of them. Shui Rui got off the horse and carried the frozen Yushu down. He held her hands together and took a few deep breaths of warm air. Then he pulled her to a sheltered place and ran to help Jin Ku and Zhao Xiaozhu lift the boat out. Cough, cough. Yunhua walked to Yushu's side. A wine pouch appeared in his hand. He handed it to Yushu and gestured to her, Drink, drink more. Yushu gritted her chattering teeth and took the wine pouch without another word. She gulped it down. The hot liquid burned her throat, and her body finally felt warm. On the riverbank, Shui and the others had just pushed the boat into the water. The wide river surface was covered in a layer of cold blue. The rich hue made people feel danger for no reason. Traveling by water in this weather, they would be frozen to death if they were not careful. However, they had no other choice. Only by traveling by water could they escape from the imperial court soldiers. Yushu and Yunhua were the same. They did not believe that the great Tidian would let them live. However, because she was still in Yunhua's hands, they had no choice but to let them escape a distance first. Once they lost the protective talisman that was Yushu, the great Tidian would definitely order for them to be killed. "You can leave with us." Yunhua seemed to have seen through her thoughts. There was a hidden temptation in his broken voice. "I already know about the matter between you and Shining. After we escape to the border town and settle down, I will make the decision to let the two of you get married." This was a very tempting proposal. After obtaining the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Wrens, she would no longer have any misgivings. The next step would be to obtain the Heavens Will Tie Bone. It was easy to imagine what Yushu would face when she returned to the capital. Going far away with Shui had become her only way out. However, did the great teacher not consider this point? He dared to let her go because he was confident that she would eventually return to the capital and back into the palm of his hand. Going back would mean parting with him, and parting would be their last farewell. Yushu clutched the wineskin tightly. She knew that she was in a desperate situation, and her heart was filled with sorrow. She looked at Shuirui's busy figure, and her eyes suddenly felt a little sore. She was a person who never cried, but at this moment, she could not help but want to cry. "Senior Marshal Brother," she suppressed her nasal voice and forced a smile. She said to Yunhua, "You lied to me once, and you want to lie to me a second time? Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You can't kill me because of my big brother, but you don't want me to go back and be used by the great teacher, so you want to coax me to go with you, right?" Hearing a trace of resentment in her words, Yunhua said, "You are right. I don't want Zhu Muzhao to obtain the Heavens Will Tie Bone because your child with Jing Chen is my grandson. If you don't go with us, are you going back to the capital to die for Jing Chen?" Yu Shu said coldly, "If I don't go back to the capital, am I going to be like you, a heartless person who abandons his family and son?" In the darkness, they could not see each other's expressions clearly. Her words seemed to have poked at Yunhua's scar, and he fell silent. Yu Shu did not regret saying those harsh words. Yunhua wanted to kill her earlier, and it was impossible for her not to bear a grudge. If it were not for Shuirui's vow to live and die with her, if Yunhua really wanted to fight the great teacher head-on, she would have been a dead person by now. In this short period of time, Shui and the others had already packed up. They called for Yunhua and her to board the boat first. Jin could drove the horses far away, and Zhao Xiaozhu and Shui cleaned up the traces on the shore. Only then did they work together to escape from this place. Jin Ku wore a straw cape and was rowing the boat at the bow. Yunhua, Zhao Xiaozhu, Shui, and Yushu were all hiding in the cabin. The cabin was small and narrow, and if they stood up, they would have to bump into each other. The roof could block the wind, but it could not block the cold. The few of them were so cold that their lips turned blue. Fortunately, there was a stove to keep them warm, and it was better than nothing. Zhao Xiaozhu squatted by the stove to boil water. He was fiddling with the stove, planning to make tea to drink. As he busied himself, he peeked at the two people who were huddled together on the opposite side. Shui wrapped Yushu in a quilt and hugged her tightly in his arms. She rested her head on his shoulder, and his chest pressed against her face. It was a gentle and loving scene. This kind of intimacy was not something that a brother and sister could have. Yunhua was covered with another quilt. His eyes were closed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Zhao Xiaozhu looked at his adoptive father's pale face and coughed. He pretended to be relaxed and said to Shui and Yushu, "Neither of you have been to the border town, right? Let me tell you, that place is much more interesting than the capital city. Even the food and clothes are different. Have you seen camels? Have you seen the Gobi Desert? Later on, I will bring you to the Gobi Desert to ride on camels to watch the sunset. At night, we will set up our tents and drink around the fire for the whole night. The emperor is far away, and no one will be able to stop us. I will roast a tender lamb for you, that taste, tsk. Once Zhao Xiaozhu started talking, he could not shut up. Yu Shu and Shui Rui listened quietly. No one interrupted him. Under the quilt, the two pairs of hands were tightly held together. Gradually, there was warmth. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Xiaozhu suddenly stopped talking. Yunhua opened his eyes and saw that the two of them had fallen asleep in each other's arms. He sighed silently. There was a moment of hesitation in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. Just like this, the ship sailed for an entire night, and it docked once before daybreak. Jin Ke ran to a nearby village to buy a few inconspicuous clothes, and he asked Yu Shu and Shui Rui to change into them. After that, they disguised themselves and sank the ship, and then they hitched a carriage to continue their journey. They traveled for 2 days and 2 nights, bypassing the area around Taiyuan. On the evening of the 3rd day, they arrived at a small town. Yunhua was helped down from the carriage by Jin Ke. He looked up at the sky and said after a while, "Let's stay for the night. It's snowing at night." So they found an inn in the town to stay. It was only the 10th day of the 1st lunar month. The commoners had not come out from the new year. There was only a shopkeeper and a waiter in the inn. The cook had gone home for the new year, so the backyard was empty. They simply asked for 4 rooms in one go. Other than Zhao Xiaozhu, who shared a room with Yunhua so that it would be convenient to take care of him, the others had their own rooms. The carriage was pulled into the backyard. Jin Ke unloaded the carriage and asked the waiter to feed the horses. He called Zhao Xiaozhu to make the bed, and he went to chop firewood to boil water. Yu Shu saw that they were busy, so she wanted to go up and help, but who knew that Shui Rui would pull her back and bring her into the room. He pressed her down on the bed, took off her boots, and wrapped her tightly in a blanket. "Lie down and don't move. I'll go look for something to eat." Along the way, Yu Shu's lips were full of dry skin. The men were fine, but she was a girl with delicate skin and tender flesh. Her hands and feet had long been frozen and cracked. Her feet were swollen, painful and itchy. She endured it and did not make a sound. It did not mean that Shui Rui did not know. He asked the shopkeeper in front of him. Before the sky turned dark, he found a medicine shop and made some frostbite medicine. He also bought a few ounces of red dates and cloud ginger. When he returned to the inn, he went into the kitchen. Jin Ke came in with a pile of firewood. When he saw Shui Rui squatting by the stove, he quickly put down the things and went forward to help him. "Let me do it. You can go and rest." After all, he was simple and honest. He knew that it was their fault for deceiving Shui Rui this time. Shui Rui did not even look at him during the whole journey. Jin Ke secretly complained. He was afraid that Shui Rui would bear a grudge against him. How could he not please him when he had the chance? Shui Rui didn't argue with him. He stood up and let him add firewood to the fire. He took 2 bowls and first soaked the medicinal ingredients in vinegar. Jin Ke often traveled the Jianghu and was experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw the vinegar medicine, he knew that it was a folk prescription for frostbite. Seeing that the other's hands were clean, he guessed that the other's feet were frozen, so he fawned and said, "When the water boils, I will soak your feet first." Shui Rui looked at him coldly. Jin Ke didn't dare to say anything else and obediently boiled the water. Shui Rui turned around and went to the room to find a teapot. When the water boiled, he first boiled a pot of red dates and cloud ginger tea. Then he poured a large basin of hot water and brought it into Yu Shu's room. Zhao Xiaozhu hid on the side and only squeezed into the kitchen when she saw him go out. She stood next to Jin Ke and bumped his shoulder. She whispered, "Eldest brother, did you see it?" Jin Ke frowned. "What?" Zhao Xiaozhu stuck out 2 thumbs up and winked at him. "Second brother and miss you are like this." Jin Ke had a bitter expression on his face. Of course he could see it. Otherwise, why would he be worried? It had to be known that he had almost killed Yu Shu in front of Shui Rui. How could Shui Rui not be angry at him? "Get lost, you know a lot. If you have the time to gossip, don't you want to eat? Hurry up and find some rice and noodles." Zhao Xiaozhu was scolded for no reason and dejectedly went to find the innkeeper to ask for ingredients. Inside the room, Shui Rui sat at the head of Yu Shu's bed. He used hot water to wash a handkerchief and was about to wipe her face. Yu Shu's face was scraped, and she didn't want him to look at her ugly appearance, so she stretched out her hand and said, "I'll wash it myself." Shui Rui took the opportunity to pull her hand. When he looked down, he saw that her knuckles were red and swollen. Some of them had small cracks and blood scabs. He didn't say a word as he gently wiped her palm and the back of her hand clean and stuffed them back into the quilt. Yu Shu couldn't dissuade him and could only let him serve her once. However, after washing her hands and face, she saw that he brought a wooden basin over and rolled up her sleeves to test the water temperature. He wanted her to stretch out her feet, but she refused to do so no matter what. "How can I ask you to wash my feet?" No. Yu Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she pushed him. "Go out, I'll soak myself." Shui Rui squatted by her bed and raised his head to look at her. "A daughter's feet can only be seen and touched by her husband. In my heart, you're my wife. I won't marry anyone but you." Yu Shu was a little absent-minded. His tone was too serious, and his gaze was too sincere. So much so that his words didn't sound like a confession to her, but more like a vow. She should have replied with, "I won't marry anyone but you," but her mouth felt like it was glued to paste. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open her mouth. However, when she saw his gaze gradually darkening, she couldn't bear it. Although she didn't speak, she stretched out her feet and placed them on his knees. His pair of dark and bright eyes instantly lit up. After washing her feet, Shui Rui applied chilblain medicine on her hands and feet. He watched her drink a big bowl of red date cloud ginger tea before he closed the door and left. Jin Ku and Zhao Xiaozhu were still cooking in the kitchen. Shui Rui went to the guest room opposite. Yunhua had changed into a clean set of cotton-padded clothes and was sitting on the bed. He held a cup of steaming hot tea in his hands and covered himself with half a blanket. It was obvious that his two foster sons had taken good care of him. Shui Rui did not beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and asked him, "What are your plans?" He did not believe that Yunhua would leave everything behind and live in seclusion in border town. Yunhua patted the side of the bed. Shui Rui walked to his side and sat down. There was an oil lamp at the head of the bed. Yunhua relied on the few inches of light to scrutinize Shui Rui. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Let's go to border town first and hide for 2 or 3 years. Shui Rui sneered and said, "First, there's the hatred of killing my father. Now, there's the hatred of stealing my wife. You want me to hide and be a coward? The hatred of killing my father. The hatred of stealing my wife?" Yunhua muttered. In this world, if there was anything that one could not tolerate, it would be nothing more than these two things. The accusation of killing his father was because of Shui Zhao. Zhu Muzhao had personally admitted that he was the one who killed him. The accusation of stealing his wife was because of Yu Shu. She and Shui Rui had promised to marry each other, but they could not live together. It was also because of Zhu Muzhao's coercion. With such a deep hatred, as a man of indomitable spirit, how could Shui Rui be willing to hide and drag out an ignoble existence? Yunhua did not know what to do. He was afraid that Shui Rui had the idea of risking his life to return to the capital. So, he became serious. "If you want to take revenge, I will naturally not stop you. But if you want to throw an egg against a rock and die, I will never agree to it. With your current situation, if you want to seek revenge from Zhu Muzhao, it is no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. I know that you are reluctant to part with Yu Shu and do not want to be separated from her. But if you follow her back to the capital, she can keep her life, but you will only have a dead end. It is better for both of you to go your separate ways and live your own lives. You can rest assured that I will not return to the capital at this time." Shui Rui furrowed his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "When I return to the capital, it will be the time for me to take my revenge." When Yunhua saw him like this, he felt both gratified and guilty. He reached out and patted his shoulder. He said, "No matter what, I will help you." Shui Rui did not dodge. After he was comforted, he got up and refilled a cup of hot tea for him. Yunhua was a little overwhelmed by the favor. Then, he saw his son tuck the corner of the blanket for him with an expressionless face. He bent over and got closer to him. He asked in a low voice, Did you really get the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Wrens? Yunhua was stunned. Before he could answer, Shui Rui retreated. A pair of intelligent eyes fell on his face. After a while, he turned around and left with his master. There was meat and vegetables for dinner. After being hungry for a few days, Yushu finally had a hot meal. Shui Rui kept putting food into her bowl and adding soup. Jin Ku's cooking skills were really good. They caught a pheasant on the road. He stewed it into a pot of chicken soup, and most of it went into her stomach. After the meal, a waiter cleaned up the dishes, and they went back to their rooms to rest. Yushu extinguished the oil lamp and lay on the bed. She listened to the movements next door and distinguished the sound of Shui Rui pouring tea. When it was completely quiet on the other side of the wall, she slowly closed her eyes. The wind outside the window sounded like crying. In the darkness, Yushu suddenly opened her eyes and sat up from the bed. She fumbled to put on her shoes and put a blanket on her body. She walked step by step to the door, opened and closed it, and then walked step by step to the door next door. She bent 2 fingers and gently knocked on the door. "Big brother, are you asleep?" In the room, Shui Rui heard her calling at the door, so he hurriedly turned on the light. He didn't even bother to put on his clothes as he took large strides to open the door for her. The cold wind gushed in, and she hugged the blanket with disheveled hair as she stood pitifully outside the door. Without saying a word, he pulled her in and shut the door tightly. "It's so cold outside. Why did you come out?" Shui Rui took her to his bed and sat down. It was not because he was impulsive, but because the guest room was simple and small. There was only such a place in the small room for people to sit. Yushu blinked her eyes and whispered, "I can't sleep alone." Alone, can't sleep. Shui Rui was stunned when he heard this. At any rate, he'd lived a romantic life, so how could he be unable to understand the meaning behind these words? But the person who spoke these words was Yushu, and it caused him to be at a loss for what to do. Seeing him in a daze, Yushu secretly clenched her teeth. She pretended that he did not understand, so she thickened her face and said, "It's cold at night, let's squeeze together." When she finished speaking, she felt her face burning. In her 2 lives, this was the first time she was so shameless. She even brought the blanket over, determined to sleep with him tonight. When Shui Rui saw her like this, how could he bear to refuse her? He laughed and sighed, then rubbed her hair before bending over to remove her shoes. "Then you lie on the inside, I'll lie on the outside." Yushu curled up her blanket and shyly climbed inside to lie down. Shui Rui checked the door and window before he also went to bed. He shook off his blanket and covered her with 1 layer before he lay down. This way, although they were lying on the same bed, there was a blanket between them. There was only 1 pillow, so he gave it to Yushu. He used his arm as a pillow and looked at her softly, "Sleep, I'll watch over you." The lamp on the bedside was lit, but the light was not as bright as his eyes. Yushu stretched out a finger and moved it from his forehead to the bridge of his nose. She copied the outline of his face and wanted to remember this face in her heart. Shui Rui indulged her every move. He resisted the urge to pull her into his arms and knead her into his bones. He allowed her fingers to caress his lips and lift his chin. Yushu leaned over and quickly kissed him. Shui Rui chuckled and caught her finger to his lips. He also pecked it. The slightly sour medicine on her hand did not smell good, but he was reluctant to let go. "Does your hand still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." "What about your feet?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Are you cold?" Such a simple answer, even though it didn't mean anything, made Yushu's heart beat faster and faster. It invisibly gave her courage and made her let go of her reservations. She just wanted to be closer to him, even closer. Cold. She lifted the inner layer of the blanket and crawled into his bed. Before he could react, she reached out and hugged his waist, burying her face in his chest. She only had a layer of clothing on her body. Under the thin material, it was clear that her body was burning hot. Sticking to him like this, it was simply burning him. "Big brother, we are husband and wife when we share the same bed. I only have you in my heart." Her voice was bitter. Shui Rui's heart fiercely pounded. He was still able to act like a gentleman earlier, Yet at this moment he'd forgotten all propriety, and his ears droned. When he returned to his senses, he'd already tightly embraced her. He held onto her back with one hand and held up her head with the other, then he impatiently bit her lips and covered the heavens and the earth as they intertwined, and they kissed to the point both of them were unable to catch their breaths. Ashoo! He buried his head in her neck. His breathing was uneven and he was trembling slightly, as if he was trying his best to restrain himself. His moist breath drilled into her ears. Wait for me. After I finish, I will come to pick you up and let you marry me. Yushu's heart trembled and her eyes became wet. On the way to escape, he did not ask her to stay, nor did he ask her to make a choice between him and her family. It was not because he did not want her to go with him, but because he understood her too well. So, he could not even ask her to stay. He was not afraid that she would refuse, but he was afraid that she would be put in a difficult position. This kind of care, how could she not love him? She wanted to give her life to him, but she had a large family behind her. There were more than a dozen lives, so she could not do as she pleased. She could only bear the pain and part with him. She also understood him. How could he let go of his father's death? This time, he left to make a comeback in the future. If he wanted her to wait, then she would go back and wait for him. Whether it was 3 or 5 years, or 10 or 20 years, with this hope, she believed that they would meet again one day. Okay. She wrapped her arms around his neck and fiercely bit his shoulder. Her tears silently fell. Don't lie to me. I will wait for you to marry me. With this promise, it was better than 1,000 words. Both of their hearts were at ease. Chapter 769. In the morning, Jin-ku was the first to wake up. It had snowed heavily last night and had just stopped at dawn. There was a row of neatly hung icicles under the eaves and the empty space in the inn's back courtyard was covered in a layer of white. When he stepped in, it went over his shoe. He couldn't help but be glad that his foster father had foresight. They couldn't travel in this kind of weather. They would have to stay in this small town for a few days and wait for the snow to melt before leaving. He glanced at the closed door across from him and stepped into the kitchen. He boiled water and washed the rice, preparing to cook a pot of porridge for breakfast. Zhao Xiaozhu walked in with a yawn and put down the teapot and basin. He wrapped his clothes tightly around himself and complained to Jin-ku, "It was so cold last night that I almost peed on the bed." Did Godfather also wake up? He woke up earlier than me. Jin-ku pretended to casually ask, "Did you hear anything last night?" Zhao Xiaozhu rubbed the corners of his eyes and said in a daze, "I didn't hear anything. What's wrong?" Jin-ku waved his hand. "It was the wind. I was afraid that I would disturb Godfather's rest. It's fine if you didn't hear anything." Zhao Xiaozhu took 2 steps towards the door and stuck her head out to look around for a while. Then she retreated to Jin-ku's side and muttered, "Eldest brother, foster father told me last night that Miss Yu might not be coming with us. Second brother must be very sad. I'm sure he hates us to death. If it wasn't for Godfather using Miss Yu to force that Zhu fellow to change his sword, he wouldn't have ended up in a situation where he had to run for his life with us." Hearing this, Jin-ku slapped the back of his head. "You're talking nonsense again. Hurry and bring some hot water to help Godfather wash up." Zhao Xiaozhu cried out but didn't dare to talk back. He quickly poured half a basin of hot water. Jin-ku warned him worriedly, "Don't talk nonsense in front of Godfather." I know. Also, don't disturb your second brother and Miss Yu's rest. Let them sleep a bit longer." But Zhao Xiaozhu didn't hear anything wrong with his words and left with the basin of water. In the guest room on the east side, the white snow reflected off the window. A faded mosquito net hung on the head of the simple wooden bed, and 2 pairs of boots were stacked under the bed. Yushu curled up in Shuirui's arms. The quilt behind her was tightly tucked by him. It was so warm that she didn't want to open her eyes. Shuirui used one of his arms as a cushion behind her head, and his fingers formed into a comb as he combed through her messy hair from time to time. He hadn't slept the entire night, but it wasn't that he didn't feel tired, it was just that he wanted to cherish this short period of time too much. with her by his side, how could he bear to fall asleep? Is it dawn yet? Yushu asked softly. It's still early, let's sleep a little longer. Yushu opened her eyes and slightly raised her head. She could see the stubble on his chin and rubbed her forehead against it. It was prickly and itchy, and she couldn't help but think back to last night's affair. Her cheeks were slightly hot, and she leaned back against his chest. She lazily narrowed her eyes and said, I'm not going to sleep. Why don't you talk to me? All right. At this moment, not to mention that she wanted to talk, even if she wanted the moon and stars, he would do his best to get them for her. You said that the case of Ning Wang has been investigated to the end. Does Lu Hao have a chance to turn things around? It was Yushu's first time. She wanted to be pretentious for a while and act spoiled to him, but with the impending separation, she didn't have time to talk about love. While Shui was still here, she needed him to sort out the situation in Jing for her. It would be best if he could give her a few moves in preparation for the future. Whether or not Ning Wang can turn things around depends on whether or not my grandfather is willing to go all out. Shui didn't beat around the bush with her, and he went straight to the point. Since the grand mention exposed my origins, it shows that he was prepared to deal with my grandfather, Shui Lingnan, since long ago. Once he makes a move, he'll surely uproot the Shui clan. And my grandfather probably already knows that my foster father was harmed by him and holds a grudge. If he is willing to go all out, he will definitely take the initiative and use the emperor's illness to help the new emperor ascend the throne. If the new emperor ascended the throne, there naturally wouldn't be anything to do with Ning Wang. Shui was silent for a moment before carefully instructing, after you go back, you have to be careful. It depends on who can monopolize power in the court. That person is the one with ulterior motives who is trying to usurp the throne. That person is also the mastermind behind Jing Chen's danger and the murder in Taisher Library. Maybe it is my grandfather or maybe it is someone else. No matter who it is, you have to stay far away from them. Protect your little life and wait for me to return. After a pause, he continued, now, only the great Tiandi can protect you, and only he won't harm you. You can feign civility with him, but don't get into conflict with him. Do you understand? Hearing this, Yushu's chest was extremely stuffy. She said unhappily, the Grand Tutor caused the death of your foster father. I hate that I can't take revenge for you. He actually wants me to go back and curry favor with him. I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist stabbing him in the back. After last night, she and Shui had consummated their marriage. They should be husband and wife and be united against a common enemy. She originally didn't have any resentment towards the Grand Tutor, but after he personally revealed the truth of Shui Fu's self-mutilation, the more she respected Shui Fu's chivalry, the more she hated the Grand Tutor's ruthlessness. Shui rubbed her furry head. No matter how great the hatred, it isn't as important as your life. Listen to me and don't make me worry. Not wanting him to worry, Yushu held her breath and agreed. After Yushu asked what she needed to ask, it was Shui turn. After you go back, the Grand Tutor will force you and Jing Chen to get married and have children. Do you know what to do? As soon as he said this, the delicate body in his arms suddenly stiffened. He sighed softly and hugged her tightly. He put his chin on top of her head and whispered, if he forces you again, just say yes to him. Yushu was anxious and wanted to raise her head to speak, but he held her firmly in his arms and didn't let her raise her head. Don't panic. Listen to me first. Shui said calmly, I asked you to say yes to him only as an expedient measure. The Grand Tutor is unscrupulous. I'm afraid that he will use your family to threaten you and force you to give in. Why don't you pretend to please him and let them prepare for the wedding first? You can think of a way to delay the wedding for 3 months. At most 3 months, I promise that the Grand Tutor will give up on letting you and Jing Chen conceive the Destiny Grand Bone. Yushu was pleasantly surprised. What do you think of? Shui stroked her hair. Shu, do you trust me? I don't trust you. Who else can I trust? Yushu said in a muffled voice. Then don't ask. Wait for my good news. Yushu only thought that he was afraid that she knew too much and couldn't hide it from the Grand Tutor when they went back, so she smartly didn't ask anymore. But because of this glimmer of hope, her heart lit up again. She and Shui Rui had skin contact, so naturally, she couldn't marry Jing Chen again. But if the Grand Tutor threatened her with the lives of her family, she could only surrender. If she really married Jing Chen, not only would she feel sorry for Shui Rui, but she would also feel sorry for Jing Chen. With Shui Rui's promise, Yushu felt as if she had been pardoned, because he had never let her down. There was a period of silence between the two of them. When Shui Rui heard the commotion coming and going in the courtyard, he knew that he couldn't continue lying down like this. Otherwise, when someone came to knock on the door, it would make Yushu feel awkward. What's more, she came to find him wrapped in a quilt last night, and her coat was in the next room. "I'll go to your room to get your clothes first. Lie down and don't get up." After Shui Rui said this, he carefully lifted a corner of the quilt and got up, not letting the cold air blow on her. Yushu saw that he wasn't afraid of the cold as he sat on the edge of the bed and put on his clothes. There were suspicious red marks on his thin waist, which were clearly the marks she made last night. She couldn't help but blush. She wanted to bury her head in the quilt, but she couldn't bear to look at him. Shui Rui quickly dressed himself neatly, and when he turned around and saw Yushu's eyes were tightly closed, the corners of his mouth curled up as he bent over to kiss her rosy cheeks, and he didn't say anything as he covered the bed curtain properly before leaving. Shui Rui quietly went to Yushu's room and took out her clothes. He wrapped her up tightly and sent her back through the back window. Then, he returned to his room through the back window and uncovered the quilt on his bed. He found a blob of blood that was in the shape of a plum blossom on the mattress and used the dagger he always carried with him to cut it off. He carefully folded it and kept it in his pocket. Breakfast was a pot of salty porridge made by Jin Ku. The white rice soup and boiled dried meat were salty and smooth. Zhao Xiaozhu ran all over town and found a steamed bun shop. He bought 2 baskets of vegetarian steamed buns, which actually tasted pretty good. In the kitchen, Shui Rui ladled a bowl of hot lean meat porridge for Yushu and put 2 large steamed buns on a plate. He brought them into her room without a change in expression. Zhao Xiaozhu curled her lips and rolled her eyes behind him. She was hit by Jin Ku's iron palm again. "What's with that look? Didn't you hear your second brother say that Miss Yu caught a cold?" Zhao Xiaozhu muttered unhappily, "Godfather also caught a cold. Why don't I see him being filial and only caring about women?" "You don't know shit." Jin Ku scolded him verbally, but he sighed inwardly. He didn't think highly of Shui Rui and Yushu as a couple. At this time, they were inseparable. Once they went their separate ways, it would fade away after a long time. In the end, it was just a one-night marriage. After Yushu finished her breakfast, she leaned against the headboard and chatted with Shui Rui for a while. Then, she began to feel sleepy. Shui Rui watched over her until she fell asleep. He quietly left the room, closed the door, and went to find Yunhua. Yunhua was sitting on the bed with her clothes on. She was holding a map drawn on sheepskin in her hand and frowning. When she saw Shui Rui walk in, the worry on her face disappeared. She raised her head and smiled at him. She asked amiably, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Shui Rui nodded and walked over. "You came at the right time. Look at this map. We are going to Rong City next, but the river is frozen. It's risky to take a shortcut. If we take a detour, we won't be able to rest for half a month. How do you think we should go?" Shui Rui pushed away the map he handed over and said, "We won't go to Rong City. We will continue to the north. We will go to the northeast to seek refuge with the king of Dongjing." Yunhua's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. She raised her eyebrows and waited for his explanation. Shui Rui said slowly, "The king of Dongjing, Jiang Huang, and I are sworn brothers. 3 years ago, when I was traveling, I coincidentally saved his life. Later, His Majesty summoned the mother and daughter of the Jiang family to the capital and detained them. He used this to force Jiang Huang to send troops to Dongying and make him cut off his own wings. I was also the one who arranged for the mother and daughter of the Jiang family to escape. Jiang Huang is righteous and dissatisfied with the imperial court. He will rebel sooner or later. This time, I will take you to seek refuge with him." He will definitely welcome us with open arms. Yunhua looked at him with a complicated expression. He asked tentatively, "Are you going to help the king of Dongjing rebel by taking this path?" Shui Rui sneered and replied, "Do you think I have another path to take? You used a fake book of Mystery Fairy's 6 rens to deceive all of us and deceive the great tipping point in exchange for my life. How can I let down your painstaking efforts?" Yunhua was speechless. He probably did not expect that his meticulous arrangements would be mercilessly exposed by Shui Rui. That's right. From the beginning, he did not tell the truth to Yu Shu and Shui Rui. He let them think that he carried the real book of Mystery Fairy's 6 rens with him. He first tricked Yu Shu out of the city and then lured Zhu Muzhao here. It was not to exchange for the Chunjun sword, but for Shui Rui. He had long guessed that Zhu Muzhao might have known about Shui Rui's background. Because he was afraid of the great insight technique, he did not dare to rashly recognize Shui Rui. After lying dormant for many years, he finally waited for Jing Chen to come to the capital and the person who broke his life to show up. Only then did he have the opportunity to meet Shui Rui. Coincidentally, the Shui family committed a crime. Shui Rui left the capital to handle a case. He asked Jin Ku to kidnap Shui Rui, but he could not persuade Shui Rui to leave with him. In the end, he let them return to the capital. Because Shui Rui could not let go of the Shui family who had raised him, and he could not let go of his sweetheart, Yu Shu. Therefore, Yunhua set up a series of plans. He used a mysterious crystal book that he spent 10 years to forge to deceive them. With Zhu Muzhao's help, he forced Shui Rui to let go of everything and leave with him. "How did you find out?" Yunhua asked. He could not figure out where he had exposed himself. After all, even Zhu Muzhao was fooled and thought that he had obtained the real book of Mystery Fairy. Shui Rui laughed at himself. "From the moment you were willing to exchange the book of Mystery Fairy for my life, I guessed that the book was most likely fake. Datidian was fooled because he mistakenly thought that in your heart, the life of my son would be more important than the book of Mystery Fairy, but I did not think so." Later on, when we were fleeing for our lives, I looked on coldly. I didn't see you gloomy. It didn't seem like you were worried about the consequences of the book of Xian Nyu falling into the hands of Datidian. Jin Ku and Zhao Xiaozhu also looked indifferent. This made me even more suspicious. After thinking about it, the real book of Xian Nyu should still be in your hands, so you were fearless. Yunhua smiled bitterly. He was more ashamed than proud to have such a smart son. Shui Rui did not care about his expression and continued to speak. "What I can't figure out is why you took such a risk and did not do it for the Chunjun sword, but to force me to leave the capital city. What exactly is your scheme? Could it be that you knew about my relationship with Jiang Huaying, so you planned to bring you to him and help him rebel?" Yunhua opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but because his throat was dry, it was difficult for him to speak. Seeing this, Shui Rui turned the map around and placed it beside his hand, indicating for him to use his finger to write on the blank space. Yunhua wrote, stroke by stroke, "You guessed half of it correctly." Shui Rui asked, "What about the other half?" "I did not know that you and Prince of Dongjing were old friends, but I predicted the general situation of the world. Looking at the stars at night, there will be war in the north, and the winner will be the king, and the loser will be the villain. With the appearance of the star of the left, it can help the trapped flood dragon to ascend to the dragon." Shui Rui stared at the tip of his finger, and his eyebrows twitched. He thought, the trapped flood dragon is undoubtedly referring to Prince of Dongjing, then who is this star of the left? "You mean, I am the star of the left who can help Jiang Huaying seize the world?" Yunhua nodded. Just like Zhu Muzhao's art of great insight, he also had a unique skill in physiognomy, which was also cultivated to perfection. He once saw Jiang Huaying from afar, and he indeed had the features of the 9-5. Looking at Shui Rui's physiognomy again, it was not difficult to conclude that he was the person appointed by the king of the northeast. Shui Rui was shocked, but he became suspicious again. "Your goal is not to destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy, but to overthrow the imperial court?" Yunhua only wrote 4 words. Different paths lead to the same destination. The reason why the Dan dynasty could continue for 300 years was because of the Book of Mystery Fairy. It was a set of destiny, and everything was in the palm of its hand. On the surface, it was to promote the study of but in the dark, it was to manipulate the hearts of the people. The people of the world blindly believed in the theory of destiny, and they were foolish and did not think about making progress. The emperor of the Dan dynasty was mediocre and incompetent, and he was stuck in his ways. The officials in the imperial court were apathetic, and there were few who worked for the country and the people, but there were many who sought personal benefits. The Taoists ran amok, and under the cover of peace and prosperity, there was a country that was riddled with holes. As the saying goes, one lives in suffering and dies in peace and happiness. If the Book of Mystery Fairy was lost, how could the country not perish? Shui Rui stared at the blank space of Yunhua's finger. From his every stroke, it was as if he could see the ambitious Yunhua rushing to the capital city 20 years ago. He suddenly understood that the reason he stole the Book of Mystery Fairy was not only to carry out his master's orders, but also to look down on the world from a height that was beyond the reach of mortals, and to feel pity for the common people in the world. Shui Rui's heart trembled, and his blood surged. He knew that it was resonance. There can be no construction without destruction. Hearing this, Yunhua's eyes suddenly showed joy. He grabbed Shui Rui's palm and shook it excitedly. It was rare to have a confidant, not to mention that this was his biological son. Looking at Yunhua like this, Shui Rui's great resentment disappeared. Perhaps it was the nature of a father and son. The more he understood Yunhua, the less he could hate him. The barrier between the two of them disappeared unconsciously. Yunhua's expression became much brighter, and he wrote again, "Does Miss Yu know that the Book of Mystery Fairy is fake?" Shui Rui shook his head and said, "I didn't tell her." Yunhua carefully looked at his expression and asked, "Why didn't you tell her?" Shui Rui said with a cold face, "The great teacher is very sensitive. Didn't you also go through a lot of trouble to deceive him? Ashu's cultivation is still shallow. If she knows that the Book of Mystery Fairy is fake, it will inevitably be discovered by the great teacher. I'm afraid that he will vent his anger on her. It's better to let him have a few more days of sweet dreams so that the marriage between Jingchen and Ashu can be eased." Yunhua sighed at his good intentions, but at the same time he cared about his other son. Jingchen is your younger brother after all. You two brothers must not turn against each other because of a woman. Shui Rui's eyes flickered, but he didn't express his opinion. Yunhua knew that he and Jingchen didn't have much brotherly affection, so he couldn't force things. He sighed secretly and no longer tried to persuade him, lest he overreached himself and aroused his rebellious heart. After a deep conversation between the father and son, they determined their destination. Then it was time to go their separate ways. When Yushu woke up, she saw Shui Rui sitting by her bed and looking at her quietly for a long time. She smiled at him, but her chest ached faintly. "Ashu, we are going to Ningdong City to seek refuge with King Dongjing. We will set off tomorrow morning. Let's separate here." As for why it wasn't the border town, but the northeast, how could she not understand him because their minds were connected? "I have two properties in the capital that don't belong to the Shui family. One is the Wangji Tower, and the other is the Nanlin Lumber Store in the west of the city. I'll leave them to you, along with a group of loyal servants." Shui Rui took off the purple jade bat that never left his side and carefully warned her. "This is a token. After you return to the capital, go to the Nanlin Lumber Store to find Gida and explain the situation to him. He will do his best to help you. In addition, I've buried 50,000 taels of gold under the cellar of the Wangji Tower. It's my private property. Except for Lin Fu, no one else knows about it. You can take it as you wish." Yu Shu exclaimed, "Where did you get so much gold?" 50,000 taels of gold was equivalent to more than 500,000 taels of silver. Such a large sum of cash made people dizzy just by listening to it. "When I was traveling outside, I happened to find a local corrupt official digging a gold mine in the Liaodong area. It was at that time that I met Jiang Huaying and saved him. After he escaped from danger, he led his troops to seize the mine. In order to thank me, he gave me the gold he obtained from the corrupt official's property. The Jiang family was a vassal king. The gold found in his fief naturally belonged to him. As long as it was reported to the imperial court and the annual tax and harvest were paid, it would be considered a clear path. Shui put the purple jade bat in her palm and said seriously, "This is my betrothal gift. Since you've accepted it, you can't go back on your word." The jade was cold, but Yushu felt that her palm was hot. She sat up from the bed and stretched out her arms to hug his neck. Her eyes were red as she said, "You've given me everything, but I have nothing to give you." Shui chuckled and pulled the quilt over her shoulders. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "You've given me the best." He was not only referring to the fallen red, but the fact that she had wholeheartedly given him her body, which was the most precious thing. Before dawn, Jin-Ku had already set up the carriage. He checked the water pouch and dry food before letting Zhao Xiaozhu help Yunhua out. Shui stood outside Yushu's room for a long time. Jin-Ku couldn't stand it anymore. He walked behind him and patted his shoulder. He whispered, "Why don't we leave later? You should at least say goodbye to Miss You." Shui took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He cleared his heart of reluctance and turned around, "No need. Let's go." After Yunhua and the others left, Yushu stayed in the inn alone for 2 days. She waited until the snow melted and the sky cleared up. She hired a mule cart in town to send her to a nearby county town. She found an escort agency and rode on the carriage that carried the escort back to the capital. It had just passed the 15th Lantern Festival. Anling City was decorated with festive lanterns and streamers. The spirit of the new year had yet to fade. After entering the city, Yushu quietly left the escort team. She didn't return to the estate dejectedly. Instead, she first went to the Nanlin timber shop and met Shui's confidant, Guida. When Guida saw the purple jade bat in her hand, he didn't say anything and invited her upstairs. He served her hot tea and hot water and called a young maidservant to help her freshen up and change into a clean set of clothes. After Yushu finished tidying up and rested for a while, she told Guida about Shui's whereabouts. Brother Shui and his biological father left the capital. In order to avoid the imperial court's assassination order, they went to another place to take refuge. Before he left, he entrusted his business in the capital to me and asked me to find you to take care of it. Because Yushu had the purple jade bat in her hand, Guida didn't doubt her words. He only asked worriedly, "Then isn't my young master in danger now?" Hearing this, Yushu felt that this old servant was indeed loyal. She comforted him, "Don't worry. He went to a very safe place, but he won't be back for a while." She paused and asked Guida, "In the days that we left the capital, were there any unusual movements in the capital?" She and Shui had both disappeared for 7 or 8 days. Titian would definitely think of a way to cover up for them. Her family was easy to fool, but it couldn't be hidden from the Shui family. She was afraid that Titian and Prime Minister Shui had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Guida's expression wasn't good. He told the truth. Young master disappeared on the 10th night of the new year. The next day, the Prime Minister of the Fu sent someone to Ning Wang Fu to ask for young master. He said that someone saw Ning Wang's bodyguards take young master away. Yushu frowned. Shui Lingnan was astute. How could he not know why Shui disappeared? Just as Shui expected, Shui Lingnan sensed that Shui identity was exposed. He didn't wait for Titian to make things difficult for him and made a preemptive move. Then what happened? Guida inquired clearly. Ning Wang was still imprisoned by the Minister of Justice. The Wang Fu was in a mess and couldn't hand over the person. The Prime Minister went to the Celestial Commissioner to ask for him. Of course, Ning Wang couldn't hand over the person. This gave Shui Lingnan an excuse to act up. He grabbed Ning Wang and wanted to go with him to Huazhen Garden to see the emperor. At this time, Titian could only come forward to stop them. He announced that the emperor was recuperating and wouldn't see foreign officials. Chapter 770. The Qing emperor had been ill from before the year to after. It was said that he had gone to Huazhen Garden to recuperate, but anyone with a clear mind could see that the emperor was not going to last much longer. Many people had been uneasy when Ning Wang was in charge of the country. They were afraid that Emperor Zhao Qin would suddenly die and Ning Wang would naturally become the next emperor. Thus, when the great advisor announced that Ning Wang would be in charge of the country, there were many objections. Who would have thought that Ning Wang would be exposed as having something to do with the 10th princess's sudden death? He was charged with murdering his own brother. After a few days of glory, he stumbled and lost the throne that had been at his fingertips. Thus, there was a situation of a group of dragons without a head in court. The remaining princes were restless, and a fight between factions was on the verge of breaking out. At this critical juncture, it was revealed that the eldest son of the Shui family had been captured by the people of Ning Wangfu. Shui Lingnan went to the Directorate of Astronomy to ask for Ning Wang but failed. He wanted to drag Ning Wang to see the emperor, but was stopped by the Grand Advisor who said, "The emperor will not see foreign officials while he is recuperating." This time, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The country could not go a day without a ruler. Since the emperor did not care, then they should quickly appoint a crown prince. The calls for a neutral crown prince in court grew louder by the day. As the assistant ministers appointed by Emperor Zhao Qin before he left the capital, the great advisor, Prime Minister Yin, and Duke Jing's manners were almost trampled to the point of breaking. The great advisor, who had veto power over the appointment of the crown prince, was in a terrible fix by people and could not put up with it. One afternoon, Zhu Muzhao had just persuaded a few old officials who had come with them to leave when he heard a servant report that a spy had seen Yu Shu return to the manor. Zhu Muzhao's brows relaxed. He smiled at Ren Qiming, who was sitting below him. Fortunately, she didn't make a mistake. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me. Ren Qiming rose to pour more tea for him. Since she's back, let's arrange the marriage as soon as possible. If we delay any longer, who knows what trouble it will cause. That's right. Zhu Muzhao turned and sent someone to invite Yu Shu over for a chat. When Yu Shu returned to the mansion on Baochang Street, she found out that the night before she disappeared, Madame Tiao sent someone to deliver a letter. Her family only thought that she went on a business trip. When she came back, Zhao Hui complained, "You are so tired as a female official. You can't have a peaceful New Year." Yu Shu didn't explain. Zhao Hui felt sorry for her, so she didn't ask more. She prepared food and drinks for her and asked her to go back to her room to lie down. After 1556, He Fangji's clinic reopened. Yu Xiaoxiu followed him to learn how to fill prescriptions during the day. After a while, when he heard that Yu Shu was back, he couldn't sit still. He asked for leave from He Fangji and ran home. Yu Shu's room was on fire. She just came out of the bath. Wearing a thin cotton-padded jacket, she lay on the Luohan couch and thought about things with her eyes half closed. And Beikue stood quietly behind her and dried her hair. When Yu Xiaoxiu arrived outside, a maidservant who was guarding the door reported, "Miss, the young master is here." "Xiaoxiu, come in." Yu Shu changed her expression and smiled at Yu Xiaoxiu, who had just entered the door. She pointed to the chair next to her and asked him to sit down. Yu Xiaoxiu had been studying medicine these days and knew a little. Seeing that Yu Shu didn't look well, he knew that she didn't have a good rest in the past few days when she was away from home. She looked a little exhausted. "Sister, I think you are tired this time. Rest at home for a few days. Let Godfather write a prescription for you. I will make medicine for you." Yu Shu shook her head and said, "There is no need to drink medicine if I am not sick. My body is good. I will be fine after a few days of rest." Yu Xiaoxiu pursed his lips and said, "Don't try to coax me. Godfather said that because we are young, we need to pay special attention to taking care of our bodies. Otherwise, when we get older, we will have a body full of illnesses that can't be cured. Especially you women, you can't bear to be tired. If you don't listen to me now, you will regret it in the future." Yu Shu stretched out her hand and poked his forehead. "You have only learned medicine for a few days and you are already lecturing me. You know that I don't have the patience to drink medicine. Later on, eat a few good meals and make up for it." When Yu Xiaoxiu saw that she didn't listen to his advice, he dejectedly drooped his head. He thought that in the end, it was because he was young and unreliable, and because he hadn't studied medicine yet, that Yu Shu didn't take his words seriously. He decided that one day he would become a godly doctor like his grandmaster and make his sister listen to him. The siblings chatted for a while, and someone came outside to report that it was the Celestial Commissioner. He said that the commissioner was looking for her. Yu Shu's face became gloomy. She knew why the commissioner was looking for her in such a hurry, but she couldn't disobey. Seeing this, Yu Xiaoxiu worriedly asked, "Sister, what happened?" Yu Shu shook her head and sat up. "I have to go out for a while. You guys eat dinner first, don't wait for me." After saying that, she asked Baekue to go into the room and take out Kim Bao from the bamboo cage. The little thing accompanied her to escape from death, but this time, it didn't show its magic at the critical moment. At least it didn't get lost on the way to escape. She gave it to Yu Xiaoxiu and sent him away. Then she combed her hair and changed her clothes. She sat in front of the dressing table and asked the maid to light the lamp. She put a thin layer of powder on her face, brushed a little rouge on her cheekbones, and put some lipstick on her lips to make her look better. Yu Xiaoxiu's words reminded her. Even he could see that she didn't have enough blood and qi, let alone the commissioner who was proficient in all kinds of disguise techniques. If he found out that she was no longer a virgin, she might not be able to live for 3 months. After dressing up, Yu Shu carefully looked at herself in the mirror. After confirming that there were no flaws in her face, she changed into the regular clothes of a female imperial official and went out with only Kuei-zi. Seeing the commissioner again, Yu Shu's mood was like a pot of hot oil. It looked calm on the surface, but as long as a drop of water fell into it, it would explode with a crackling sound. Zhu Muzhao first looked at her for a while. Because she was wearing the 7 stars ring, he didn't see anything wrong. He smiled and said, "Since you know that you are back, you must have agreed to the marriage with Jing Chen, right?" Yu Shu sarcastically raised the corner of her mouth. "What can I do if I don't agree? My family has more than a dozen lives. I'm afraid that if you don't agree, they will all be gone." More than a decade ago, when he just became the commissioner of the Celestial Commissioner, he dared to kill Xue Zhao, who was the legitimate head of the Prime Minister's mansion, let alone her family. Zhu Muzhao didn't care about her bad attitude. He even comforted her, "As long as you know your place, I can guarantee that your family will enjoy endless wealth." Hearing his promise, Yu Shu did not feel happy at all. She kept a straight face and said in a lukewarm tone, "I agree to marry Jingchen, but the 3 letters and 6 rites must be accepted for good luck. Not a single one of them can be omitted. If I want to marry, I want to marry in a grand manner. Don't worry, Jing Chen is the Daozi of De, a relative of the emperor. He won't let you suffer any grievances in the marriage." As long as Zhu Muzhao was willing to agree, everything was negotiable. Moreover, the great bone of destiny was an object of creation. Yu Shu and Jing Chen had to formally become husband and wife and add a stroke on the book of marriage. Only then could it be conceived. Hearing this, Yu Shu knew that he already had a plan in mind. She asked, "Has the wedding date been set?" Zhu Muzhao said, "Your 8 characters were personally chosen by me. It is a match made in heaven, a good marriage with many children and grandchildren. The wedding date will be on the 6th of the 3rd month. What do you think?" Yu Shu sneered in her heart. Her 8 characters did not match her fate. How could he lie with his eyes open? Many children and grandchildren? In her opinion, it was more like having no descendants. "Let's do it." She cleverly didn't immediately propose to postpone the wedding date. She was too impatient, and the great Tiao saw that her goal was to postpone the wedding and had no intention of getting married. There was still more than a month until the 6th of the 3rd month. It was much better than what she had expected. After discussing the wedding, Yu Shu boldly asked him a question. "You have the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens, but it will take at least a year for the great bone of destiny to appear. If something happens to the emperor during this time, what will you do?" The emperor and the great Tiao both insisted on using the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens to choose a successor, so they were slow to appoint a crown prince. However, Emperor Zhao Qing's body was getting worse. It was a problem whether he could live to see the great bone of destiny appear. Zhu Muzhao was calm and composed. Looking at Yu Shu's youthful face, he surprisingly confessed, There is no harm in telling you. His Majesty said that if he can't wait until then, I will support a prince to ascend the throne. When the great bone of destiny is in my hands, I will ask about this matter. If I choose the right person, it will naturally save a lot of trouble. If not, he only said this before stopping. Yu Shu could imagine what he was going to say next. She was shocked and felt that Emperor Zhao Qing and the Great Tiao were both crazy to make such a decision. How could the ruler of a country be changed so easily? Crazy, simply crazy. Yu Shu panicked and said, "You are telling me such a big thing. Aren't you afraid that I will leak it?" "You already know too much. It is not a big deal." Zhu Muzhao looked as if he was very confident about her. Yu Shu pursed her lips, bowed to him, and retreated. Zhu Muzhao did not stop her. He watched her leave coldly. Then he sent someone to the princess's residence to inform Jing Chen. Yu Shu left the celestial commissioner with a heavy heart. On the way home, she suddenly understood one thing. Yunhua's insistence on destroying the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens was not only because she obeyed her master's orders, but also because she wanted to take revenge and vent her anger. The existence of the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens allowed the Celestial Commissioner to be ranked above the 6 ministries. The power in the Great Tiao's hands was superior to the civil and military officials. Even the imperial power was restricted by it. Even the power to appoint a crown prince was lost. This was a kind of abnormality. Imagine, after the previous emperors ascended the throne and found out the truth of their succession, would they be willing to be manipulated by the Celestial Commissioner? Yu Shu felt that they must be unwilling, but no matter how unwilling they were, what could they do? This kind of abnormality had been going on for hundreds of years. Why didn't any of the emperors protest? Presumably, they had no choice. Because removing the Great Tiao was equivalent to denying the legitimacy of their succession to the throne. Therefore, these emperors who were elected by the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens had no choice but to submit. And with such amazing power, the Celestial Commissioner promoted the e-school, supported the aristocratic families, and colluded with their interests. Gradually, she gained an unshakable position. Therefore, the emperors became more and more unable to act independently. One day, they would become puppets. Chapter 771. Catching insects. Yu Shu decided to visit Jing Chen yesterday. The next afternoon, she left the Chamber of Commerce and went directly to the plum forest in the east of the city. The plum forest was between Wanxiang Street and Changmenpu Street, so it was not a long walk. The plum flowers on the riverbank had already withered, and the trees were bearing small yellow-green fruits, which was very pleasing. Because in April, most people went to admire the apricots, and the plum flowers were neglected, so there were not many people on the riverbank. Yu Shu walked around the forest twice, but did not see Jing Chen. She secretly guessed that he had left, and could not help but feel a little disappointed. It was not easy to get to know such a powerful Taoist, but before she could find out anything about Longhu Mountain, he disappeared, and he did not even say goodbye. She regretted it so much. Yu Shu swung a branch that she had picked up from the ground in frustration. She lowered her head and walked back from the bridge. She didn't notice a white shadow flitting across the river. A few dragonflies skimmed over the water and disappeared into the forest behind her from the other side of the river. Little Yu. Yu Shu's footsteps staggered, and the wind blew over. She thought she was hallucinating, so she turned her head and saw an elegant white figure standing at the end of the bridge that she had just walked past. He was looking at her with his arms folded. Who else could it be but Jing Chen? Yu Shu was happy, and threw away the branch and trotted over. "Hero Jing Chen, you didn't leave?" Jing Chen shook his head. "I haven't finished my business, so I can't leave. Did you come to find me?" Yu Shu nodded. "Yes, I came to see you." She added in her heart, "To see if you are hungry." Jing Chen's brows furrowed, then relaxed. He smiled faintly, weakening the spring breeze on the river. Why does a man like him have such a beautiful smile? Yu Shu complained in her heart, but she also grinned at him. Her eyes wandered around his body and then stopped. If she remembered correctly, She saw him a few times a month ago. He was wearing the same white robe, and he was still wearing the same robe. Other than the color being a little gray, there was nothing different about it. Don't tell me he hasn't changed his clothes for so long? These are my sex Taoist robes. I have 3, but they're all dirty. Hearing Jing Chen's serious answer, Yushu was embarrassed to realize that she had just asked the last sentence in her heart. She hurriedly pretended to be stupid and tried to make up for it. You still have clothes. I've never seen you carry a bag, so I thought you Taoist priests don't need to change clothes. Jing Chen said, there are servants at the mountain gate who wash the clothes. They have to be changed every other day. But it's inconvenient to go out, so I can only make do. He was a clean person, but he had no choice but to change his clothes when he was outside. Every night he could only go to the river outside the city and soak his body in cold water so that he wouldn't get dusty. Yu Shu could hear the hidden helplessness in his words, so she blurted out, "Why don't I help you wash them?" After saying that, she wanted to slap him. How could a girl propose to wash a man's clothes, even if he was a Taoist priest? She could only look at Jing Chen, waiting for him to refuse. All right, follow me. Jing Chen turned around. He walked into the forest, so he missed Yu Shu's stiff expression. It turned out that a hero was also a human, and a Taoist priest was not an immortal. Jing Chen flew up and took a bag from the tree. He took out 3 gray robes and gave them to Yu Shu, saying, "Thank you." Yu Shu laughed dryly and took them. This time, she was not in the mood to yell at his qinggong, so she rolled the 2 robes in her hands. Fortunately, although the clothes were gray, they didn't have a strange smell. Otherwise, she was afraid that her face would turn black. Then I'll bring them back when I'm done washing them. Well, no hurry. Jing Chen looked down at himself. I can still wear this for a few days. Yu Shu looked up and down, and her eyes fell on his slightly damp boots. She didn't want to continue this topic, afraid that she would be the first to take his shoes back to wash, so she changed the topic. Have you eaten today? Jing Chen turned to look at the dusk sky and said, Not yet. Yu Shu said, Do you still have the money for the bead last time? Jing Chen shook his head, took out an empty money bag from his sleeve, and squeezed it. No. Sure enough, she couldn't put too much hope on this little white guy. He was just wearing a layer of a hero's skin, so he didn't need anything. 20 taels of silver would be gone in a month. If it wasn't for his luck that saved her, he would have starved to death sooner or later. Do you still have the bead? Yu Shu asked. If not, she still had 2 taels of silver on her. She could lend it to him first. When Jing Chen heard this, he thought for a moment, then reached behind his back and pulled out the sword with a shwa sound. The green light was piercingly cold, and Yu Shu was so shocked that she took a step back before she could stabilize her footing. She stood with 1 foot forward and 1 foot back, staring at the sword as if she was facing a great enemy. It was not that she was timid, but that she cherished her life too much. Now that she had been reborn, anything that could threaten her life would make her feel uncomfortable all over. Jing Chen's eyes slid over her body, and he lowered his head with a silent smile. He spun the sword in his hand half a circle, and the blade pointed towards himself. The security alarm was lifted, and Yu Shu stood up straight. She watched as Jing Chen's fingers nimbly untied a sword tassel hanging from the hilt of the sword. She didn't notice it before, but looking again today, Jing Chen's long sword with a black hilt and golden scabbard had an oblate carved jade pendant hanging on it. I'll have to trouble you to make a trip for me. He wanted her to exchange it for money. Yu Shu took the sword tassel and turned it over and over to look at the jade pendant hanging in the middle. She knew it was unusual, so she hesitated and said, Such a precious thing, it would be a pity to pawn it. It's okay. Jing Chen's tone was light, as if it was not a piece of jade, but a stone. Yu Shu suggested, Why not make it a living contract, and redeem it when you have money in the future? Jing Chen was puzzled. What is a living contract? Yu Shu patiently explained. The place where people exchange things for money is called a pawn shop. Pawned things are divided into a living contract and a dead contract. A living contract is less money, but you can redeem it with money in the future. A dead contract is more money, But if the thing is pawned, the boss can sell it to someone else. Even if you have money in the future, you may not be able to find it. Jing Chen was very interested in worldly affairs, so he listened to her carefully, and then said, "It doesn't matter, you can do as you see fit." This person really knew how to be lazy and save trouble. Yushu cursed silently. Then let him be a living deed. This piece of jade seemed to be worth a lot of money, and there would be a lot of living deeds. It would be enough for him to use for another month or two. Yushu did not pay attention to the person in front of her as she thought. Jing Chen quietly looked at her for a while, and suddenly said, "Do you still have the yellow frost stone that I gave you last time?" "Ah? If you have nothing to do, rub it on your palm a few times." "Okay." Yushu nodded. She was holding a pile of dirty clothes, so she did not have the interest to ask Jing Chen about the scenery on Mount Longhu. She had nothing to say, and Jing Chen was not good at talking, so the atmosphere became cold. A cold wind blew. Yushu felt uncomfortable, so she had to say goodbye. "Then I will go back first." Jing Chen did not want to stay. "Go." Yushu turned around and walked for a while. When she got off the bridge, she suddenly remembered that Jing Chen had no money, so she had nowhere to eat dinner. She hurried back and wanted to give him the money she had left. But in the forest where he was just a moment ago, he was nowhere to be seen. She shouted a few times, but no one responded. She muttered a few words in confusion, and then hurried home after the sun went down. At night, the sky was clear. The master and the apprentice sat in a small courtyard and watched the stars. One was lying comfortably on a rattan chair, and the other was struggling to raise his head. See. Above the Big Dipper, the seventh star is called Pajuan. It is said that when King Zhou of the Shang dynasty died, this star became dark. It is a big killing star, responsible for the lives of husband and wife, children and servants. It is the same as the 7 murders and the greedy wolf stars. On the contrary, if it is in the middle of the day, you will be promoted. If it is a woman's life, it will bring prosperity to the husband and children. Qing Zheng did not speak fast, so Yushu listened carefully. She would ask him again if she missed something, so she did not deliberately write it down on paper. Moreover, the night sky was very beautiful, and the silver lake was full of stars. The posture was charming, as if there was a charming beauty in front of him. How could he be distracted? Everything is related to the stars. In the world, there are a few people who are accompanied by the stars, and they will have great achievements in the future. Qing Zheng patted his knee and glanced at Yushu, who was rubbing her neck, and said, "For example, the 4th Miss of the Ji family. It is said that when she was born, the sky was full of stars, and the summer cicadas were silent. The whole Yang city was shocked. Until now, more than 11 years have passed. She is indeed outstanding and extraordinary." When Yushu heard the title of the 4th Miss of the Ji family, her ears twitched. She asked curiously, "Shifu, have you seen her?" Qing Zheng said, "A few years ago, when I was in and out of the Ji family, I stayed in the Jingshi Hall. The Ji family wanted me to give pointers to the Xingxuan girl, so I deliberately took advantage of one of her mistakes and punished her to come to the Jingshi Hall to reflect. I saw that her aptitude was excellent, so I gave her pointers for a period of time. She did well and passed the Great Yen examination next year." When he mentioned it, Yushu suddenly remembered that when she had just met Qing Zheng, this old man had said, "Xingxuan girl," several times. In other words, he was disdainful of her inferiority. Come to think of it, this GC was one of the main culprits who harmed her life. A jade pendant killed a person. With such a preconceived notion, based on the principle of narrow-mindedness, how could Yushu have any good impression of this outstanding Xingxuan girl that Qing Zheng spoke of? But Qing Zheng didn't agree with her. He sighed again. "Xingxuan girl is smart, gentle, and considerate. She is intelligent and perceptive, and she often buys wine to show her filial piety to your Shifu. If it weren't for your Shifu picking on you, how could I have accepted a disobedient, stinky girl like you?" Yushu used all her strength to roll her eyes, but her face didn't turn black. She was already an adult, so how could she not understand that the old man was deliberately making fun of her? Didn't she just plucked a few strands of his beard the day before yesterday? 2 nights later, he was still holding a grudge, calling him stingy and refusing to admit it? Only she could get along with him. A stingy Sherfu and a narrow-minded disciple. Was there anything more compatible than this? Alas! Hearing his heavy sigh, Yushu held back her laughter. In order to satisfy his vanity, she had to pretend to be jealous and said, "Don't sigh. It's just some wine. In the future, when I become rich, I will make a wine pool for you and let you swim in it. Didn't you just talk about King Zhou? That guy has a wine pool, and he also has a meat forest. Do you want it?" The small courtyard was quiet for a moment, and then a curse burst out, mixed with a few muffled laughs. The stars in the sky looked down at the master and disciple bickering on the ground, blinking happily. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.